He's filling the jails with you. Filling the jails with you now. He's taking your babies from you under all kind of false pretenses. He got you now so hateful of your men. I understand, sisters. It's justified. Bunch of damn dogs. How in the hell could you be a man and lay with your own daughter? How could you be a man and lay with your granddaughter, your niece, or even fondle your nephew? What has happened? What has happened to you? He's made us all deviate. We're in the choir now. We're in the pulpit now. He has made us all deviate. Here you walking with that thong in your behind. And now it's the ass shaking contest. Yes, you know what I'm saying. It ain't a brain moving contest. It's an ass shaking contest. And you want to be the new winner. Don't look at me like I'm saying something foul with your foul ass self. I know it's rough. I know it's rough. God damn it, but you better hear it from me because there's something coming behind me. Well, I never heard a man of God talk like that. You ain't never met a man of God. There was a time, sisters, when your underwear wouldn't be pleasing on a clothesline that your neighbor could see. Do you remember them days? You're damn right you do, but you're forgetting today. Your drawers is all out in the public now. I can see the line of your panties now. Your breast line, neckline cut so low, your breast damn near falling out. How in the hell can a man think a sane thought with something tied up in your crotch and you know damn well where his eyes are? Ain't one of you dumb. You just low down. You're not dumb. You've deviated from God, and damn it, you either come back or you die like you are. You come out and meet me with clothes on. But how does the city see you tomorrow? Damn hypocrisy. You like showing your behind. You're damn right I'm going to teach that truth. Because I tell you, I'm sick of it and I'm sick of you. And if you don't clean up, I'm throwing you back in that filth that's out there, because that's what you're bringing in here, and that got to get the hell up out of here. Some of you bow tie wearing niggas, low life niggas, you can't wait to get one of these and destroy their morals when they're trying. God damn it, I'd rather have one or two with me. To hell with the rest of you. If that's what you want, then you go where you're happy. If you like it in the filth, go and bury yourself in the filth, because that's where they're going to find you. Savior said you clean up or you're out of luck with us. Clean it up. I don't know that you will or you won't. You talk that now. But what will be the voice in your ear tonight? The mosque has to be made into an example. You can't say I'm a fisherman and bring the lost and founds and then bury yourself in the mud and filth of the world, thinking that as long as you bring people, you can keep on doing filth. You don't think that there's a day of reckoning. I just come over here and look at some of my ministers. See all that crap that's going on? Your days are numbered. I don't care how high you are. I don't give a damn. Because God is no respecter of persons. He'll bust our behind right on down, because he don't need one of us. And I'm coming to the point where I don't need one of us either. God damn it, we either get it cleaned up or get the hell on out of here.
All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Okay. All right, y'all. Just was playing a little bit of the minister, man, you know, where he kind of went off. He got mad because he kind of went off on the believers. But man, you know, that's the minister. He got the time in to do that, man. He got like 60, 70 years in. And so he's got the right, you know, man. It would be like you know, Moses or somebody, you know, somebody who had time in trying to do the right thing going in, right? But anyway, let's start the show, y'all. I usually started with Brother Eric, but I'm not going to do that today. Today, we're going to go straight in, man. We're going to go straight in. Before we do that, though, how's everybody, man? How's everybody? Hope everybody's good. I'm good, man. But I got a sad work to do today, right? I got a sad work to do, right? I got to put down a brother that I thought I was going to be able to try to have a friendship with. I thought I was going to be able to do that, man. And it's not because of me. It's because of him, right? It's because of him. But we're going to get to that in just a few minutes, man. But let's check everybody in, man, so we can get started, man. Crusty Salty, oh, Crusty, extra salty Uncle Rico said, I see somebody needs a damn watch. Why is Rico always picking on me, man? That's what I want to find out, man. When you can find that information out, well, Rico's always picking on me. You know, I can answer some of these questions out here, man. Oh, shout out to Uncle Rico, man. Who else in the building? Vagoda's in the building. Vagoda said, Vagoda, man, he's trying to find out. He's trying to find Uncle Rico, man. I was like, hey, man, give me your page. All right. Shout out to Vagoda, man. Hope everything's okay out there in Israel. That's our Jewish brother right there. Who else? Sister Annie's in the building. Say, hey, Brother Clarence. Now, my suggestion, Sister Annie, is that sisters, man, maybe might want to sit this one out. This one might get a little ugly. This one might get a little ugly. So, Brother Clarence might get a little triggered on this one. And so, y'all think about it before y'all step in the door on this one. But shout out to my sister, Sister Annie. Very valuable helper of mine, man. Shout out to her. Who else in the building? Von Bryant. Von Bryant says, greens, peace, joy, and grace in abundance. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Always enters the room, knows how to enter the room with class and style. Who else is in the building? Who else in the building? My sister, OG Patrice, executive producer, right? OG Patrice is in the building, right? Affectionately known as Crazy Girl. Shout out to Patrice, man. Patrice in the building said, greetings and salutations, family. Always, Patrice, same thing. Always enters the building, very classy. Who else? Patrice said, get your lights up. Who else in the building? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody that's in the building that wants to check in. Let's see, everybody. Well, no, brother Anderson the Great is checking in. Shout out to Brother Anderson the Great. It's another one of my Tauruses. Well, since Annie's a Taurus, Brother Anderson a Taurus, myself a Taurus, I know how Tauruses are. So I leave Tauruses alone, man. When they they run at me, I leave them alone, man. But Brother Anderson is a good dude, man. Very good dude, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you today. Who else in the building? Our other sniper, M. Mills, is in the building. Shout out to M. Mills. Now, what's the difference between Risa Neal and M. Mills? I think M. Mills is probably going to give you a little more, has a little more patience. I think Reese's patience level is very thin, right? At least M. Mill will ask you before she get rid of you. She might talk to you and ask you a question before she get rid of you, right? Reese don't ask no questions, man. If you even walking sideways, man, she just go poof, you gone, right? Shout out to our snipers, man. Reese Neal and M. Mills, man, our resident snipers. Shout out to M. Mills. I ain't seen you in a while, M. Mills. Good to see you, sis. Hope everything's doing okay. Who else in the building? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody. Oh, Arshawn checking in. Arshawn is checking in. Shout out to Arshawn. If you guys haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, get on over there to Critically Drinking and check out Arshawn and the crew over there at Critically Drinking, man. Solid crew over there. Solid crew. Who else in the building, man? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody that wants to be acknowledged. Everybody else is in the bushes. That's cool too, man. You can be in the bushes. Okay. Why are we talking about this? Clarence, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on, Clarence? Why are we having this show? We're having this show because let me set the stage for you. I did a show with Black Man Unfiltered. Well, he was on my show. I didn't do the show specifically with him in mind, but Black Man Unfiltered was, he came on the show, right? I don't have no problem with Black Man Unfiltered. I never had a problem with him, you know what I mean? As far as I saw him as trying to do something to me. Some of my team was like, Clarence, you better keep an eye on Black Man Unfiltered. I was like, I know, but I'm trying to get him to turn the corner. You know what I mean? But one of my crew in particular was like, man, this dude is gonna get you, man. Not one, I would say three of them. They was like, this dude is gonna get you, Clarence. It's just a matter of, it ain't if he gonna get you, it's when. He's gonna bite you, right? They said, leave him alone. But I was like, no, see, he's a good dude, and you know, I think, if we just sit down and have an honest conversation, we could at least, maybe we won't agree on everything, but, at least there'll be respect there. Uh-uh. and especially one of my crew is like, I ain't gonna even say what he's, because y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. But one of us is like, Clarence, you in La La Land, man. You in La La Land, man. Get out of La La Land. But I tried to treat the brother with utmost respect. I tried to treat the brother right. I don't know what I did to have him put me out there where his followers would want to disrespect me. I don't know what I did. But let me set the stage for y'all, man. So anyway, we originally on Sunday was talking about who people gonna vote for, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, and why. What are the reasons why? I was just trying to see what, usually they have debates, right? They have successfully tucked Kamala Harris away so she can't debate anything until the 11th hour, right? Smart move, because she don't know what the hell she's talking about. But so that was a smart move for her camp. So I was just asking everybody, okay, since we ain't having a debate, what are the things that y'all think we should be looking at? And what are the things that you are looking at to make you say, I'm gonna vote for Trump or Kamala Harris, right? So that was the conversation, right? That was the conversation. That was the show what we was having. Now, Black Man Unfiltered came on and kind of got us off topic, talking about when I said, talking about the holes and everything, right? And so I said, hey, so this is where it all started from. I asked the brother not to address women as hoes, Black women in particular, as hoes. I said, please don't address them like that. I said, they may be doing that behavior, but that's not their nature. They're not naturally like that. That something has happened to them to alter their thinking process that makes that look like a good option to them, right? And so, but he, and so what ended up happening was we was trying to have a discussion, but I already had a topic. I didn't want to go down that road. I wanted to stay on the topic that we was talking about, which was Kamala or Trump, right? So I was trying to get him back on the topic. He wanted to stay on it. So I said, hey, look, why don't we just have this conversation later, you and I, right? And, I never got a response to that, but obviously he invited me, right? He sent me an email. Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. This man didn't tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay, so the man sent me an email saying, hey, I'm having that show about the hoes and all that. Can you come over? So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, but in the email, and I could pull it up, the email, I didn't say to him, hey, you better only have 4 people on the show. I said, I said, I would prefer. Is that me telling him to do something? I didn't tell him to do nothing. I said, I would prefer if it's only 4 people. Why, Clarence? Why? Because when it's 4 people, you can have a lot. People have time to formulate their perspectives, and things don't get run. When you got 10 people on the panel, it usually is 8 or 9 of them attacking one. That's typically what's going on. So you never really get to hear the person, the one person that's trying to have the differential opinion, right? You never really get, that person really never gets to connect the dots, because all these other people jump in on them all the time, right? Oh, Sean said, I got intimidated emails. I guess I do, man. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can bring this up, man. Let me see if I can bring this up. Okay, yeah, let me see if I'm going to do this. No, I don't want to put his email out there. I ain't going to put his email out there, man, but I'm going to tell you, I'll read it. So, and if I'm lying, he could put it out there. He'll let him put it out there. I said, good evening. No, he said, good evening to me. This is August 12th. Good evening. I'm inviting you to the show title we have talked about tomorrow, Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Here is the link for tomorrow's show. And he has the link. He says, see you tomorrow. I responded to him. I'm willing. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm willing to, but I would prefer. I would prefer. I never said I wasn't coming on. I never said that. I said I would prefer. I said I would prefer to have a max of 4 people on the panel. I don't want to try to talk over 9 other people, please. I even said please, right? This is his response to me. Okay, no problem. You won't have to. This is not the barbershop. Okay, let's look at how many people that's on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And with me, it would have been 9. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now, I just read to you the email where he said he wasn't going to do this. Right? But he did it anyway. Some people lie for lying, man. I don't know why. Just say I'm going to do it. Hey, Clarence, I'm going to do it my way. This is my platform. This is my mat. This is my, this is how I do it. Either you coming or you're not coming. I would have been like, okay, I'm not coming. But I didn't even get a chance to do that. But I still would have came. But when I saw the setup like this, I would have said, hey, black man, thought you told me that you was only going to have 4 people on the platform. Or you the one said you was going to do that. Not me. You said, I agree to do that, right? I'll go back up to my email. The only reason why I'm not showing you the whole email is because I don't want to show you his email. I don't want to put him out there. I said, I'm willing. This is me returning his email. I'm willing to, but I would prefer to have a max of 4 people on the panel, period. I don't want to try to talk over 9 other people, please. This is his response to me. Okay. Now, when you say okay, that means you agree, right? Okay, no problem. He says, okay, no problem, which leads me to believe that he's going to make the adjustment that I asked for, right? He didn't have to do that, right? He could have just said, Clarence, no, man, this is how I do it. But he said, okay, no problem. He said, you won't have to. This is not barbershop. That's what he said. Then he proceeds the next 2 emails asking me, telling me to come on up or come on in or whatever, right? Now, I returned it to him on, yeah. I think, yeah, it was the 13th. It was the 13th. Right? Now, I sent him another email. I said, hey, black man, I have a prior NOI, Nation of Islam, engagement in Compton tonight. Let's do it on my platform on Thursday. Thanks. I forgot about this community meeting, this gang truce meeting that I was supposed to go to on behalf of the nation. I forgot about that. When I recognized that, I started getting ready for it, and I said, oh, man, I got to hit him up and tell him I ain't going to be able to make it. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you what he said. I'm going to show you what this dude said about me not making it. Where is it? All right, I know where it is. I know where it is, y'all. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Even my show, it's the BMU show that's running through my channels, and I'm at 653. So my goal of 1,000 looks attainable. So I just want to say thank you guys. Y'all are my therapy. You know, I could be right now crying over my godmother because I had a couple meltdowns today at work, but yeah, knowing that I was coming here tonight made me okay. So I'm good.
Okay, just let you know that all your prayers are with us. And
Thank you.
Okay. And last but not least, Mr. Trey, how are you, sir?
I'm well. Grace, my condolences. I was gonna make a Yankees joke, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
Oh, well, we're winning right now because I'm watching the game 4-1.
I'm gonna let you rock. Y'all had a tough night the other night, huh? So I'm gonna let
Shut
it go.
up. Keep it moving. Go ahead. I'm gonna get a nits on you.
Oh, don't do that. But
That's
no,
our gatekeeper.
I'm good. My daughter made it known that she wants to go to Six Flags this weekend, and she was not. She's a chip off the old block. She doesn't take no for an answer, and even when she hears the word no, she tries to find a way around the word no. So she made it known that she wants to go ride some rides this weekend. So I got to figure out how to work that into my schedule.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Thank you, Trey. Black Man Unfiltered. I know you over there working, man. But I still got to ask you, brother, how you doing?
You know, I'm sunshine, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. However, I'm here. Man, I'm ready to have a good show tonight. I think that I reached out to Brother Clarence because this was his conversation. And Brother Clarence says that he won't come on a panel unless it's 4 people.
Now, see, you see that lie right there. This is lie. That's the first lie. I read y'all the email. Did any of y'all hear me say I won't come on the panel unless it's 4 people? I said I would prefer if it's 4 people, right? But this Negro wanted to lie on me. And he kept on lying on me a whole night through, right? See, sometimes, man, people take your kindness for fucking being stupid, right? They think you, oh, man, Clarence, he's a nice guy, man, so, I'm going to just run up in him all the time. You got the wrong nigga right here. You got the wrong nigga right here. I keep, man, see, you playing yourself. You played yourself with me. Because I never disrespected you. I never came at you. But I never let nobody, man, I know, man, people want to come on my show and say things about you. I didn't allow it. I would never have allowed it. They was pissed at me. Why you looking out for him? But they kind of had a point, right? They kind of had a point. But sometimes, man, like I said, I'm a Taurus. I'm hard-headed. Sometimes I have to go through something to see it for myself. People can't tell me. Sometimes people can't tell me, and they mean well to telling me because they love me. So that's the first lie. He made it sound like I didn't come on the show because they had more than 4 people, which he said, y'all heard in email, he said he wasn't going to do it. Which one of us is lying? I never said I wouldn't come on the program. I said I would prefer it to be that way. Why? Because this is a sensitive topic. The topic about Black women and their virtuousness, that's a sensitive topic, man. That's a very complex topic. We can't just have 10 people throwing that around. We got to have serious conversation about that. And you ain't going to be able to do it with 10 people screaming at each other. In my opinion. One of us is lying. Anyway, that was I think one of the first lies he told. Clarence ain't cook. And let me see if I can show y'all this one. Let me show y'all this one. Okay. Because I sent him this too. So let me do this. Then let me do this. Okay. Can y'all see that? Okay. Can y'all see that? Ooh. Okay, can y'all see that? Okay. This is the gang summit. I sent a flyer because I knew I didn't want him to be on no bullshit. I said, Clarence just ain't coming. Nah, I forgot about this thing in Compton, this gang truce in Compton I had to go to. So I sent him the flyer just so he would know I was legit on that. Did he mention that? No. It wasn't the fact that you had more than 4 people on the panel. It was the fact that I had to go to this NOI meeting. I had to go to this NOI event, and I had forgot about it. And once it was brought to my attention that I had to go, that people was expecting me. I had to go. I had to get ready to go out there, right? I know, Rico, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to do it anyway. A couple of them at least. I'll show a couple of them. Right? Okay, so that's that. Let's get back to Black Man Unfiltered. Let's get back to Black Man Unfiltered.
On the panel.
Well,
Moving on. This is my show.
What happens at 4? What magic?
See, you trying to make it sound like I'm trying to strong arm him out of his show. No, I didn't. I gave you a request. All you had to do was say, no, we're not doing it that way, Clarence. I would have said, okay, well, then I don't feel like I can make a impact if, shout to Arshawn, I don't think I can make an impact if I can't, if it's going to be other than that. And we could have discussed it right there. I was still coming on based on what he said. Oh, okay, we ain't gonna do it that way. I was still coming on, but I still would have came on even if he would have jumped me with this situation. I still would have been on, and I would have said, hey, what about what I said before? If he would have said, well, nah, Clarence, this is my show. I ain't gonna do it that way. I would have said, okay, I'm gonna kick rocks. Hey, have a great show. Boom, out. No love lost. But I don't like when somebody try to portray me as a sucker. Buster ass niggas try to portray you as a sucker. Hey, yeah, okay, cool. Let's go through it.
Happens at 4.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess he feels like he'll be over talked, or it's too overwhelming to have the conversation with more than 4 people. But
how you gonna discuss? That's like, okay, Clarence, we're gonna have this discussion on integral calculus. We're gonna have all 10 of these people come up here and we'll discuss calculus. How the fuck? None of us gonna be able to get nothing accomplished because the other one will be jumping in. That was my perspective. I seen your show already. I know how it go. It just, anyway, I don't even want, I'm gonna leave it there. But no, man, you played the wrong fool. You played the wrong cat this time. Played the wrong cat this time. So I'm just gonna let it out. I'm just gonna leave you alone. Leave me alone. I'm not gonna come over to your channel. You don't need to come over to mine. Let's just step away from each other. But I'm showing you why. I tried to be as respectful to you as possible. I tried to always extend a hand out to you. I always have my hand out in friendship. And you was always doing this type of bullshit to me. And people was telling me. But I was just like, oh man, get a brother a chance. Okay. Now you done play me. This is the last time you playing me. This is the last time I'm gonna play your content. As long as it ain't saying nothing about me. Now, if you put up some content about me, then I might play it to make sure you ain't lying on me. But I don't let nobody lie on me. I'm not gonna just let you lie on me. So that's the first lie. He say, oh, Clarence didn't come on the program because, he only want 4 people on the platform. That's true. I did only want 4 people, but that's not why I didn't come on the platform. I didn't come on the platform because I had to go to that gang summit in Compton. I even sent him that same flyer that I showed y'all. I sent him that flyer. Okay, y'all, let's continue.
Moving on. All right. Can't come to another man's house and tell him to move his furniture. So I want to have this conversation, but I want to get everybody some thoughts on the conversation tonight. When he said sisters are not whores, they're just misguided, what comes to your mind? We go.
I didn't say that. And I'll give you $500 when you show me, you go back in that thing and show me where I said that sisters are not whores, they're just misguided. I said we should not address them as whores, whether they doing it or not. I said they're doing that because they misguided. That's what I said. I never said they weren't out there doing that kind of work. And I mean the small percentage that's out there doing that. Most of our sisters ain't out there whoring. They all been misguided because we all been in this this wicked society. But most of our sisters ain't out there whoring. They're not out there doing that. Most of our sisters are respectable women. But okay, I guess this group says no. Okay, good. You know what? Well, I'm not even gonna do that. Let me back up. Come on, bro C. Come on, bro C. You know, our women are just involved in some things where they just don't see the outcome. They think the outcome's gonna be different than the reality of it. Reality of the outcome is that's gonna be hard on them if they participate in stuff, but they think, I'm participating, things are gonna work out good. They don't know. Anyway, that's my opinion. But the second lie he told is that I said that our sisters are not whores, they're just misguided. I don't see when I say they're not whores, and I never said that by the way, but I can appreciate that statement because they're not whoring because that's in their DNA. That's who they are. That's not who they are. That's not who they are. They've been altered by their contact with Europeans that wanted to enslave them and the weirdo ideas they had. You can't go back to Africa and find whores nowhere. No, you can't really. Well, let me rephrase that. You can't go back before contact with the Caucasian and find that, or the Arab and find that. You can find that with societies like the Egyptians and a few others that had contact with the Caucasian. They'll have that type of stuff in their history. But you go back before the Caucasian or the Arab is around, you don't find that stuff out there. You learned how to do that when you came in contact with the Arab and the Caucasian that wanted to sell you in slavery. Yeah, man, you're right, Patrice. They will. Okay, so that's the second lie. I didn't say that our sisters don't be involved in stuff like that. I said that we as their family, we shouldn't be addressing them as whores, right? We shouldn't address them as whores. Not us, the regular rank and file brother. And if God want to come down and say, that's God. But that's not us. We ain't got no business. How you gonna judge somebody, call them a whore? There you are looking at prawn or beating your wife or overeating. Gluttony is a sin too. Gluttony is a sin too. Greediness is a sin too. But you can call somebody a hoe? Come on, man. You got the evidence of your undisciplined lifestyle hanging all off of you. But you're going to call this person just because they got the evidence of their lifestyle all around them, you're going to call them a whore. I don't get that. I don't get that. And I don't have to get it. I ain't got to get it no more. I'm not even going, like I said, I'm gonna do like y'all said about me. I'm not gonna deal with nobody like that. If you ain't for the upliftment of our people, fuck you, nigga. Fuck you. And fuck you and everybody that down with you. You ain't for the upliftment of our people. Let's put you over here in the white supremacy category, and when shit go down, we treat you the same way. Well, Sister Annie, I decided that based upon all the insults that I heard, all the lies that I heard, there's nothing to discuss. We don't have nothing to discuss. It's just me coming out here saying, "Hey, I'm pulling back. I'm done." he's obviously don't care nothing about me and how, you know, how he represented me. So I don't care nothing about how I'm representing him. I'm not here to insult the man. I don't want to insult the man, but you know, I told y'all I might get a little triggered here because I don't like people lying on me. Yes, ma'am, I understand. I'm gonna try to do better. Sister Annie. But I can't promise nothing now. I'm a Taurus. Yeah. Okay, so the man lied on me again, right? Okay, here we go.
Go around real quick. Tell me what you think, and then we'll go into the video. We'll break this video down. We'll start with you, Take Heed.
So now let me tell you about Take Heed. So Take Heed, at first she's agreeing with me. And then I guess she looked around the room and said, whoop, I better get back on the good foot. And she had to switch reels, right? Watch.
Don't be surprised. You know we coming to you first. Stop playing.
Absolutely.
I don't really know what to say. Because is she misguided? You know, maybe she's misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? It could be that she is, you know, misguided or misunderstood, you know.
Is that in agreement with what I said? I said that the black woman has been misled. She's been arped, beaten, and all kind of wicked stuff done to her to get her to roll with this wicked program that is going on over here. She never really had a solid chance with her man being able to protect her, saying, no, I refuse to be that way, without death being the price to pay, right? Here she is saying the same thing.
That she giving that pussy to everybody. I don't know. You know? She happy giving that pussy away. Okay, so I don't know. You know?
Oh, by the way, might want to put the kids away for this one.
Now let me stop lying. Listen.
So she looked around the room and said, uh-oh. The benefactors ain't factoring. So I gotta change up. I gotta bring it, I gotta toe the line here. So this is when she starts switching up and towing the line, when she looked around the room and said, uh-oh, the guys ain't happy with me here.
I was trying to get it. I thought it was working a little bit. The problem is that when we get out here and we don't know our worth, when you don't know your worth, you will get into some foolery when you don't know your worth. Especially if you're not raised in the house properly as well. Now, check this out. Some women can come from a good home and still be a hoe. Yeah, she just nasty. She a nasty hoe. You got the nasty hoe, you got the chicken hoe, you got the bottom hoe, and the top hoe. Okay? So women can come and be different type of hoes. I don't believe being misunderstood, because sometimes women will get in here and be married and say, I'm lonely, and your daddy coming over to do the jobs that you want to do. Y'all remember that video? The daddy was coming over just taking out the garbage. And she thought it was okay to slang that pussy to daddy, that nasty wolf pussy to daddy, while her husband was at work on the road. So is she misguided? She a grown woman. Is she misguided?
Okay. So just because you're a grown woman, that means you can't be misguided. You can't be off the program, right? Let off the reservation, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they misguided from the jump. Instead of the love for God being their ultimate goal is attention. because they were trying to because the devil replaced their made them think that the attention they get from men is similar to what God would give them. Come on, man, talk back to me. You're exactly right. They're the ones pushing, and this dude is the one. BMU is the one pushing the Christian agenda, quote unquote, quote unquote. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Now I'm gonna save us time because these three sisters agree with me. They agreed with me. Go back and look at it for yourself. They agreed with me. They agreed with me. But let's get to where they started roasting me. Not all of them. Everybody didn't do it, but there's a few that did. So let's get to that point, man. But I just want to make it clear: the sisterhood agreed with me. Okay, let's get to where. Let me see. Did I get? Okay, one. Let me see, because I wrote them down here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Come on, y'all. Here we go. All right. So this is gonna be another time when he lied on me again. Here we go.
Go ahead.
I just so before we move, I want to get to
Black man, you gotta find the one where he said he don't want his kids to go to school with black kids.
Yeah,
That's what
he
you
got
gotta find.
somebody, man. He's on the steps right there.
That one he's repeating something. He's reading something. But there is that's not his actual word, but it is his actual words of him saying he didn't want
That's
his
a
kids
good
to go
point.
to school with black
Good point, Arshawn.
with black kids.
Wow, but we need to find it and have a show about that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you. Thank you so much, Lost in Translation, for
You're welcome, sir.
showing the young. Imagine that Donald Trump running for president right now. Woo, that'd be over. But thank you for that those wonderful words.
Helping y'all favorite Democrats, the
Yeah.
Rainbow Push Coalition before the rainbow got pushed into something else that we don't recognize.
I would like to see how much Joe Biden donated to that cause with Jesse Jackson. That's a story for another. We got to do a little research. Okay, so here we go. I want to play this. This video is I am on the panel with Brother Clarence, and he tried to sun me a little bit, and he said, I'll just let you guys hear it. Here we go.
See, I ain't gonna prove it. I'm not gonna give you no evidence. I'm just gonna walk you to the door, and I want you to see it the way I see it. I'm gonna walk you down this path, and I'm gonna set you up, and then I'm gonna let you say it. I'm gonna set you up for the result I want. Then I'm gonna leave you alone. Then I'm gonna pull my hands back, as the Quran said. I'm gonna put my hands behind my back, right? But I set the whole thing up. Arshawn said, "Let me hear." I sunned him. Let me see. Let's see how I sunned him. Well, black man, please don't call our sisters hoes, man. Please. Now this is where everything kicked off. I said, please don't call them. He was like, hey, y'all ain't hoes. I said, brother, please don't call them hoes. I never said they wasn't out there doing that type of business. I said, please don't address them that way. And that's when everything kicked off. Please.
Are they not?
They misled. They are misled.
Oh, they misled. Oh, okay.
They are misled.
Oh, okay. So don't call deadbeat dads deadbeats. They misled.
Now, what the F deadbeat dads got to do with us calling our sisters hoes? Right? We talking about one thing. This nigga fly off and jump in a jet and go over to Brazil and start talking about something else, right? I'm like, dude, we talking about this right now. Let's finish this conversation. Then you want to start talking about other stuff. You go there. But it's, once again, another distraction. Another distraction. Another, what do you call that? Conflation. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
You done had your 45 minutes. Let's get this straightened.
But
need a
hey,
straightening.
Rico, I still got to go through it because he's still telling lies.
Okay, I'm
All
gonna
right, so you're gonna have to be happy. You got to sit tight.
I'll sit tight, and I got timestamps for you. I put them in the chat.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Okay, let me get a couple
But you
things
didn't
here.
son them by saying please. That was crazy.
I mean, man, come on, dude. But this is like I said, you gotta, and I was told. I'm gonna say it like that. I ain't put nobody's name out there, but I was definitely told to leave this brother alone. But
I told your ass. I told your ass repeatedly. I told you 1,000 fucking times. You wouldn't listen. I told you there's nothing fucking good coming out of this shit. Leave them niggas alone. Don't put my name out though. He told you.
Yeah. Rico, not only Rico, but other people too. They told me, man. He said, "Hey, man, this brother gonna get you, brother. He's gonna get you. So don't keep playing with him." Anyway, what was I? What did he say here? Oh, I tried to son him. Okay, here we go. No, I'm not saying deadbeat dad. How did you jump from Amber Rose? Jump from Megan Thee Stallion to a deadbeat dad?
Okay, hold on. Hoes are not. I'm saying men are not hoes.
We talk about calling our sisters hoes.
Okay,
that's what we talking about.
Well, men are not dogs. They just mislead.
See, here we go again. Men are not dogs. They just mislead. We wasn't talking about men. We talking about you calling women hoes, calling black women hoes. That's what the conversation has switched to.
It wasn't even a conversation. It was a simple request.
Man,
that's all it was.
That's all it was. All you gotta say is,
simple request.
Clarence, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna leave. Right?
That's it. It was a simple request. I don't know how a simple request turned into this level of disrespect.
Well, when you, like I said, man, when you think that you can
do that shit and get away with it.
Yeah,
your
you think somebody's soft. You think you go and you taking somebody's kindness for softness, and you gonna do so. You ain't gonna do stuff like that. Shout out to the intellectual soapbox. Yeah, you gonna do that stuff like that, Vaughn. Vaughn, are you with it? Oh, Vaughn must be doing something.
But it was like I said, I'm glad I had. So I went and I watched it in order. I was like, it was just a simple request.
Yeah.
We don't want to describe. You can think of them as hoes. You can feel like they're hoes. I'm not telling you not to believe they're hoes. Right. I'm just asking here on this platform, it's a bad look for us to be addressing these women as hoes.
Yeah, we ain't gonna allow you to do it. We ain't gonna allow you to do it.
Right. And it's the wrong thing to do. So I don't think there was.
You're right, Rico. That's the number one thing. It's the wrong thing to do. Right. So, but let's continue. Vaughn, are you there? Or are you busy? Okay, Vaughn's still busy. Yeah. All right, let's continue with this because we got a lot of ground to cover, Rico. Yeah. Well, you can take that up with the people that call men dogs and all that. I'm taking this up with you because I know our sisters have been misled and they use other sisters like this sister right here, Miss Megan Thee Stallion, to mislead them based on the good point that you made. Why would you? What you think you're gonna do with a 40,000 with a what do you call it, health degree, as opposed to shaking and twerking on stage? Okay, earlier he had made a good point on the broadcast. He said that Megan Thee Stallion figured out that he said she got a BA degree, right? BS degree in healthcare or whatever. He said she figured out that twerking on stage, she can make 40 million instead of 40,000. This is what he said on the original broadcast, original broadcast.
So what was the good point about that dumb shit?
The good point was he was backing up my point. He didn't know it, that they get misled. They get to thinking, well, hey,
but
she
that's
did
not. This is where, even for the root of it, it starts to me, where all of this misogyny and these people get in their heads, right? This is where all this misogyny and this manosphere red pill fucked up thinking. Megan Thee Stallion is an entertainer. Whether you like her style of entertainment or not, that is up to everybody's choosing. Clearly, we all know entertainment business will pay you more than what you went to school for. I don't care what it is. So to create this notion like she's an outlier that decides to, hey, I'd rather capitalize on the millions of dollars I can make through entertainment. If they paid motherfuckers to be jugglers $10 million, we all be tossing balls up.
Yeah, that's the point, Rico. That's the point.
But my point is, if this is where that misogyny exists, he puts it out. This is where the women are hoes, women are hoes, women are hoes. Their choices and their decisions have to always even though it's a good sound decision. As a man, I wish my fucking wife could sing and twerk her ass. I'd be driving her to concerts.
Rico, stop.
Because it's a sound business decision. It's crazy how they sit there and they want to take away the sexual autonomy from these young women. They want to take away, they have, as men, we have no fucking right. If you don't like it, make sure yours don't. But I have no right to police Meg's life. I don't.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. I've just got to tell it from my perspective. You know, I think it would be better. I think family wise, it would be better if we had a different look. That's my opinion. But even I know, just like I was telling about everybody else, she's been misled.
But that's like everything in life. You look for a family-oriented person. And let me tell you something, black folks. If y'all look to Meg Thee Stallion, Quavo, or any other fucking celebrity to be your political magnet, you're already lost. You're already lost. Meg is not a political magnet. And the only thing, like I said a million times, is these celebrities, especially like these rappers and singers and things like that, they typically speak to a demographic that don't even vote anyway. They speak to young people who vote at a very low rate. So they don't care about her shaking her ass. I bet you she was shaking her ass at the Republican convention and wouldn't care.
I would say this, Rico.
She didn't shake her ass for them.
Let me say this, Rico. I think that they will vote, but they don't need a lot of information. Like the Republican side, I think they will usually try to get a little more information on especially an older voter. They're gonna try to get a little more information about what's going on. Whereas the younger vote,
but it's not.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying but they're going after.
Right. I'm just saying it's generational. And at the end of the day, celebrities speak. What I just hate that this is all they do is they're pushing this narrative. This is what's wrong with the totality of black people, because what an entertainer who speaks to maybe 10% of the population that don't fucking vote anyway. But they use this to take her image and to paint every black woman is doing what she's doing.
Now I agree with you on that one.
Untrue.
I agree with you on that. I definitely agree with you on that.
That's what they're doing. And I don't even see what she's doing that's so fucking wrong. But I know that most of them are not doing it.
Right. Well, like I said.
Well, let me just say,
go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. You know, it's unfortunate that we have to have these type of conversations. You know, oftentimes I look at these streams and these brothers get on these streams and they're very adamant about, degrading and bringing black women down. You see, I just don't understand the motivation at times. I just really don't. It's like you spend hours on a platform full of niggas and all you can find to do is just talk about black women all the time. Come on, man. It's got to be something else worthy of talking about. You spend more time pointing out others' imperfections, but you don't spend hours talking about what you need to change about yourself. Try that sometimes. You see what I'm saying? Instead of looking out the window, look into the mirror. Talk about yourself. Let a man examine himself. So I get sick and pissed off when I see streams like this, and I will comment more on it later. But just the mere disrespect, the pure disrespect that is showcased, man, it's terrible. I digress.
And what's worse is they take offense that you don't have the same disrespect for black women that they have. Nigga, how can't you hate these black bitches like I do? I'm like, what? What? You know you're supposed to hate these black bitches as much as I do. No, I don't. No, I don't. I love them. I don't give a fuck. And they've been through no more trauma than I've been or anyone else. It's not even a trauma contest. Motherfucker, heal yourself and move on. It is insane. And the fact that they sit here, I agree with one thing I heard Uncle Rich say, everybody don't need to have a microphone in a fucking camera.
Agreed.
They don't. They don't. I've told you before, I've even told black men, I think your show, your content has zero fucking value. There is nothing of good of it because this stream is symbolic of every other stream 4 or 5 times a week. And he came up, oh, have you seen my show on it? Have you seen my show on it? No, but I saw this shit. I saw this one. And this one right here. I wouldn't give a fuck if you did 500 other good shows. This one washed it all away. Even to the point where you attack even one of your, let me say this, I don't even know if this woman will see it. I don't know her. But Miss Anissa, if you're in the sound of my voice, I, on behalf of black men with some fucking sense, apologize to you for the way you were treated. Because whether they disagreed with you or not, it shouldn't have took 4 or 5 black men to bully you when you weren't being disrespectful. And I watched it and I watched you be I don't know how you can continue to go up there.
Man, I can't even.
That's your choice. But whether you are okay with them or not, that's fine. I ain't no wedge to come between nobody. I'm just saying, as a black man, you didn't deserve that disrespect.
No, not at all.
Couldn't have been my family.
Exactly. And you know, when you look at someone who purposely makes mockery and scoffs at your good-heartedness, what does it say about that individual's character? You see what I'm saying? Instead of building and you got network in your name, you know, instead of trying to be unified, but we're witnessing the opposite. You see what I'm saying? This brother that was on the panel told this sister to shut the F up.
Yeah.
She was speaking.
Yeah.
And see, I look at the content creator at that point. So you mean you had absolutely nothing in you to guard the sister that's on your panel that took her time to be a panelist on your show?
Yeah. And that's what's crazy, Vaughn. I'm like, we're going to set Pro C to the side for a moment. I'm watching the people that was on the panel get shitted on and disrespected.
Yeah.
I listened to you motherfuckers tell R-Pain that him and his wife was a failure with what he did with his daughter.
Come on now.
That's in college.
I don't even know why R-Pain is a smart dude. I don't even know why he goes over there.
I was like, what? Because your daughter didn't. This is and I'm not making this shit up, because his daughter ain't found a husband yet after being in a relationship for 3 years. I'm like, you motherfuckers are crazy.
Crazy.
And literally, Trey, don't know you either. No disrespect, but I'm gonna have to say that shit you said about not wanting kids to be self-reliant is the stupidest motherfucking shit I ever heard. So I'm gonna take that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, because she's a woman. She needs to go to college. And these are your words, not mine. Your daughter need to go to college and find a husband. But she don't need to be self-sufficient, because that was our pain. Was like, I'm teaching my daughter to be self-sufficient, right? So she can be able to take care of herself. But according to Trey and them, him and his wife was a failure for doing that for his daughter. They should have just sent her to get a fucking man, right? So now when she finds a husband, get married, that covering shit. And again, y'all know y'all thumpers. I'm not a thumper. So if I say anything to cross over in y'all language, right? So this covering shit that I guess you're just supposed to want to grow up and just get under a man and fuck your own self. So my question is, you married, you got 3 kids, and this motherfucker have a heart attack or get hit by a bus. Now you're fucking useless with 3 kids. Do you see how the idea that you are telling, and you guys are sitting here on this space telling me that you, and these women preaching this stupid shit. It is stupid to tell adults to be dependent on other people with no independence in this world. You should not be self-sufficient. You just need the covering of a man. So when your man dies, get sick, leave your ass, whatever all the shit that you grown ass men know happen and occur, normally you basically threw your child out in the world to be fucking useless.
Well, see here, there's a thing, Rico. Me personally, I don't listen to people that can't make their own advice work in their life. Hey, you can't make your own advice work, then don't tell me.
It don't work because it don't make no fucking sense.
Yeah, don't tell me how to do it. If you ain't got your daughters all married in the college and you ain't got no wife and you ain't got, then don't tell me about a wife.
I wouldn't even care if it worked or didn't work. It makes no sense. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
At least it would be able to be explored if you had some results.
So you got Payne there who literally says, I sent my daughters to college to get an education to become self-sufficient, to be able to take care of themselves. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Right?
But in their mindset, not if it's a girl. Not if it's a girl. If it's a girl, you just go to school to get a fucking husband. You that's it. And that was what Trey preached, and that's what Black Man and Les whatever, they all backed it up. This is when they were dogpiling on R-Pain. Calling him and his wife a fucking failure. Their daughter not having found a husband or not getting married because the 3-year relationship didn't work out. I'm like, and Anissa was trying to tell him, that's life.
Yeah, stuff don't work out sometimes.
Shit gonna happen. And to tell her at 25 because she hasn't got a husband by now, and of course coming to women, she should be married by now. I'm like, you motherfuckers are crazy. You are insane. It's insanity.
It definitely is. I was just disappointed with that whole situation. Usually I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But when it shows you who it is, then you need to believe it. And we use this title friend very loosely. You see what I'm saying? Because people present themselves as one thing, but in actuality, they're wolves in sheep's clothing, ready to stab you right in your back as soon as you turn around.
But
you see what I'm saying? Man,
I know you heard the part where Black Man called Anissa. He said, "You old hoes ain't checking these young bitches and all that." When he exploded on her, I was like, "What?"
Listen, it's totally unnecessary. You see what I'm saying? To conduct ourselves this way, especially when it comes to each other.
I think that's a stream that I would suggest any of them and all of them to sit down and quietly watch back themselves and tell me they're fucking proud of their performance. Tell me their performance, what that entire performance was an abject failure and a fucking embarrassment to Black people. That's what that performance was. Now, a smart person would watch it, look back at it, hear the things they said, the way they said it, and how they performed, and would try to correct and recalculate because they would hear it. And I know sometimes when we do these lives, we don't hear ourselves when we speak. But what I always do, and I suggested it to you, bro, and everybody else, I'm like, when these streams are over, go back and watch them. I'm going to go back and rewatch this one and listen to myself and say, hey, did I say something wrong? Did I go too far? Did I this, that, whatever? Yeah. I seriously doubt it, but I try to because I know everything I say is not right. It's not always perfect. It could have been said in a better way. But that I don't expect any change because that's not the first time they've done this.
Yeah.
This is the
well,
fifth
hey,
time they've done it to you.
Right. Well, it's the last time they did to me. So Rico, we got to get moving. Vaughn, we got to get moving, man. Vaughn, you had something to say real quick before I get back to the video. Vaughn?
Go ahead and go. He'll jump in when he's back.
He'll jump back. All right, here we go. That is the magic trick that they use to engulf our sisters into that type of lifestyle or thinking I'm the one too. I can do what she does too, right? So a lot of our sisters get caught up in that kind of lifestyle, thinking that the more attention they're gonna get, there's gonna be someone that's gonna give them the great nod and say, I'm gonna throw all this money at you, right? The Oprah Winfrey, when King World said, you know what, tomorrow, you sign this today, tomorrow you're gonna be richer than you ever thought of in your dreams, right? They think that band is out there for all of them, but it's not. He's not. But they misled.
No, they're delusional.
You don't believe our sisters are misled?
No, sir. I think because you know why? You know why they're not misled? Because God is showing us right now.
Okay, so either our sisters come out the womb wanting to be hoes, you're right, in Mills, they are setting those girls up for abuse and treatment and mistreatment. If you're gonna tell your daughter, just go to college so you can find a husband, that's your goal. That's your ultimate goal. What happened if your husband divorced you? Then what?
Not
what
ultimate, if only goal.
Wait a minute. What if the husband get hit by a bus?
I mean, that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, so if your only goal is to get a husband and not prepare yourself to take care of yourself in this life, that's stupid. You're literally sending your daughter to college with their hands tied behind their back. But
become a dependent and a child to another.
There you go. To
stop being your dependent and become someone else's dependent.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
She's not even being a helpmate, because a helpmate is sufficient, is self-sufficient. You know what I'm saying, right? So they talk about, the woman ain't supposed to be a part. She's supposed to be a helpmate. Well, my helpmate needs to be self-sufficient.
Well, let's let Vaughn get in here. Vaughn, go ahead, because we got to get to this video, man. We got so much to cover here.
No, I just wanted to say that. Sorry about the interruption there. I had a little bit of background noise. I just didn't want to put it on the stream. So, but yeah, man, go ahead and finish with the video.
All right, man. Let's get back to it, man, because we got a lot of points to hit.
God is allowing these women to be straight up and honest with us, and they're getting on these platforms. They're creating YouTube channels, and even in real life, women are saying, "I like being a hoe." This is what they're saying out their mouth.
What? Okay, so I questioned him on that. He said, women are saying, I like being a hoe. And I tried to question him on, hey, what kind of person would say they want to be a hoe? Obviously somebody that has some issue, right? Rational person would say, I like being a hoe.
Let me tell you why.
That's weird right off the jump.
I understand. And I said, and I agree with you 1,000% that it is weird. But I heard a woman say the other day, I was at work. I slept with a guy at my job that was not my husband.
Okay, here's another deflection, right? We're talking about women in general. This dude picks out one woman in particular and said, this woman did this. Therefore, that substantiates my claim because this one person did it, right? I could say that black men are serial killers because they've killed so many black women, right? Because I found this one article or this other article that a black man killed a black woman, right? I could say that we're hunting them, right? I could take the Cynthia G perspective. I'm just saying, when you're talking about a cross section, you can't use one example to justify what you're saying about a cross section of people. Can't do that. That makes no sense. All right, let's continue.
And then I called my husband to come pick me up from work and went home and slept with him too. Yep. I know how to work this thing. I know that's not misled. That's making the decision. You're making a decision.
You're making a decision.
May I interject? May I interject?
Hold on, Marcus. Let me make this point and you could go in there. See, men do the same thing. So I'm not saying and sometimes a man ain't looking to do that, but he just his desires catch him up and makes him go down this road of foolishness. And I'm saying our sisters, they do the same thing. They get caught up and they go down this road of foolishness, man. That doesn't mean they ain't misled. Of course they're misled, because what person would want to be that type of person if their mind was right? But that's my point. Let me let Marcus get in there, and then anybody else that wants to challenge Black Man on that, I definitely was going to challenge him on that one. All right, go ahead, Mark.
One more thing I want to add to what you were saying when you said they were misled, which is interesting. So when we look at our people, which is embarrassing to even say this, but unleashing of babies, so you can know this on your own. You don't have to listen. I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to go research this on your own. It'll blow.
I will.
Yeah,
I will if you give me a chance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Can you pause that for
Do you
a
believe that? Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I think it's important. I don't know if everybody watched your stream, but at that point right there, Black Man said some of the most egregious shit I have ever heard about Black women. It was completely, yeah, exactly, Miss Mills. It was just, the abject fucking stupidity that you must have, because he started by saying, the statement was, and you go back and Bro C live and watch it. He said, Black women, he said our women, so I don't know if he said exactly Black, but we knew from the conversation he was inferring strictly Black women, right? Because he don't know no other fucking Black women, right? We're leading the world, right? Not the country. They were leading the world in every negative statistic category. That's the word he used, same thing. So he said Black women was leading the world in every negative category, all of them. Then he proceeded to name some of them. STDs, untrue. Domestic violence, untrue. Child abuse, untrue. I gotta look at my notes to see if I missed any. And these are the ones he named, but of course he was saying there were many more others that, and everything negative about Black women, everything negative, period. Black women were the world leaders in it, and he claimed it to be a fact.
Right.
I was like, this nigga fucking crazy. I don't know if he crazy, stupid, or both. Because all of that was wrong. But see, that's the sort of rhetoric that goes out in his platform. And I don't care. I do care, but it's nothing I can do about it. And so many people will let that shit go unchecked, unchallenged, and it spreads. That shit becomes like COVID, and you can't kill the dumb shit. And because you know what? He was somewhere in a dumbass space like his, where he picked that shit up from.
Yeah.
He picked it up from a dumbass space, and he came and he decided, I'm gonna regurgitate this fuckwad shit.
I think it's the Kevin Samuels, that type of rhetoric, man.
All you hear, even Kevin Samuels had the sense enough to leave it in the country. Even he wasn't dumb enough to say the world. And even he wasn't dumb enough to say that they led in everything. So it was like, this is so fucking stupid. And it's outright lie and untrue. And it's one of 100 lies that he started over here and then he took over to his platform. Lie after lie after lie that I wouldn't bother to debunk, because they're not going to fucking accept it.
That's what I'm saying, Rico. They're not going
to accept it, but I know just how goddamn stupid they are.
Yeah. So what we got to do is, like you were saying, like you have been telling me from the beginning, just don't talk to somebody like that, man. You know, he's not gonna change. He's gonna do what he wants to do. And then, and then on top of that, now he's gonna be disrespectful because he looks at you as a person to be able to be disrespected. That's just don't tolerate it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's not happening no more. I was had my hand out in friendship. I was trying to be, a brother. I was trying to be that way, even though I saw the little signs of the stuff you were saying, but I just was trying to be a brother, because I've been a brother where I didn't have my mind right, but I was trying to be that brother. But you know, some people, man, you got to leave. You got to
But
leave with the water,
I
man.
can
You gotta
understand the
leave it.
difference between, like you said, someone just being in a bad place and not being aware of what they're doing or what they think, as opposed to somebody that they're willfully
Yes.
being mean and nasty. Like it's no misunderstanding. And the bottom line is the words that he used when he talk about black women, he know that they're hurtful. He know that they're harmful. Right. He knows all of that shit. So, you know, his word choice is filled with venom. It's meant to debase, demean, and demoralize just black women, to single out, punch down, and shit on black women in the worst way.
Agreed.
And you know what's really crazy about it too? What's really crazy about it too is this. You know, you don't offer any information to be helpful to this black woman that you despise, that you criticize all the time. You see, what is the solution? You know what I'm saying? Do you have any programs? Do you have any information that you could put out there? Do you have any encouraging words, you know, for individuals to take their lives and change it and turn it around? You know, but all you can really find to do is just degrade. You see, God is going to put a stop to all of that. You know,
but
we are all God's people now.
You know what the problem is, Ron?
When you decide to continue to put your mouth on God's people, you see what I'm saying? Regardless of their idiosyncrasies, regardless of their shortcomings, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell therein. You see what I'm saying?
But Von,
focus on yourself.
You know what the problem is? Is that these these descriptions of the problem of black women, they're not even true. So what I will say, just to give this one teeny tiny micro kernel of an olive leaf, I will say some of the things that they talk about exist in a small proportion of women, black, white, Asian, indigenous. There is a vein of women who traffic in poor choices and poor decisions and so forth. There's an equal measure of men who do the same thing, whether it's the same poor choices or different. And what they tend to do is they go out and they seek these outliers and use them to paint a broad swath of people, which is utter bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because they have nothing else to talk about. They can't even properly describe or diagnose the problem. So you know they don't have any fucking solutions. The way I look at it is this. I specifically, like I told Bro C the other day, I said it's sort of like, you know, if I went to you, Vaughn, and I said, yeah, I did a diagnosis. I found out you got liver disease. Now I'm gonna give you this medicine. So I've identified the problem. What is the diagnosis? I've given you the medicine, right? So they say black women is the problem, right? With their behavior. And here's the medicine where they need to act this way, bow down, get on your knees, let me lead, all that dumb shit, right? What's the third part that they leave out the equation? They got the diagnosis, they got the solution. What's missing, Vaughn? The causes. Every condition has a cause.
And I'll tell you what else is missing. Love.
Right, but what I'm saying...
You don't have a love for the black woman.
Right, but listen what I'm saying. What I'm saying is...
Hold on, Rico, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
There's a hatred that's being spewed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
It's so evident. We can see it. We can hear it in your speech. Mm-hmm. You despise this black woman. Mm-hmm. You have absolutely nothing good to say about her. Mm-hmm. But yet your mama's black and your auntie's black. Mm-hmm. The saddest thing that I heard on that stream was a comment that someone made. I don't know if it was Black Men Unfiltered, but they said the most unsafe place in the world is the womb of a black woman. The womb of a black woman is the most unsafe place in the world. But yet your black ass came from the black womb. I don't get that. I don't get it.
Yeah, you're right. Minus that vessel, you wouldn't be here. Because your ass didn't come out of a black man. You came out of a black woman. But the reason why I sit there and say the cause is missing, because when I see, their ideology, they speak to the diagnosis, the problem, the black woman. They speak to the solution, let me lead, submit, 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 submit. Black woman, you the problem. The answer, submit, submit, submit. They want them to completely ignore the causes of the disease, the shit that black men has, because in that part, they are a big contributing factor. So if the doctor told me I got liver disease, he might give me medicine for my liver disease, and he might tell me to exercise and lose weight. You know what else he's gonna tell me to do? Stop fucking drinking the very shit that causes it. You see what I'm saying? I can't just look at my diagnosis and my solution without also having to hold into account what caused it in the first place. And that's the part they never want to address. They talk about where they say black women are and how they need to get better, but they don't say a goddamn thing about what got us here.
There you go.
Because they are a big part of that.
Nope.
They are a big part of how we got here.
But they always want to step over that.
Yes.
Well, and blame her for herself.
Yes. Which is what you were saying in the first place, which is part of the misguiding, which is part of the misled. A lot of these young women that are in a space of promiscuity, they've been misled by a goddamn man.
Yeah.
Through lies, deceits, promises of love, knock her ass up, then don't you? We know this.
Yes.
It's bullshit to say that these women got in this street
They don't
alone.
know. They don't want to accept it, Rico. They don't want to accept that.
No.
Because that's gonna break down their whole position. There's a book out there by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called Message to the Black Man in America. In this illuminating book, he said in that book, for every crazy woman you see out there on the street, there's a man out there that made it that way.
See?
There's a man out there that made it that way. Where it was the father diddling her when she was little, the uncle, cousin, brother, whoever. And a lot of black women, I said this before, a lot of black women, they take that on the chin, man. They don't want to put that person out there. Because even though that person is their tormentor, they love that person. They love their father. They love their uncle. They love their friend across the street. They love these people, man. And they don't want to put them out there. And so they don't say nothing.
And let's be clear here, because this is what they like to do, right? You can call me a panderer, a simp, blue. I don't give a fuck about all that shit. I got a wife and I get pussy as much as I can handle. But here's the whole point. No one's saying, you don't even see this being a space where we walk around, black women are perfect. They can never do no wrong. Nobody over here says that shit.
Right.
We don't do no show. I don't recall a single show we did. I mean, of course, we big up like C. Dolores Tucker, people who have done significant things, men and women. You're always talking about the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. So I'm like, we don't big up genders. We big up people who have done good things that are worthy of our respect and our admiration. We don't walk around big upping anything. By the same token, we're not over here in the space shitting on black men.
Right.
But this is a space where we're not going to shit on black women, and they're worthy and deserving of our respect as equals.
Right.
Flat out. They are worthy and deserving of our respect as equals, not as subordinates. They have as much to offer these conversations. They can lead some. They can follow some. It's not I got to listen to the man. No, sometimes I'll be like, bro, shut up. Let the women talk. Because this narrative because this is what it is. This is how they try to describe you without saying it. You a beta. This nigga always think, because they'll do it, you know. Oh, black women, because I think Uncle Ricky was, that nigga don't know what the fuck he talking about. He one of them niggas that think women can't do no wrong. I even heard the women say it. Like, no such thing. No, we do not believe that women cannot do no wrong.
We never said nothing like that, right?
Right. What we don't believe is they deserve. First of all, I don't subscribe to that shame shit. That's the stupidest shit. This shaming shit is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, and it doesn't work. Shame does not work. All shame does is build more resentment. And I'm not saying whether you do it or not doing it, this, that, whatever. But this narrative, now all of a sudden, we have hundreds of thousands of men who are literally putting 100% of their effort into doing one thing, just shaming people. That's it. They're just completely going through life. They're shaming men. They're shaming women. Shame. People who can't even shame people.
Brother Clarence.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick. Now, is there anything else about the video that we need to see or understand?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because I may have to go in a few. So I'm just trying to see.
Let me see.
Stick around and get through.
I just want to play the part that I was on, Yvonne.
Go ahead. I'll shut up.
This world, even though it has a physical plane, that there's a spiritual component. Shout out to to Yellow, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In every other group, racial group, because now you done broke it down to a racial group, right?
Yes.
By the way, Vaughn, I will address that, because I'm just saying that we shouldn't be calling her, like, we shouldn't be calling her. That's like if your mama's a hoe, you wouldn't call your mother a hoe, right?
Oh, definitely.
Somebody else is going to do that. Somebody else is going to do that, and they're going to do that. But these are women.
But hold on there. But real quick though, but you just addressed that real quick. Let's stop there real quick. I think that's the problem in the black community.
Okay.
Because think about it. The men we know for a fact the men are thrown in the trash. Men ain't nothing. They deadbeats. They don't show up for their kids. They're leaving single mothers by themselves. But when it comes to the women, they're misled. They not hoes. They're just going through something right now.
The men are misled as well.
Okay.
You're misled as well. You think why do you think gangbanging is such a high level? It's at such a high level because the men are misled. They think they're each other's enemy. We think we are our own enemy. And our open enemy is out here, creating the atmosphere for us to be fighting ourselves, making the guns available, making the drugs available, and making the prisons available for us to just slide right in all of those categories, right?
So hold on. So let me put this in there real quick, because the thing that I was going to add too is that when you look at right now, if my mom, if I'm a 40-year-old man and my mom comes out and says after 40 years, when you were younger, this man, I told him he was your daddy. But I really knew in my heart that he wasn't your daddy, and I slept around and I got pregnant by another man, but I never told your daddy. Right? Look at if you go to the National Blood Bank of America, they blood tested 200.
You see how he just switched things, one thing to the next thing to the next thing, one distraction to the next distraction to the next distraction.
But listen, I'm glad you stopped it there. I hope everybody just heard this story. I'm like, who concocts a story like that about their own mama? First of all, he said he would call his mama a hoe, right? He said, he would. I wouldn't call my mama one, but he would. I don't know if that's a flex or anything to be proud of, but I would absolutely not call my mama a hoe. Even though knowing my mama, I still wouldn't do it. And two, I don't think of my mother in a way. Who comes up with these crazy cockamamie stories? Well, if my mama came to me and I'm 40 and she tell me this man I thought was your daddy, ain't you? I'm like, who the fuck even does this stupid shit? Who even? When you hear the stories they come up with and the analogies, listen to them because they're very telling. And I want you to know right now, we're on this blood bank story he's about to tell. The whole story is made up and a lie. And I'm going to tell you why after Bro C Let It plays so you can hear it. if you believe this shit he's about to say. Go ahead and let it play.
All right.
200,000 men according to DNA tests. This is facts.
Back it
Go
up a
Google
little
it.
bit, bro. See, so
And out of
everybody
those
can hear.
200,000 men, 36%
Back
of
it
those
up
men were
before.
married. Community.
Okay.
Because think about it. The men are, we know for a fact the men are thrown in the trash. Men ain't nothing. They deadbeats. They don't show up for
Everybody
their
listen
kids.
very
They leave
carefully.
single mothers by themselves. But when it
The
comes to the
blood
women,
bank story.
they're misled. They not hoes. They're just going through something right now.
The men are misled as well.
Okay.
You're misled as well. You think that, why do you think gangbanging is such a high level? It's at such a high level because the men are misled. They think they're each other's enemy. We think we are our own enemy. And our open enemy is out here, creating the atmosphere for us to be fighting ourselves, making the guns available, making the drugs available, and making the prisons available for us to just slide right in all of those categories, right?
So hold on. So let me put this in there real quick, because the thing that I was going to add too is that when you look at right now, if my mom, if I'm a 40-year-old man and my mom comes out and says after 40 years, when you were younger, this man, I told him he was your daddy, but I really knew in my heart that he wasn't your daddy, and I slept around and I got pregnant by another man, but I never told your daddy. Right? Look at if you go to the National Blood Bank of America, they blood tested 200,000 men according to DNA tests. This is facts. Go Google it. And out of those 200,000 men, 36% of those men were married. And out of those 36% of men who were married, guess what happened?
What?
Though they were not the father of the children that they were raising. The average child was 14 to 17 years old. These men were in the house. Their wives were sleeping around with other men, getting pregnant by other men. And these men who they married to was raising them. So when we say women ain't hoes, I mean, I don't know what else you're going to call them. I don't know what else to call
bro, see? Okay. Did everybody hear all the lies that was said? Because, bro, see, I don't know if you've ever, but I've donated blood a lot. Have you ever donated blood, bro, see? Bro, see?
Yeah, back in the day.
Okay. So let's be clear. Blood banks, all they do is accept blood donations. That's it. Okay. Lie number one. Have they ever asked you, was you married when you was donating blood?
No.
Thank you. So they don't know you fucking married. Okay. Right?
They don't care.
They don't care. Right? So I was like, that's lie number one. Right? They don't know your marital status. Two, do they do any DNA testing on your blood?
Not back then. Definitely
They
not.
don't today.
Okay.
You cannot do any DNA testing without patient written permission. And blood donation doesn't ask you for that. They'll ask you what your sexual history was. In particular, they want to know like if you're bisexual or a gay man, you know what I'm saying? Because they do some additional, screen. Because you know what they're screening for. Blood banks are simply screening your blood to see if, in fact, it's viable to use, okay? So they don't know your marital status. They're not doing any DNA testing. Three, how did 36%, 100% of the 36% of men that blood they tested found out they weren't the father of a child? How the fuck did they do that? When did they test those men? So somebody tell me what 36% of 200,000 is. I'm going to guess and say
72,000
people.
It's 72,000.
So they took 72,000 men and went to their wives and their children and did a DNA test to see if he was the father. Because there's no other way of doing it.
Now, let me ask you a question, Rico.
Yes.
What logical reason would they have for doing that?
They would have none. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's like, this shit, I was like, and 100, so 72,000 men.
Right.
They took them, and you cannot do DNA testing without the father. That you can in some rare cases, but for it to be definitive, they test the father, the mother, and the kids. That's what I said, Scam.
That don't,
what? When did they test the kids? They didn't. So I'm like, this was a fucking lie. This is a lie. They don't do that. Why the fuck does a blood bank care?
Rico, this ain't a lie. He said you could Google it.
Right? I'm just sitting here like, and it's, but like you said, it's the deflection. I'm gonna throw this story, and we're just gonna run right past it so smooth. We're gonna go past it so smoothly and jump to somewhere else. And now he's created all this bias in the listener's head. Didn't bother to slow down and say, "This shit is crazy."
But that's the purpose, right? What about the one? What was the one, Rico, where he said the guy got they made the guy in Texas, man. They made the guy. Remember the one he told us about?
He told us so many. He told us so many. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm going through this, and I'm like, that shit is that's not true.
Shout out to Scam Likely.
Outright lie. So that's why I just want him, like, guys, don't worry about when you go give your blood at the blood bank. They not doing no DNA tests. They not checking to see if you the baby daddy.
They damn sure not gonna test your kids.
Right. They don't even know you got fucking children.
They don't care.
They don't. They need blood. So I don't want nobody to be sitting there going, "Oh, I ain't donating blood." They gonna check to see if I'm the baby daddy. Are you fucking dumb?
Yeah.
They don't do that. That's why, and I'm gonna let you go. That's why this is dangerous with this type of rhetoric being out there in the ether and going on and on and on, and people speaking with the sounds of authority. But that was it. So I'm just saying, this is what he said. So at that point, just hearing that story and stole with that authority, I can't believe nothing he said. I couldn't believe his name if he gave me his fucking ID. I wouldn't believe it. I can't believe anything.
Rico, we got more to get to. Come on.
Go ahead. When you work this hard to lie, fuck it.
You're right, Jeff. I will get back on topic, but my point with that was now. Meanwhile, the rest of my panel, the rest of the chat and everybody, they was telling me, "Hey, get back on topic. Don't let him take over the show. Let's get back on topic." So I was trying to get him back on topic, right? Because he had some good comments to say about some of the stuff. I mean, we were talking about it, but we got on this topic. So that's when I said, "Hey, look, let's just talk about it later, me and you," right? So that's why I was talking about getting back on topic, because everybody was trying to get me to get back on topic. Okay, you guys want to call black women hoes, bitches, and sluts and all that?
No, just stay with hoes.
I can't. Okay, well, whatever. You're not the only person on the line. I mean, a lot of other people out here. If y'all feel like that's appropriate, that's what y'all do. But I'm gonna always stand up for the black woman. I don't feel like she has had a fair shake at living a righteous life, in my opinion, in America. I mean, really all over the world, wherever she has come in contact with Caucasians that wanted to commercialize slavery and Arabs that want to commercialize slavery, she has never had an opportunity to live her full righteous life, right? So, in my opinion, that means that she's living somebody else's thinking process. She's thinking through someone else's mind, not her own. And so she may do these things, but that's not her. That's her, in my opinion. But hey, I'm gonna get back on topic, y'all.
Yeah, because with all due respect, that is excuses. That's excuses.
That's what?
There's a lot of women out here that grew up in very bad situations, and they're very successful. They're not in the streets.
A lot of men too.
Yeah, there's a lot of successful women out here.
There's a lot of successful women.
Yes, there's a lot of
successful men.
Right. Yeah, and they're not. So what's the excuse? I mean, they didn't do what these other people did. They weren't misled. So
no, they've been misled too. But maybe they came into spiritual understanding. Maybe they came into a spiritual understanding in time that it thwarted that setting up of that demon spirit that I can go out there and twerk and do this and all that, and that's better than having a family or whatever. So maybe spiritually they got caught in time. We don't know what happened. All I know is this our family. It's my family. So why am I calling my family a hoe? Even though
So,
I know they might be doing hoish things, but I don't know, man. I just
so
like to
when,
follow.
so when,
I like
when,
to follow the
when
example
people
of
get
Jesus.
judged,
I never saw Jesus call somebody a hoe, a trick, a tramp. None of that. I never
so-
saw Jesus do that. But
so
I see
any-
people. I see the people that say they believe in Jesus running in hard at our own people, and I'm
okay,
like, how does that work?
the
If
Bible
you say
spoke of
wait a minute,
holes.
if you
The
say
Bible had holes in it. What do
wait, see now, I said to him, hey, Jesus never referred to any of these. They might have been doing that kind of work, but Jesus never referred to them people like that, right?
And we know they had hoes, so I don't even know what's the point in bringing that up.
Well, that's the point, the confusion, to
Yeah,
create the
we know
confusion.
that. No one ever said they didn't have hoes in the past. We know they had hoes in the past.
So why would he even have
got hoes today?
why would he
Nobody's
have to bring
denying
that
the
up?
existence of hoes.
But why would he? So therefore, why would you have to bring that up?
You don't. That's what I'm saying. It's a dumbass argument.
The point is to create confusion.
Right. Well, because the existence of something doesn't mean you need. The reason why we can't just ad hoc call women hoes. So I should call all women hoes because the existence of hoes. All women aren't hoes. So that's not a term that we should just be using to just ad hoc describe all women. If you want to call a specific group, not even a specific group, a specific woman that's a hoe, and you have evidence that she's a hoe, I can accept that, even though I still wouldn't call her that. But I can accept it. Oh, you have, because you bought some pussy from her. Oh, she's a hoe. All right. I still don't think you should do it. But at least then I can't argue that. But you calling women who dress provocatively hoes, she's not out here selling her body. She may not even be out here. She's probably not even out here being sexually suggestive. That's just how she chooses to present herself.
Okay. But here's the thing, Rico. Now, the average man on the street, you know, that's it. But those of us that say, okay, we believe in this teaching or that teaching here, we may have a higher calling. We may have a higher perspective than even that perspective, right? Because we're looking at our people as people that need to be saved. We're looking at our people as people that need information and they need knowledge, right? And so without the right knowledge and information, they drown in a sea of wickedness, right? Hoeing, all kind of different wickedness that they involved with, right? So therefore, some of us have even a more of an issue where we're not going to call them out there. Now we ain't going to address them like that, right?
And I'm saying from a non-moral, I don't look at our people as needing all this salvation and saving. I don't see the state of Black people as dire as I hear a lot. And I think a lot of people traffic in this desire porn. It's all going to hell. It's going to hell. It's going to, right? They traffic in that because there's money to be made in that, right? If you talk about how bad things are, and I'm not saying that the problems don't exist, but you can make it seem worse because then all of a sudden everybody needs what you're offering to make it better. Okay. Your snake oil. So I'm going to sell my snake oil. Even though 5 people got a cold, I'm going to tell everybody that there's COVID-25 coming. So I'm selling you snake oil to make you believe it's a cure for something that's not that big of a problem. So from that, I understand what you're saying. If you morally believe the problem's that bad, that is the proper way to approach it. But even non-morally, I reject approaching it that way because I'm like, they still deserve our respect.
Right.
They still deserve that. So I see some things I don't like. I don't look at everything like, oh, they're bad. Oh, look at the way they went. I'm like, this is just the evolution of where we are. We used to dress more modestly in the past. We dress a little less modesty in the future. In the present. And that's across all cultures. Being a man who travels, who goes to various countries, and in various communities, this style of dress and the more modern way that women are, that shit's all over the world. It ain't going back. So maybe that's why I don't look at it that way, because there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. They got Meg the Stallions all over the world. All over the world. And they don't, some communities look at it that way. Other communities don't. But I will tell you this, that more of the religious communities in almost every country, they're losing ground in almost every. So I don't want to make y'all feel like it's hopeless. I'm just telling you the trend is going in one way. So what's the point in us bashing them over the head? Because you're not going to bash them over the head back to a more moral. That's not going to work. It's either going to come through the way that you're doing it, through conversations, through love, through trying to teach, or it's not coming.
Well, some gonna come and most are gonna turn their head and go the other way. Right. So we're not here for the most, we're here for the some that will.
I'm just saying that the shaming ain't bringing nobody back in line.
Okay, now
either they're gonna come back in. I'll be more. Let me do this claim. I would be more. You could win me over more with your approach than they ever could with theirs.
I agree. Okay, I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, you brought up the shaming, and I'm saying that shaming only works when you have when a person is still in their right mind. You can shame a person that's in their right mind. You can't shame a person, like Malcolm said, man. Reason why we doing all these crazy things. He was talking about this in the 50s. He said, because we living all on top of each other, we don't have no respect for each other, we're not treating each other. So the shame is just gone. Plus, shame is not something that you can use as a slave, right?
Right.
I can't shame you, make you feel bad for having sex with the master at 10 years old when I had sex as an older woman with the master at 10 years old. We don't need shame, because when you're a slave, you may be asked to do something that shame could get in the way of your survival. So you have to put shame out the way. You may have to just do something that ultimately that's going to promote your survival. Hey, Clarence, I'm going to lay down with your daughter. I know she's only 4 years old. Yes, sir, massa, right? So you ain't going to be in a position where you can stop that situation. And if you try to shame your daughter, look at you, you a hoe. You went and slept with the master like that. What is that going to do?
And let's face it, right? You can't shame people who don't care.
Shout out to brother Big Hink.
Right?
Shout out to Big Hink.
You can't shame people who don't care. So if the people don't care, how are
That's
you
my
shaming
point.
them?
But we've been since we've been here, we have been conditioned to you don't need no shame.
Yeah. But you can't shame people who don't care, and you certainly can't shame people if you're not in the position.
Agreed.
If you're not qualified. So for me to feel a sense of shame, I would have to be like, oh, okay, I'm around some morally sound people. But what I heard on that stream, all the hoes and the pussy open, and I'm like, them niggas sound like me.
Yeah.
How you gonna shame me when your mouth and your mind is just as foul and gutter filled as mine is?
Well,
how you gonna shame me?
You can't shame nobody being a hypocrite.
Yeah.
You just can't do it. All right, y'all. We gotta move, Rico. We gotta move. Come on, we're almost done, because I want to get to the point where they start insulting me. No. But
that we all believe in truth, but we hold back on the truth to comfort others.
Well, I don't know. Is that what Jesus
that we all believe
said? Bitch, hoe, trick, slut. How? I don't get it. How is? Make that make sense to me. I can make it make sense. Give me just a moment.
So you mean it? So we living in a world that we all believe in truth, but we hold back on the truth to comfort others.
Well, I don't know. Is that what Jesus did? No. Because whatever you're doing, you gotta have to run it through Jesus. Is that what Jesus did? Did Jesus say, "Hey, Trick, go get me some water"? Hey, ho. That's why they throwing stones at you, ho. Is that what he did? I'm just asking questions.
So hold on. Okay, no, you can ask questions. That's fine. I love that. So my thing is this, because I see that you're in defense mode for these hoes. So let me say what they.
So that was an insult right there. That he tried to insult me by saying I'm in defense mode for hoes.
But I told you that earlier. I told you that's the narrative they paint you with. Simply because
that's fine. I don't have no problem with that. I am in defense mode for hoes. That's fine. Yeah. That's no problem.
No.
Say what they're doing is right.
For black women. We're in defense mode for black women.
That's right. Hoes. That's right. But I'm saying I'm in defense mode for all women. I don't care what their situation is. Now, are they doing something out of pocket, or do they want my help? They might not. But I'm always going to try to show them respect, even though they're doing something, because I know that that's not their origin. They didn't come out the womb to do these things. They was conditioned to be that way based on the environment and the people around them, right? That's who taught them their morals. If you have somebody with low morals teaching a person, the person that's being taught is probably going to have low morals also. If you got somebody that has higher morals, at least the person got a chance to have the higher morals, or they may decide, you know what, I don't want that. That's too complicated for me. I'm going to just do me, right? But at least they got a chance. The person that never got taught the higher morals never had a chance. But that's a whole nother thing. Anyway, let's move it on. Yella said, to be fair, y'all are defending these hoes. I am Yella.
No, but Yella, here's the deal, right? And I can agree with you when you say some women are choosing to be hoes. That's fine. We ain't even defending them. We're defending the fact that we didn't like them being described as that, because the way they use it, they're using it as a blanket statement for all women, or even the majority. I think that, there's a large group of women of every racial group that are out here trafficking and being very, very sexually liberated. 1,000%. But I'm not going to paint the entirety of womanhood as being hoes. And that's all it was saying, hey, can you not call all women hoes? We ain't saying that they're not some hoes out here.
Right.
We're just saying they all ain't. And by you just making a blanket statement, so we're not even defending, even though I would defend the ones that are hoes. I'm like, okay, she has a right to want to be a hoe. If she want to be a hoe, let that woman be a hoe. But you don't have to sit there and disparage them. I mean, did she cheat you when you went and paid? You know what I'm saying? If that's not what happened, why? And then if you're not dealing with hoes, why do you care? I don't care about hoes being hoes. It makes no sense, this obsession with women that they say they don't want or don't want to have nothing to do with. So I agree. So by Yella, if you say they choose that, then why are we trying to fix them? Because that's their whole argument. I'm going to shame the hoe into not being a hoe. She chose that. Leave her alone and let her hoe. Let her hoe.
Well, I look at it like this.
I can tell the difference, Yella.
I mean, but here, this is the thing. You choose choose the person that comes from our situation that don't deserve to at least hear the option of changing their lives for the better. You choose that person. See, those of us that, have no sin, let them cast the first stone. Which one of us can decide for another person, this person is way over the line for redemption? None of us. That ain't in our pay grade. Definitely ain't in mine.
Let me say that, Yella. I'm gonna have to strongly disagree with that. Y'all can't tell the difference between the non-hoes and the hoes. I think most men do know the difference. I think probably more men in these spaces that are crying about hoes actually like hoes. They actually do. But you know, so when we say, because again, like I said, I may not be able to tell the difference between a hoe and a non-hoe by appearance, but you should know by behavior. You should know by character and how they conduct themselves. Now, I do think, again, like young man, I was a young man before. When I was young, I didn't give a fuck about character. I didn't care too much about behavior because I felt like I could tame it. So when I got burnt for fucking with a hoe, when I should have been looking for a non-hoe, I don't think it was that I couldn't tell the difference. I didn't care at that time. Now, of course, after getting your ass burnt a few times, you grow, you mature, and you start to realize that. And I get that as older men being, see, there you go, right? See? Okay, y'all. And that's all I'm saying is, it's not that y'all don't know the difference. And I'm not saying you, but I know my sons love them. So I tell them, quit crying about it. Don't be calling them hoes because you like that hoe. You was chasing that shit. You was chasing it. So that's the position where me and Bro C is coming from. It's like, well, we ain't gonna call none of them that. I don't care if most of them are that. Y'all, not you all, because I know I used to. Some of my sons do. What's appealing to the eye isn't always good for the soul. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know. So
hey, Rico, he said you need to go to the clinic here.
Yeah, I ain't thinking about no Hink. I don't have to worry about the clinic. I have a wife. So I ain't have to worry about it. Them clinic days is behind me. Y'all got to worry about as long as y'all choosing. My choosing is over.
All right, y'all. Look, man, because here the point. Let me just break it down. The point of what I was trying to tell this brother is that yes, it might be some of our sisters are wayward out there, but we don't have to be malicious when we're addressing them, right? We don't have to do that. Now you can choose to do it, but we don't have to do that. But remember, if that's the measure you're gonna put out there, then don't be mad when the measure come back to you, right? And people judge you impromptu like you are judging these people impromptu. None of us are in a position to judge the others. Because if we go deep enough in all of our closets, then we'll find some skeletons in there. I don't care how Brother Clan, preacher that Minister Farquhar, anybody. If you go deep enough in somebody's closet, you will find some skeletons, right? Mother Teresa, all of them. So therefore, what we need to do is say, okay, especially our people, man, because our people are running on. They're not running on their own gas. They're running on somebody else's gas. So that's why the car's putt-putting. We got to get our own gas. Well, what's our own gas? Our own gas is our own culture, our own way of doing things, our own way of thinking. Once we get back to that, then we can properly measure what's wrong and right for us. It's difficult to measure those things in a society like this where we're all being taught that evil is good and good is evil. It's hard to measure. You might be teaching your kids at home, but if you sending them out into the public school system, or as Mr. Farquhar called the killing fields, if you send them out into the killing fields, they're gonna have them all crazy, right? They're gonna come on, hey Mom, guess what? What? The drag queen came in and was reading today. It was so great. I think I'm gonna be a drag queen. What? Right? We should have a choice in whether we want drag queens reading to our kids, right? We should have a choice if we want prisoners coming in and helping our kids or reading to our kids. We should have a choice between that. We want gangbangers coming in. We should have a choice with our children, right? Yellow said, this is our culture. No, this is a culture that your open enemy gave you and you accepted it. You have accepted it because the little token benefits, not you personally, Yellow, but us, we have accepted it because the little token benefits that we get from sex and the little bit of status you could get or whatever, or a little bit of money you could get, you have accepted the trinkets of our open enemy.
Let me ask you a question, Yellow, and I'm going to agree with you, which is hard for me to say that I agree with. with that because I hated people.
Hey, I even agree with Yellow sometimes.
But listen, I hate when people bang on black culture. But I'll say this. This is the one question I want to ask you. If this is our culture, then you at least are in agreement that this is our culture as accepted, created, however we got here by both of us, men and women. It's not the culture that was created by black women. Black men have an equal measure of contribution.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with that much? So I don't even care. I'm gonna stay away from on who gave it to us, how we got it, what it is, this, that, whatever. And if in fact, as black men, we are upset and we don't like our culture, we can't fix it by only banging on black women.
Agreed.
Because black men also contributed. And that's the part that they just keep throwing out. They will tell you that the black culture got fucked up because of black women. I'm like, so what was we doing? Just sitting around doing nothing?
Good point, Rico. Good point.
I'm just not understanding whatever. If it's a great culture, if it's horrible, black women alone did not fuck the culture up. Either we participated in it. It's no, I can't accept that portion. So again, if we both fucked it up, we both have to fix it. So I'm not helping to fix the culture by banging on the other side and leaving these niggas free.
And you need men to have hoes. Patrice made a good point. Patrice said you can't have hoes without tricks. Gotta have a trick to have a hoe. So the men are involved directly in the creation and substantiation of this whole mentality thinking process, right?
And don't leave out the pimp, brother Clarence.
The pimp.
Yeah, don't leave him out.
But these are all characters that were See, here's the real deal, y'all. Here's the real deal. See, if you really want to go to the origin of and the pimp and the trick, you have to go back to the Caucasian that sold us into slavery. That's the one that actually taught us to do this and showed us that there was a benefit in being sexual and without having morality connected to it. He's the one that did that. And so, but they don't want to go that far. Yeah. They want to go golfing with this dude. They want to go have dinner where he's having dinner. They want to be able to use the same bathroom as him. They don't want to go and actually attack the person that actually put us in a situation. They want to attack the person, the victim in the situation. To me, that's stupid, because this is the man that actually did that. If you're really serious, I'm gonna blame somebody for this situation. Okay, if you're really serious.
Hey, bro, let's get back on that because we ain't even gonna fight the culture right now. Let's finish addressing this.
Well, let me just say this.
Go ahead, Vaughn, because we can't let that get off the hook.
Exactly. I did have to step away. Please forgive me for that. But I don't know what I missed in the conversation. But I will say this, that it's just not very far-fetched what you're talking about, Brother Clarence. It's not unreasonable when you say, hey, let's refer to our brothers and sisters this way. You see what I'm saying? In other words, let's speak to them in a manner that may uplift them, that may bring them up from where they're at. You see what I'm saying? Instead of pushing them further down, why don't we grab their hand and pull them back up? Those who want to be pulled up, because we have to admit that some of these people enjoy their lifestyle. They enjoy, and they even refer to themselves as hoes in whatever they call it. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't have to be the way that we deal with it. We can take a different approach, a more empathetic approach. An approach that comes from a place of love and concern. You see what I'm saying? Whereas you have others who say, well, we don't love these hoes. Right. But see, that's the problem. You have so much to say about them, but you're not really offering them any solution. You're not pulling them up with love. You see what I'm saying? Now, some people say, yeah, we'll scratch all of that. Well, hey, that's where you're at with it. This is where I'm at with it. You see what I'm saying? I would rather say something that's beneficial to you than something that demeans and degrades you.
And see, that's the same reason. That's why we in the nation, we don't call gangbangers gangbangers. I use that terminology for y'all. That's what y'all know them by. We call them street soldiers. Call them street soldiers because they soldiers. They in the street. They just don't know who their real enemy is. They think their enemy is each other. Their enemy is the person, the devil, the person that's trying to encourage them to do that, whether they white, black, red, or yellow. The people that's encouraging them to do this evil to each other, that's their enemy. But they don't recognize that. They look at, oh, just because you live 2 sets away from me, you my enemy, or you got a different color on, different flag on, you my enemy. See, but
let's move on so we can finish addressing this fucking buffoonery.
Yeah, because we got a lot to get to. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, you ain't answering my question.
No, I'm going to answer your question right now.
Yes or no
Jesus never used words that were made up today. There was no trick.
See, are we stupid? Of course, Jesus didn't use no words that we use today. He didn't even speak English. But see how slick this dude is? See how slick, man, that's some slick talking right there. Of course, Jesus didn't say them because, he didn't use these words today. Of course he didn't. He spoke Aramaic and Arabic and Hebrew. Of course he didn't use these words today. So then I asked him, okay, watch what I asked him.
And holds back in
anything similar to that,
yeah,
that would represent the same ideology from back then.
The woman at the well was a hoe, remember? And he said,
he described her as a hoe.
What did he say in particular?
I'm asking you. You're the one. I thought that being a Christian, Jesus was supposed to be the prototype of what we're supposed to be trying to behave like to our other people. So if Jesus ain't called nobody a hoe, and he said go and sin no more, then I don't understand how can we say, well, I believe in Jesus and I'm with Jesus all the way, but I'm gonna but Jesus didn't do this, but I'm gonna do this what Jesus was admonishing other people for doing. I'm gonna do what they was doing. Now watch him step right around this.
Now
how does this work?
Hold on. Now you walking in a landfield. I mean a landmine here. A landmine field here. Let me tell you why. Because the same way you saying, did Jesus say that? And you using Jesus as a tool right now?
Oh, okay. Now he said I'm using Jesus as a tool. I'm using him as a tool by saying the truth. I'm using him as a tool. This is crazy. This is crazy. But that's why you can't have a direct conversation with this man.
We can say the same thing about Jesus as a tool. What I'm saying is, what if we said the same thing about? Let's talk about this. So instead of calling men the P word,
another deflection, another conflation.
Right, but ain't where the fuck did this come from?
Right.
Where did this come from?
Right.
And then you can also see the scoffing and the mockery, when it comes to the panelist. You see, while this is being played, the shaking of the head and the rolling of the eye. You see what I'm saying? Because they're in total disagreements.
They're being set up, Vaughn. They're definitely being set up. All right, here we go.
Love those men because those men are misled and they like younger girls, but they're misled. So we should not call them the P word.
Okay,
we should not say that. Oh, no.
Look at him. He got the guns, right? He's got the guns like, I got him. We wasn't even talking about that. We was talking about calling women hoes.
You know what this is? He wants to blind your logic because what he's trying to do is he's trying to pick on your emotions as a man and as a father and as a grandfather. Because obviously Vaughn, as men, we find disgust with adult men messing with children, right?
Yeah.
We find a level of disgust with that. That's fine. But I'm not knocked off my logic. I'm like, yes, Jesus did love men who did that. You know what I'm saying? I don't love them. Jesus did. And guess what? We don't have to call them the P word. That still doesn't take away what they fucking did.
But see,
So
we have wait, Rico. Jesus loved the individual, but he did not love their sin.
Exactly.
Agreed.
So let's make it clear now. Let's make it clear. Because see, people may get missed, they may get it twisted now.
So
and say, well, Jesus loved this and that, so it's okay for me to do this and that. No.
The same way Jesus loved men who deleted other men, but he didn't love the act of deletion. You know what I'm saying? His love was for all of us, good, bad, and indifferent. And even though I detest a man that would delete another man meaningless, I don't feel like, oh, I have to call him that word. What is this? What he seems to be trying to hang on. If this is what a person does, we must call him that. No, we don't have to. We can, but we don't have to. We absolutely do not have to call people an act that they committed, whether it's deletion.
I guarantee you, Rico, if you go to this man's job, he is not going to call somebody the F word if they're homosexual.
No.
He's not going to call them. He's not going to, if they're in the rainbow community,
he ain't gonna call no woman no 304. Even if
he ain't gonna do none of that.
Even if he knows she's selling pussy, he ain't gonna do it.
He ain't gonna do it. Why? Because he knows that there's gonna be a repercussion for doing it at the job, right? So he ain't gonna do it. He got too much on the line.
He's barely gonna call a woman a hoe on the street. Forget the job.
I doubt he would.
Exactly.
Because you don't never know who's gonna run up behind you doing that.
Right. So you can go through the world knowing people do certain behavior that you still don't. Well, I don't know what else to call them. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You call them by their name, or you call them by their gender.
Yeah, just
or
say
you
sister.
call them sir, ma'am, or whatever.
There you go.
You don't. You. It's not no. Oh, well, if she's a hoe, the only thing I can call her is a hoe. That's bullshit.
Yeah. Especially our women. The Caucasian woman had a choice in whether she wanted to be a hoe.
So
our women did not. And that's a fact.
Forget about whether or not they had a choice. I'm speaking to his ideology is he so desires to want to label these women as hoes.
But my thing is, Rico, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is he's putting
I know what you're saying as to whether or not how they ended up.
Let me say it. Let me say it. He's putting them in the same category with the woman that had a choice since she got here. Mm-hmm. She chose to come over here. She chose to get in the boat and come over here. Our women ain't been in that situation.
Yeah, I just don't want us to get into the argument because you're going to have people coming on here. Because, we defending them. So they're going to come on here. And I don't want to get caught into that diatribe today with saying, I'm not fighting with nobody else about defending.
There's nothing to fight about.
I know. I'm saying even in chat because that's why they're going. They're going to clip this up, and this is how they're going to pick that. That I guarantee these are the parts they're going to pull out. I don't give a fuck either.
Have at it.
But what I'm pointing out is why is he saying he can't in his mind call people only what they've done? So a man that does P thing, he can only call him that. A woman that's a 304, he can only call her that.
Because they sorry. Just like, okay, if you really about that life,
right,
you should be running up on the white man saying, hey, you are the devil.
And here's my thing though.
Wait a minute. You are the devil.
Right.
I don't want to be in your church. I don't want to be in church with you. I don't want to go to the store with you. I don't want to do nothing with you. You are the devil. Mm-hmm. If you really feel that way, that's where you should be. But you know the man's not that way. That's what I'm saying is ingenuine. It's disingenuous when you say I'm gonna run hard at these people, but I'm not gonna run hard at these people. And these people are the actual originator of the situation, and to begin with, that doesn't make sense to me.
I'm saying you look at the hundreds of thousands of things that go on. Like, okay, I know the nigga across the street cheated on his wife. I'm not running around here calling him no cheater.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know what else to call him. You better call him by his motherfucking name.
Well, he said that we being nice, but we trying to not.
We're refusing to call women hoes.
Wait, no,
even
listen.
if she is a hoe,
This
even
is,
if I thought she was doing hoe behavior, I don't have to call her that.
I agree, Rico, but I'm saying his point is that they must be dealt with like that. They
And he's
must be
saying
dealt with like that.
But he's arguing with you right now. You must address them as that.
That's my point.
Yeah,
That's
and
my
I'm
point.
saying, even just keep it at like, I'm not even going to address them as a whole. So why am I'm not there? I don't see them as that. I see the behavior that you describe. I see that behavior. I'm not a proponent of that behavior. I don't like that behavior. I do not have to address these women as hoes. I don't have to do that. I can see the same problem. I can see the same condition. I do not have to address them that way or treat them that way. You don't have to do that. What I'm saying is when people have a insatiable reason to want to treat people that way, that's in them.
Agreed.
That nastiness, that judgment, that toxicity exists in them, because if it's absent in you, you could just address them like you address anybody else.
Yeah, and my point, my whole point with the whole thing that I was saying was that if you're going to blame somebody for something, then blame the actual person that's actually responsible. Don't blame the victim in the situation. Blame the person that's actually set the situation, set the stage for the situation, right? Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't, I'm
just saying blame don't even need to be ascribed at this point at all.
But I know it shouldn't be, because that's irrelevant. It's how we got here is really irrelevant, right?
At this point,
the whole point is for us to get out of it. Yep. But I'm saying, you so big and bad, you want to run at black women. Mm-hmm. There's many other pieces to the puzzle. There's like Vaughn said, the pimp, the hoe. There's the pimp. There's the John. There's the trick. There's so many other people you could run at.
There's the government. There's the government put these women in poverty conditions to be in a state of despair, that they have nothing but their body to sell to. Because I see it on a global level in other countries. See, in America, they talk about here where we got welfare and shit like that. I'm like, this same thing occur overseas in all these third world countries, and they don't have no government. These governments in those countries doing this, these are Western governments doing the same shit to have people in a state of poverty where a woman is compelled to sell her body to try to survive.
Well, I think it's, you know, I won't say it's compelled, but it looks like the best option for her.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If no husband, no, they can do that or not eat. And if one thing we know,
there you go.
Hunger will drive your ass to do things you never thought you could.
That is a great point, Rico. That's
all.
Point.
So what I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you, like you said, when you say the pimp, the hoe. I'm like, even the government. There are multiple people, and like you said, he don't choose to run at none of those motherfuckers.
No,
just the black bitch. Nobody else.
And you know, of course, we know there's white people that did not want, that fought for us to not be in slavery. So we're not talking about those people. We're talking about the ones that actually was commercializing our people.
Yeah.
That's, if you really want to run at somebody, that's the man you should be running at.
No,
you should be running at that man, right? I mean, ultimately, that's the person that brought us here and taught us to be this way. So therefore, if we behaving like this man taught us to be, then obviously,
bro, see, that nigga in the state of Texas, he ain't about to run at nobody white.
Exactly.
Get out of here with that bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, but anyway, let's get back on topic, y'all. Come on, let's finish up here, because you're making a leap.
I'm not making a leap.
You are. You're comparing apples to oranges.
The Bible says
the dudes that do pee stuff are not the same.
What did Jesus say about the pee people? Because Jesus loved it.
I don't know. Now, I never heard Jesus deal with no pee people.
I don't think they were even talking about pee.
I don't even know that there was no pedos that he was directly speaking of.
Right.
But okay. But I let him go ahead and finish.
Everybody.
Of course.
Okay, so why can't we love everybody? Why we gotta call them names? Why we gotta call them names?
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying our sisters. That's what I'm talking about right now. For me, I tried to bring them back to, hey, we just talking about the black woman. All this other stuff you throwing in here, I don't know what's that all about.
Deflections.
Anyway,
Deflections.
yeah, deflections and what do we call that? What is that called? I forgot. I remember. Need to not conflation.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, brother. Because I really, we getting really out of hand, and so I want to make sure that I'm being clear. Because you throw a lot of stuff into the mix, you don't answer my question, then you start throwing a lot.
I answered your question. Jesus did not say anything about hoes. Those words weren't invented at the time.
So
However,
why would we do it? But anyway, let's
if
go.
We're following Christ, then we shouldn't talk about anybody. It should be.
Listen, did you hear what he said? Mm-hmm. If we're following Christ, we shouldn't talk about anybody. Now, where did he get that from? Where did he get that from?
I'm confused on that one. So
where did that come from?
I didn't catch it. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know where it came from either, right? But it's obviously, like I said, it's in Filipino knife fighting, they have what's called a flick back. When you try to knife, when you try to get somebody on the first swipe, you don't get them on the first swipe, you can flick the knife back and get them on the bringing the knife back. They call that a flick back. Okay, so that's what he's doing. He just flick backing on stuff that I'm saying to try to catch me with something else, right? I didn't catch him with that one. Let me throw this out there. All right, another deflection and conflation. All right, here we go.
No YouTube shows.
You said it, I didn't. So I'm just saying. So his response to me saying that Christ didn't approach none of the people he was trying to help in this manner, even though they all had issues. His response to that was, well, then none of us should have a show. Mm-hmm. That was his response to that. Instead of saying, no, brother, you're right, he didn't, but this is my opinion on that. You know, he instead of doing that, he said, oh, okay, if you saying that, then none of us should have a show.
While all the while never even acknowledging what you said was correct, but he knew it was correct and he had no rebuttal to it.
You caught that, Rico. You caught that.
He could have said, yeah, you're correct. You're right about that. But like you said, so I'm not even going to acknowledge what you said is correct. I'm just going to redirect to some
I'm going to throw another.
That has absolutely nothing to do with the point that we're discussing.
Exactly. Okay, let's keep on going, y'all. Let's keep on going. Man, I said, you said it. I did.
So you should shut your channel down. I should shut mine down. We should not talk about.
Now we here, right? Mm-hmm. You should shut your channel down. I shut mine down. Mm-hmm. But if you really believe that, why don't you shut your channel down?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Let's keep going. No. I'm never going to not talk about the truth. I'm always going to tell the truth.
Well, I'm talking about the truth too. If a woman goes out and gives a body to multiple men, what is
brother always says, truth. As you don't use the truth right, it's a weapon. It's going to be you weaponizing it against somebody. It's actually a form of manipulation. By the way, later in the show, Trey says all women are hoes at some point. Now this man sitting here, he got daughters, and he let the man say on his own platform, all women are hoes at some point.
And that's what amazes me about these conversations, Brother Clarence, is that these men on these panels have daughters. Man. Absolutely. What are you teaching your daughters about who she is as a Black individual, as a Black woman? What
they're going to tell you what they teaching
about her character.
Yeah, they're going to tell you the stupid shit they teaching their daughters. Oh, Lord. They're going to tell you. They are going to tell you the stupid shit that they are teaching their daughters.
Don't go to college for education. Go to the husband.
Well, listen, definitely, I have to agree with what Brother Rico said, because we're going to see that that's evident as we continue to look at this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on, y'all. Let's keep going. I'm going to keep you thinking down about yourself and me thinking up about myself, and now you got to think up about me instead of you always keeping yourself at a lower thinking process. So how can you grow if you keep yourself at a low point? But this is another conversation. Maybe me and you should have a separate conversation about this, black man.
Right, you're right. But I'm gonna land my plane here. Galatians, we talk about the Bible. We have to go to the word, because that's what I'm gonna do since you went to Jesus. The Bible says in Galatians 4:16, what does it say? He said, "Am I your enemy because I tell you the truth?" Right. So now a lot of people want to get mad in their feelings because you tell them the truth. If I eat too many donuts and I'm overweight and somebody call me fat, I should say, you shouldn't call me fat, but I'm fat.
Did this man say, if I'm overweight?
Yeah.
Okay, let me back up.
No, but you know what? And you know what? And then after this, go ahead, because everybody done got a good gist. That what you heard so far is what happened on Bro C's channel. Then we're gonna go forward.
Okay, yeah, I'll forward it, but
so you can go to the part where they started attacking you.
Okay, let me go to that part.
And I think he opened right up.
It's right here.
Yeah,
it's right here.
So now we're gonna get out of.
If a woman tried to sleep with,
that was the conversation that occurred on Bro C's Sunday, and now they decided they wanted to react to. Now you heard everything that Bro C said. How they're going to take all the shit out of context and twist it and spin it and actually even say more dumb shit. As if the stupid shit you heard up to this point wasn't dumb enough. That nigga said, hold my beer.
Well, hey, Rico, you got to tell him the whole story. So what happened was he invited me. He sent me an email inviting me to come on his show. Okay, I know, but I'm just catching people up. I'll catch people up. So he invited me on his show to discuss this stream here that we were doing on Sunday. And this is the stream that he did on Tuesday. And I told him why I couldn't make it because I had an event. He told his people I didn't come because I demanded 4 people be on the panel at maximum, and that's it. I didn't demand it. I asked him. He's the one that said, agree to that. I got the emails and everything. So if he come out here and try to lie about it, I'll put it right on out here. I didn't want to put his email out there, but I mean, if he lie about it, I'll definitely put it out there, right? If he say another lie about it. He already lied about it once. All right, let's go, y'all. Let's go.
In one night, and she's sleeping with him every day. She's a whore.
Can I say something now?
It's simple.
Let me say this.
Okay, that's where he cut Bolo off.
And you notice that he cut Bolo off right there.
He cut Bolo off, man, because Bolo was going to get into some real stuff, right? So he got rid of Bolo, right? And he said, hey, so here we go.
Awfully for your patience. That was the gist of the conversation. I knew I was cooking with Crisco. I left a great value on the shelf.
Do any of y'all think he was cooking with Crisco?
Nah, that's old grease. He was cooking old grease.
Hey, Vaughn, that's that old French fry or that old chicken grease.
That grease that you used to leave on top of the stove and it turned real dark and brown. You ain't cooking with
it got roaches in it.
Yeah, you're definitely not cooking with fresh grease.
Nah, not at all.
That shit was trash.
Okay, y'all. Here's where they start beating your brother up.
Yeah.
So guys, you tell me what y'all think about the conversation, then give me your thoughts about what his ideology and what his thought process is. What do you think about the conversation, Trey?
I'm not trying to be funny when I ask this question. This is a serious question. No jokes, nothing like that. Is he all there? He don't have no like mental delays or nothing like that, right?
So
I'm being serious. Don't stop trying to hide your laugh. Like, I'm serious. Because as I'm listening to this conversation, I'm like, is he okay?
Yeah, he's.
Did I demonstrate to any of you guys that I might have some mental delays or?
Like I said, Brother Clarence, it's definitely nothing unreasonable about your statement. You see what I'm saying? It's just a different way to look at it.
What was his statement?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What do you mean? What was his statement?
No, I'm saying you were saying there was nothing wrong with Bro C's statement. I just want people to. I just really want them to understand his statement was only, can we not call black women hoes? Period.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Now, some people are going to get with that program and some people aren't. Well, this is obvious, right? You see what I'm saying? But for an individual to sit up here and be disingenuous and say, well, he doesn't sound like he's all there. There was nothing illogical about what Brother Clarence said, whether I agree with it or whether I disagree with it. You know, let's just call it a difference in opinion and move on from there. There's no need to undermine anybody's character just because you are in disagreement with their point of view. I wish we could get that.
All right, y'all. Let's move it along. Let's move along.
He's all there. He's a
All right.
smart guy.
Cool. Well, then in that case, then he's a part of the problem. He's one of these guys who's a part of the problem, in which he refuses to hold anything that Black women do, whether accountable. He refuses to do it. And if I said earlier, if it walks like a duck,
hold on, brother.
And it quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck.
Brother Clarence, hold on.
Yes, sir.
So you refuse. Let me get this straight. Brother Rico, you're listening now.
I'm listening. I'm trying to be quiet.
Wait. Hold on, gentlemen. So, Brother Clarence, let me ask you a question. So you refuse to acknowledge that any of our sisters have issues and problems. You refuse to accept and acknowledge that. Is that correct, brother?
That is not correct. I have a wife. I have a granddaughter. I mean, I have to correct them sometimes, right? so I'm pretty familiar with being corrected and taking correction and giving correction. I got 3 sisters.
Yeah, you're saying you got.
I got three sisters here that I love very much. 4, really. Emil's though, they're in there too. So I mean, I got a lot of sisters here that I love, and you know them. So I mean, I correct them sometimes. Sometimes they correct me.
Now, this is the same brother that told the sister to shut the F up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the one where Black Man Unfiltered just sat there and didn't check him about that? Didn't cover the women on his panel?
No, not at all.
That's the same brother, right?
That is the same brother, unfortunately, yeah. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps, by the way. But yeah,
now,
that's the same brother.
On, Brother Clarence, this is what I appreciate about your channel and how you do things. We respect the women that are over here, and we don't allow anybody to disrespect them.
That's right.
Regardless to the fact of whether they're right or wrong.
Right.
We still treat you with respect.
Right.
And there's a great lack of that on this stream.
Yeah. As you'll see, as they will see, Vaughn. As we get to it, we will see. Because I think Rico got some timestamps, so I want to just get through what part where they were insulting me a little bit.
Oh,
and then
yes, I do.
We'll get to the timestamps. All right, let's go. Let's go, y'all.
And I don't care if that's my mother, my sister, hell, even if it's my daughter. If you're acting like a hoe and you're being a whore, I'm gonna call you exactly what you are.
Come on.
It doesn't mean I don't love you, but I'm gonna call you what you are, in the hopes that my harsh words will get you to change your behavior.
Yep.
That's my hope. That's my hope, right? But maybe it will, maybe it won't. We have to accept the fact that just some women out there, this is just the lifestyle they want to live, and it is what it is.
But Trey, he said they're not hoes; they just have hoish ways.
Yeah, that don't even make sense. If somebody has,
I did not say that. I said don't call them that. I never said they weren't doing their behavior. I said let's don't call them that, no matter what they're doing.
And even if they are, I don't think, even if a woman, I'm not comfortable labeling somebody something based on their behavior 100%. You know what I'm saying? I guess I would have to see a pattern over a period of time, because, you know, somebody could be promiscuous one time and now you're going to label her a hoe for life. You know, we don't do that when people do something that we deem as misogynist, or if they're bashing the LGBT community. Sometimes, you know, a single act doesn't necessarily define a person for a lifetime. If that's the case, they don't hold niggas that been in and out of jail. You don't rob the bank. You don't treat him like a bank robber for the rest of his life, do you? You know what I'm saying? Like you said, the gangbanger, they stopped gangbanging. Oh, they got mad respect for you. What's up, young blood? I'm like, man. But what about what he was doing before?
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Somebody said something racist. It was one time, you know, it's like you don't do that, but for some reason, when it comes to women, they one and done.
Especially black women. Especially black women.
Yes. Well, that's all we talking about. Because these niggas ain't talking about nobody else. They ain't talking about no other kind of women. Let's be clear here.
I don't think so, no.
So you just said don't call them that. But remember, I told you, see, like Trey, because they do an act, I have to address them as that. I can't call them nothing else. I'm like, you, bruh, you gonna call the wrong woman a hoe? You gonna call the wrong one? I can't believe it. You're big grown, about to be soon to be 40, and I know you're a law enforcement officer and all that other shit, but you gonna call the wrong one. And I'm telling you, it's just, you just don't want, I just don't think you should be conditioning your brain that it's okay for you to call people whatever you want to. I mean, you can do it.
Yeah.
Just deal with the outcome.
That's it.
That's it. You can do it. Deal with the outcome. And I'm just saying, most of these men, especially these men starting to creep up in advanced age, y'all don't want to deal with those outcomes.
Hey, man.
When we get older, we don't want to deal with those outcomes.
I'm from LA. Rico from DC.
Yeah, you don't want to
from Chicago. I mean, we know that if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, man, your day could come out go real bad.
Yeah.
Go real wrong. And especially people you don't even know.
Yeah.
You don't even know this person, man, but you're going to say something to them like that, or you don't know the circumstances they're in.
And I'm just saying, to my thing is, it's unnecessary. Why? I'm trying to understand. Why is this obsession that you just Rico? I can't call him nothing else. I can't call him
Rico.
Miss Ho, Miss Ho, like nothing else will come outside of you,
Rico.
but to address them as hoes.
It's a glaring deficit in their own character why they have to do that.
Right.
I have to call you.
We don't address. So if you're going with once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, the same with a drug addict, you're not walking around addressing them as that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You work. Right. We work with drug addicts, right? We don't.
Right.
Hey, drug addict, how you doing today? We don't do that.
You got friends that still are alcoholics. You call them by their fucking name.
Right.
It's not like, and I know he out here an alcoholic, but I don't have to address him like an alcoholic. I don't have to treat him any less. I just know that's what he does. So especially I'm not saying to see something
in your family, especially the person in your family, you're trying to encourage them to get better. Right. You're not going to be called an alcoholic or drug addict or whatever.
Right. Nobody's saying don't see their behavior.
Right.
I see it. I'm just saying I don't have to address them like that, and I don't have to treat them like that.
Okay, so let me just say this then real quick. And this is just me now. I'm speaking from my point of view as to how I deal with things. You know, because I like to offer some type of ministry to individuals. You know, so if I'm out and about and I run across one of these quote unquote whores or hoes, as they say, right? The way that I'm going to approach and address her would not be that way. I would say, sister, how are you doing today? Are you okay? You seem like you're having trouble. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to speak to her in a way to where I'm going to offer her ministry. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But then you have to be called to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And you don't have to have no specific license to do it. I believe God is calling all of us to help each other. We are helpers one to another. Mm-hmm. So I can say, sister, you know, I don't want to seem judgmental, but I know you're out here, and you know that you can. There's a different way that you can approach life.
Mm-hmm.
There's a different way that you can approach life. You don't have to be out here like this.
Yeah, and I can respect people who say, look, I just don't want to deal with them.
But I don't have to go up to her and say, look, Ho, you don't have to be out here like this.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Either, like your approach, Vaughn, either I address them with...
But wait a minute, Brother Rico. It says through love and kindness have I drawn thee. Through love and kindness. Where is the love and the kindness?
Nowhere.
Because see, listen, while you are pointing out and pointing the finger at someone else's sin, see, have you confessed yours today? You see what I'm saying? Because while you're pointing theirs out, when you die and stand before your maker, he's not going to ask you about what the hoe did. He's going to ask you, how did you live your life?
That's good.
How did you live it before me?
Right. And you calling his people hoes. I mean, he gonna do like, hey, remember who he said, he said, man, you guys doing this to me. And they said, hey, when did we do this to you, Lord? When did we do this? When did we not clothe you? When did we not feed you? When did we not treat you right?
You did it to my people.
Exactly. He said, inasmuch as you have done it to the least of these, my brothers and sisters, you also have done it unto me.
And listen, even with the woman who was found and caught in adultery, you see what I'm saying? That whole scenario in the scriptures, look at how Jesus dealt with her. You see what I'm saying? Look at it and read it again and see how he dealt with her.
Right.
But for those outsiders, you see what I'm saying? Those spectators, the ones who wanted to throw the stones, they were instructed to do something. If you are without sin yourself, then you should be the first one up here throwing stones. And so now they go doing the moonwalk. They all have to back up.
Right.
Nobody is without sin. Not only that, but if she was caught in adultery, come on. This is not a one-sided thing, ladies and gentlemen. If she was caught in adultery, where is the man? I believe that's what he wrote. I believe that's what he wrote on the dirt. Where is the man at?
Well, the whole book starts from the beginning as by one man, not by one woman, as by one man, sin has entered the world. But let me even jump to this. Let's just put it on a human level. We ain't gonna forget God. We just gonna push God over here on the shelf. On a human level, these are human beings. They're human beings. And as a human being, as a fellow human being, you have made mistakes yourself. You've been in bad places yourself. How can you judge another person that is in a bad place when you've been in a bad place yourself, and for the grace of God, you was pulled out or somebody helped you out of it? And here you are talking about these sisters, man. That's why I ain't never gonna give up that fight. Never, ever, 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 ever. But Hink said they address themselves as that, meaning an alcoholic will say, I'm always an alcoholic. But that's them.
Exactly.
Hink.
I can say that doesn't change anything. They can address themselves any way they want to.
Yeah, but me, as a person trying to show them respect, I'm not going to keep calling them an alcoholic. I'm not going to keep calling them, because I don't want them to think that that's all I think about them. I know that they're more than an alcoholic. They're, my brother, my sister, whatever. Right? So we have to, it's about respect. And the conflation that this man was trying to put on it is, well, we don't have to respect, I don't have to respect you. You must respect me because I ain't doing your sin.
Right.
Well, what sin you doing? Well, I ain't going to tell you what sin I'm doing. Well, if you ain't going to put your sin out on the table, how can you throw a rock at my sin? But that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story.
Very well
said. Let's continue.
As hoish ways, they're a hoe. Like, I'm a pragmatic guy. I'm simple like that. I'm just simple like that, right? When I used to pull people over for speed, you want to know why you got pulled over for speeding? Because you was fucking speeding. That's why. Nothing else. No, there ain't no extra in it. It ain't no who. I'm not trying to look for nothing. Pulled you over because you were doing 65 and a 55. You speeding. If you a hoe, you a hoe. And I'm going to call you a hoe. Right? People call arrogant, disrespectful, rude, self-serving, stubborn. All kinds of words have been used for me. And some of them are right. Some of them are right.
So he's at, so see what I'm saying?
What it is.
Hey, black man, you're not fat. You just have fat.
Huh?
At no point is anybody disagreeing with his position that if woman is a hoe, if you see them as that way, that's okay. That's the way you see them. I'm not crazy to say you're not supposed to see what you see, but he's saying he's going to call them that because that's what he wants to do, and that's fine. Yeah. I'm not saying you can't. Yeah. But all I'm saying is you can't tell me that that you have to do that. If you see him as a hoe and you want to call him as a hoe, that's fine, no argument. But you can't tell me, which is where this started, where Bro C was saying on my platform, I would ask that you please not call women hoes. Now, if he felt like he couldn't refrain from that, he could have excused himself from the platform. But how dare you tell him how to address women on your platform? I'm like, you're fucking crazy.
And so let me just say this.
Here. Now you can go wherever you want. You can go over there with Trey and y'all start calling. That's fine. Ain't nobody gonna come over there and tell you not to call them hoes. Do that if that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
I think maybe once or twice, bro. I think once or twice, maybe you went over there and you asked them not to do it, and they still basically like, fuck you, nigga, we gonna do what we want. And it's okay. But you knew I'm in their house.
Right.
If that's what they gonna do, that's what they gonna do.
That's how they gonna get down.
But it don't mean you gonna start calling them that because they are.
Nah.
That's it. I don't know what's stuck about that. It's not enough that they feel like they have to call them hoes. They feel like everybody else has to call them hoes too.
It's a form of dominance.
Yeah.
They feel like they're dominating you.
It's like if you feel like you have to call them hoes, fine. That's your business. I don't agree with it. I don't accept it. But you're not going to make me do it.
Okay, hold on, Rico. Now here,
let me just say this. Let me just say this before you move on, because I don't want to overtalk anybody. You know, but you know, the decent thing to do, you know, and we use this term Christian. You know, it kind of sickens me at times. You know, whole bunch of Christians, but we don't have any Christians. See, people who are actually following Christ. You're just full of words, like a sounding symbol. There's no love there. There's absolutely no love there. So listen, if I was on a panel with my brother, and you know, and I'm using a particular term that is probably offensive to him, you see what I'm saying? Regardless if it's a part of my vocabulary, then I'm going to have the decency to say, well, you know what, Brother Clarence, because I respect you, I'll refrain from using that word on your platform. Some people don't like the word nigger. Some people don't like you using the word bitch. You see what I'm saying? There's so many different words now that could be offensive. You see? And so I think that we should have that type of decency with each other. It's called respect. Not enough of that, is it?
Oh. All right, brother. Thank you, Vaughn, for that. All right, man, let's get back to it, man, because this dude Trey is about to prove my point. Now, everything I've been saying up to this point, I'm just saying, hey, look, that's not going to help our sisters, and let's just we don't have to call them that, right? Rico was saying, we don't have to call them that. Trey's going to prove our point right now.
Faddish ways.
Like, what are we doing?
Faddish ways.
Now we all know when somebody's saying something in a manner where there's a maliciousness behind it, right? There's malice intent behind it. Are you saying it because you're truly trying to hurt someone? We know that.
Right.
But sometimes you're saying things because you're trying to evoke a response out of them that will hopefully change their behavior. I've told my son before, stop being stupid. I'm not saying you are stupid, but you are.
Right there. You just proved my point. You didn't call the son stupid. You saying you being stupid, right? I'm saying you have these ways, but I'm not calling you directly no hoe.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not directly calling you no hoe. So he just proved my point with his own son, right? That's all I was saying.
Right. Your
Okay.
behavior is like a thing that you're not.
Yes, I know that you have a higher thinking than that, but so I'm not going to let your brain, your mentality, your mental energy rest on that name. I'm just going to tell you this is what you looking like if you continue this behavior, right?
Yes.
So he proved my point.
Right
now,
there.
Clarence is saying that there ain't no hoes and women ain't hoes and ain't doing this behavior. I never said none of that.
So those women that are doing hoe behaviors, they're not hoes. You're just saying that behavior looks hoish. Like you said.
Exactly. And I'm saying also that even though they might be doing that, and you know, as a person could say, yeah, this she a hoe. I'm saying we should take a better stance as Black men to encourage them to come out of that behavior. By number one, stop being customers for them. Number two, stop providing them with the validation that makes them think that kind of lifestyle would be okay. And number three, let's get back to being men.
And Rosie, let me be clear. When I listen to the stream, because I listened to it in its totality to see if maybe they weren't talking about sex workers. They were just talking about regular Black women.
Right. That's what I was my thinking as well.
Yeah, I was like, oh, they just calling regular Black women hoes. And you know, that's incredulous. I was like, now if they were talking about actual real sex workers, I was like, okay, it's a harder battle. But I'm like, these motherfuckers are extra crazy. But yeah, they were talking about regular women as being hoes.
Right.
And
that was my thinking.
I don't agree with that.
Vaughn, before I get started.
No, go right ahead. I already made my point. So I'm on to the next.
All right, let's get it.
For acting stupid at the moment. My hope is that you will stop making unintelligent decisions and be better.
See, he did the same. See, that's my hope. You ain't calling your son stupid. You saying he's doing stupid stuff. So your hope is that he gonna change and stop doing the stupid stuff and move on and do something better. Well, my hope is the same. My hope is to say that you might be doing whorish things, but my hope is that you will do better. I could say, hey, you acting like this. You're acting like a hoe. You're behaving like that.
And no one's saying that whorish behavior should not be addressed.
That's the
thing. I don't
believe
anybody is saying that whorish behavior should not be addressed. It should definitely be addressed.
And I'm gonna be crystal clear.
I agree with that.
A lot of stupid shit, a lot of stuff that they are classifying as horse behavior isn't horse behavior. It's just behavior that they don't like, that they don't approve of. So they'll consider a woman horse behavior based. Now I get it. There are gradations to how scantily clad a woman dresses. But of course, some of these motherfuckers will say if she ain't got the collar up to the neck and the gown and too much of the ankle showing.
Going to two extremes.
So that's the whole point. I'm like, men are trying to create a sliding scale that's just not even designed for us. I would feel more comfortable if there was saying.
Hold on, Rico. Rico, let me address Trey Taylor because he's the one that was talking about his son, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, "No, I am calling him stupid." Okay, let's play that back. Maybe it's me. Let's play that back.
All right. It is what it is.
Hey, Black man, you not smart enough.
Cool. Well, then in that case, then he's a part of the problem. He's one of these guys who's a part of the problem, in which he refuses to hold anything that Black women do, whether accountable. He refuses to do it. And if I said earlier, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. And I don't care if that's my mother, my sister, hell, even if it's my daughter. If you acting like a hoe and you're being a whore, I'm gonna call you exactly what you are.
Okay.
It doesn't mean I don't love you.
Okay.
But I'm gonna call you what you are.
Okay.
In the hopes that my harsh words will get you to change your behavior. That's my hope. That's my hope.
Same here.
Right? But maybe it will, maybe it won't. We have to accept the fact that just some women out there, this is just the lifestyle they want to live. And it is what it is.
But Trey, he said they're not hoes, they just have hoish ways.
Now that's a goddamn lie.
Yeah, that don't even make
That's a goddamn lie.
I'll let him finish. We're gonna see if Trey...
I just want to make sure. I'll send Trey back. Trey, you go and find where I said they're not hoes, and they just a hoe. I said they wasn't a hoe. Go ahead and find that. But anyway, let's continue.
Makes sense. If somebody has hoish ways, they're a hoe.
Okay.
Like, I'm a pragmatic guy. I'm simple like that. I'm just simple like that, right? When I used to pull people over for speed, you wanna know why you got pulled over for speeding? Because you was fucking speeding. That's why. Nothing else. No, there ain't no extra in it. It ain't no who. I'm not trying to look for nothing. Pulled you over because you were doing 65 and a 55. You speeding. If you a hoe, you a hoe. And I'm gonna call you a hoe. Right? People call me arrogant, disrespectful, rude, self-serving, stubborn. All kinds of words have been used for me. And some of them are right. Some of them are right. It is what it is.
Hey, black man, you're not fat. You just have fattish ways.
Like, what are we doing?
Fattish ways.
Now we all know when somebody's saying something in a manner where there's a maliciousness behind it, right? There's malice intent behind it. Or you're saying it because you're truly trying to hurt someone. We know that.
Right.
But sometimes you're saying things because you're trying to evoke a response out of them that will hopefully change their behavior. I've told myself.
This is where he's already fucking it up. So he started out saying, if you're having ways, see, now he's trying to caveat it. Well, it's how they're saying it. So you can't be so structured to say that if I call you a hoe, and then later on, if I call you a hoe, well, I'm not really saying you a hoe. You see what I'm saying?
It's the constant. It's the
you're
constant
trying to create some bullshit wiggle room, Trey, because
exactly.
you just said very strongly, deliberately, with no room, hoish behavior. You are a hoe. I call you a hoe. You a hoe. Now you're saying, well, sometimes with so which fucking is it?
Wait, because we're gonna find out.
So we can't hear.
Rico, we're gonna find out because he said that he is calling his son stupid. Okay.
Right.
So I didn't see that. So maybe I missed that. Let's
but he's gonna say he wasn't calling him stupid.
Before, stop being stupid. I'm not saying you are stupid, but all right.
Stop it right there.
It is.
He just told us a moment ago, the behavior dictate what you are.
Huh?
He just said, hoish behavior dictates that you are a fucking hoe, and that's what I'm going to call you.
And let me just say this too, brother.
Now equivocate and say, I'm not calling him stupid, but I just called him stupid because he had stupid behavior.
And let me just say
what we're trying
this.
to say is make it the same on both, and you're not.
Exactly. Let me just say this real quick. In the chapter talking about, I'm using harsh words to invoke change. Well, you also would have to understand this fact too. If that's not always an effective approach, because using harsh words can also cause more damage.
Yeah.
Now, would you agree or disagree with that?
That's a good point.
Absolutely.
So we have to be careful with how we use our speech and our tongues. Mm-hmm. You see, some things just fly off the handle because we're above certain things. No, bring yourself down and humble yourself. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Because the same mercy God has to have on that whole, quote unquote, as you call her, is the same mercy that he has to show to you.
So let me ask you this, Trey, since you throwing out this caveat, is there like a statement or a prefix to what you say to let someone know whether or not you're actually calling them that thing, or if you're trying to invoke change? How the fuck is somebody supposed to know? So how does Miss Sally, who you calling a hoe, know that you're really calling her a hoe, and Miss Jane's supposed to know you calling her a hoe is just to invoke change? What's the magical words that you use to define the difference. Because in one set of standards, you're saying it's concrete, flat out, there's no gray area. You behave a certain way, I call you a certain thing, that's what the fuck you are. Now over here is something different.
Well, and then let me say this too, before we get back to the video. He said, not your son, use whatever you want for your son. For mine, this is how I rock. Hey, that's cool, Trey. You mean you can do what you want to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Black Man Unfiltered brought his son on camera and told the whole world that he tells him to masturbate. Okay, you can do whatever you want with your kid. You in the garbage can, right? And so you can do whatever you want. Now, you know, it's up to you. The results is going to be for your son, right? For you is how you rock. Okay, cool. You know, I don't care how good or bad you raise a kid. You never know how a kid's going to turn out. You just do your best, right? All right, here, let's go back to this. Because Trey said, no, I am calling him stupid. And I didn't see you do that. So let's go back.
Let's hear what he is. He said he wasn't calling him stupid when he called him stupid.
No, Rico. Look down here. He said, no, I am calling him stupid.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let's hear him call him stupid.
Fetish ways.
Like, what are we doing?
Fetish ways.
Now we all know when somebody's saying something in a manner where there's a maliciousness behind it, right? There's malice intent behind it. Right? You're saying it because you're truly trying to hurt someone. We know that.
Right.
But sometimes you're saying things because you're trying to evoke a response out of them that will hopefully change their behavior. I've told my son before, stop being stupid. I'm not saying you are stupid.
Whoa, what? Wait, what? Wait a minute.
That's what I'm saying. How is that any different than the hoe not being a hoe?
Something wrong with me,
How is that any different?
Something wrong with me, Rico. There's something wrong with me.
Different?
Wait a minute. There's something wrong with me because the man just told us that he didn't call him, he is calling him stupid. And right there, he just said, I'm not calling him stupid.
Exactly.
I'm confused. I'm stuck.
Exactly.
Where are we? Oh, we need somebody who can say a bunch of slick shit to slicken this thing out, right?
That's why I asked, what's the magical words when it's meant as opposed to when it's not meant? Because it seems to be, there's a magic word that has to be said first to say, oh, I'm not really saying you're that. But for all the rest of the times, if I don't use the magic word, I'm really saying you're that.
Now the man just said, I said that he didn't call him stupid, right? Mm-hmm. He just said, no, I am calling him stupid. You missed the point. Now he's saying, no, I said that doesn't mean you're stupid.
Let's y'all are hearing what y'all want to hear. Right. We know what we heard, and everybody listening know what we heard and saw.
Hey, Trey, I'm off the BMU train, and you know how y'all could just drag shit out and just try to make 2 + 2 47. Hey, y'all could continue to do that, man. I hope y'all go over there on BMU channel and light my ass up. Go ahead. I have no problem. You won't hear nothing else from me.
Stick around so you can explain to us later on what you said about your daughters.
Well, hey, let's go to that, Rico. Because I mean, Uncle Ricky, man, he just went in on me, but that's okay. Ain't no big deal. Because so let's go to. You have a timestamp?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Because I was like, that was really towards the end. I was like, what? Hang on.
Hey, that's fine, Trey. You know, I don't know who you are. I don't know you, brother, so I would never insult you. I'm only going to bring out the facts. Like you guys did me, was you guys was insulting me.
What they said.
Yeah, I'm just, I mean, I would never insult you. But I don't, like I said, I'm from Los Angeles. That's Buster shit right there when you insult people you don't even know. But hey, that's, like I said, that's how you get down in Ohio, I guess, whatever, right?
What's insulting about playing what they say?
Ohio, so everybody don't get out like that.
Yeah, I don't do that either. That's unnecessary. But if you said it, I'm just saying I don't understand it. It don't make sense to me.
Trey said, y'all doing all this talking like it's going to change something. I do me. Go ahead and do you. Hey, man, I'm not trying to change you. We got a whole nother program over here, bro. Y'all doing what y'all doing. Congratulations. I'm not from Ohio, champ, or whatever. You said you were stopping people in Ohio, but whatever. Okay, wherever you from, brother, wherever you, good for you. Go ahead and go out there, you know, do your son like how you gonna do him. Have at it. That's your son, not mine. So not one of my three. So go ahead out there, do you, brother. He said, meanwhile, you're talking about me. I'm not talking about you. I ain't talking about you, bro. I'm talking about what you said.
But Trey, you wasn't.
These dudes be lying, man. They lie so much.
No, bro, see, whoa. Trey, didn't you question this man's? No. Hold on, bro, see. Didn't you question this man's mental acuity yesterday? Didn't you question how slow he was? Didn't you question how slow he was, Trey?
Exactly.
So you don't think that that's deserving of a response? You implying that this man was mentally slow?
I don't want to be on your screen. That's the difference between me and you. I don't want to be on your screen. I never will go over there. Your conversations are too low, and I realize that. So I wouldn't. Why would I bring my vibration down that low? Have at it, man. All black women are hoes and all that. Have at it. Y'all, great work. I don't see what y'all gonna change. But hey, white supremacy has no color. That's for sure.
Nothing. They ain't gonna change anything. Nothing. They just gonna, as Anisha said, they gonna sit over there and keep crying about hoes. That's all they gonna do.
They went in on her
and keep crying about hoes.
They went in on her. They went in on Take Heed. They went in on them, right?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, they got a fascination and obsession with hoes.
And they just basically cannibalized their own panelists, right? Trey said, I did because I didn't know who he was. Everything I seen up in prior was low IQ. I got you, brother. That's why you shouldn't come over here. You should go where you happy, man. You should go where you think, hey, man, high IQ. Calling black women bitches and hoes, that's high IQ. So you need to get on over there where where the high IQ is, right? We over here doing some real shit. But go ahead and go on over there. Yeah, go on over there, brother. I don't even know you.
With the other Christians. With the other Christians.
Yeah, with the other Christians.
With the other Christians.
Yeah. And everybody could be in hypocrisy together.
Yes.
And you know what I'm saying? He said, I call black women what they are. Okay. Like I said, Trey, you doing fine. We gonna but hang tight, Trey, because you got some stuff to start explaining. You got some
did you ever wonder why all the women you run into are hoes?
Who, Trey?
I would think I have the worst luck in the world if the only women I could come into contact with throughout my life is hoes. What would make me a hoe magnet?
Well, Rico, how do you know the only women he came in contact with is hoes?
He said he called them all hoes. They all hoes.
Oh, okay.
So if they're all hoes, I would have to ask myself, what is it about me that makes me a hoe magnet?
Good question.
You said it, Trey.
He said, well, Trey said, I don't run into hoes. What are you talking about?
What I don't think you do is, I don't think you think about
I don't know you, so I couldn't make nothing up about you.
Yeah, I just don't think you think about what you say before you say it.
Hold on, Rico. Let me get something clear. Let me get something clear with him. I don't know you, brother. So I can't, and you don't have enough of my attention for me to make up stuff about you. I don't know you, and I have nothing against you. I just don't agree with the fact that you, insulting me when I had nothing to do with. I have never said nothing about you. I don't even know you, but you insulted me based on nothing, based on the words of this man here. The man you should be upset with is here, who misled you into being able to do that. But instead, you're not saying nothing to him. You're saying it to me. I'm not the one that misled you. This man lied to you and told you that I didn't come on the platform because I wanted 4 people on there and I refused to come on the platform. That is not what happened. I didn't come on the platform because I had a previous engagement with the Nation of Islam at a gang summit down here in Compton. I forgot I got that date confused. And when somebody contacted me and reminded me about it, I let him know that. He didn't tell you that, did he? He just told you, oh, Clarence didn't want to come on because he wanted 4 people on, and I don't do that. This is my platform. When I got the emails where he agreed to do it. No. See, you up here talking to people. See, we get receipts, partner. I got receipts for everything I'm saying. You can say all that stuff to protect him or protect yourself or whatever you guys got going on. But I got receipts for everything. I got the email where he said, I'm only gonna have the 4 people on there for you, Clarence. I got it. I got the email where I sent him. I said, hey, bro, I ain't gonna be able to make it because I got this gang summit I gotta go do for the Nation of Islam. I gotta go do that. So I don't know what, like I said, but I saw we already went through we went through the most of the front of the video already, going through all of the lies he told y'all. All that he told y'all. Anyway, if you don't know men, then stop making assumptions. I'm not dude, I didn't assume nothing on you. You assumed it on me. You the one was asking about me. Is he something wrong? Is he slow? Is something going? You ain't got, I'm just talking to you because you in the chat, brother. I don't have, brother, if you wasn't in my chat, I'll never come and see you. I'll never come looking for you. I'll never come do none of that. He said, oh, wow, quit crying. What am I crying about? What am I crying about? I'm on my fan.
Brother Clarence, Brother Clarence, I think we should just move on with the video because brother's going to be in the chat and you're going to be talking in the chat all day.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Rico to give me some timestamps.
Yeah,
let me get into Ricky. Let me get into Ricky because Ricky went in on me too. Okay, Trey, I think we're done with you. Wilding with the Whitfields. Wait, Mr. Clarence.
And let me just say this, brother Clarence.
Hold on. You said the Black Men Unfiltered Network has low conversation, but I think the numbers speak for themselves. He's doing well. I'm sure he's doing well.
Listen. Wait, hold on.
Wait. Hold on, y'all. I'm sure Black Man Unfiltered is doing well. It's just not the kind of work we're doing here. That's fine. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do. That's his station, network, whatever you want to call it. But hey, that's fine. We just got a different kind of work here. So since we got a different kind of vibe over here, maybe we should just leave each other alone. Maybe that's
let me say this. That shit's a fucking joke for a goddamn network that runs a stream every night.
Hold on.
Every night. It's a fucking joke. What are you talking about? Numbers. Yeah. Numbers don't lie. Man, get out of here with that dumb shit. I'm tired of meeting in the middle with this. Oh, I'm like, that's just dumb trolling shit.
Rico.
Let me just say this.
It's like it's a stream that runs every night of the week.
Let me get in here, brother. Rico.
Garbage.
Rico, let me get in here for a second.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just hate to talk over you guys, but numbers really don't mount up to anything, because you can have a lot of numbers, but that doesn't mean that you're being beneficial. Jim Jones had a lot of numbers, didn't he?
He did.
What happened to all those people that followed him? So just because you have numbers and you have followers,
Eddie Long.
But here's the point.
David Koresh.
Exactly, but here's the point.
Dr. York.
Because you have numbers. Hold on, Brother Clarence. Just because you have numbers, you see what I'm saying? Don't mean that you're leading people correctly. What type of leader are you? What direction are you leading them in? That's the point. So this whole conversation about numbers is ridiculous.
Okay, let's see. Rico got me.
Look at that. Look. I'm a hater, right? But these are 40-year-old grown fucking men sitting around circle jerking each other off and excited about fucking numbers. Where the fuck is the substance? Nowhere. You regurgitate the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. Half of the content is stolen from other red pill manosphere spaces that I heard it before. I hear the shit regurgitated over there. All y'all do is retard the shit down. It's a dumbass ideology to start with. And y'all go, black women bash. Y'all retard stupid shit down lower. And you feel like you got numbers. Because more slow motherfuckers listen to y'all sit around. I got the balls enough to say this shit. I don't give a fuck about that garbage. And I've always told Bro C, it's some fucking garbage. It's no substance. It's ridiculous. All the content is stolen from other spaces.
Rico.
There's no fucking originality because there's not an original thought on the fucking panel.
Rico, they're not listening. They're not listening.
Look, even while I'm with Whitfield, the man has 12 shows running 7 days a week. Do you know how desperate you have to be to spend that much fucking time online? And niggas ain't doing a fucking thing in the real world. Nothing.
Yeah.
And all 7 days, 12 shows, 7 days a week talking about black bitches.
Wow.
That's what y'all are. 7 days a week, 12 different shows. You got black women shitting on black women. How low to the bottom of the fucking barrel did you sorry motherfuckers have to dig to find some shit like that?
Okay.
I can't find a black woman to bash a black woman, but you motherfuckers found the super mammies of the year.
Hold on, Rico.
Ridiculous.
So lost in translation, you want to talk about it. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do, lost in translation. I will talk to you. If you want to come up here, I will talk to you. And we can have a discussion. So he can, I don't know if he
it'd be the same old
But,
bullshit.
but here's the point. No one else was invited to that.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on, Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence. You know, let's do things the same way. You know, that was a closed panel. That was a closed panel. This is a closed panel. They can talk in the chat.
Yeah, let them cry in the chat.
Okay.
Because when they were doing the shit they were doing, with nobody over there to defend you, with nobody over there to say nothing on your behalf. Nobody.
That's true.
They dog walk the shit out of you.
Okay, well, let's first of all, we got to go through this stuff. And if you're still here, lost in translation, we'll see. We'll see. My team is like, no, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Yeah, I was invited, brother, but they, like I said, they didn't tell you why I didn't attend. They made it seem like I didn't attend because there was more people on the panel.
I certainly would be talking to them young bulls like this. But guess what? I have some young bulls with me because I got my own.
Rico, stop. That's another
there they go.
deflection.
I'm gonna let it go.
Let it go. Just let it go. Let it go.
They always want to do this threatening shit.
Let me
just say that. Let me just say this. They always want to do this threatening shit. And it's not lost on me that you want to threaten an old man. But I got plenty of young sons. And let me remind your ass, I'm an old man, but I'm not a fucking woman. Because I know that's who y'all like to punch down on. I know that's who y'all like to punch down on. So in motherfucking person, yeah, this same conversation would be the same. But it wouldn't be me they'd be having to deal with. Because I'm an old man. Y'all all can whoop my ass. Y'all all can. I would never. That would be like me, Clarence, sitting there threatening a 100-year-old man. What kind of punk shit is that? So it's not lost on me how quick y'all want to get violent with women and with old people. Y'all don't hesitate to do that shit. Y'all don't hesitate to do that shit.
All right, Rico, come on, man. Let's get back to the work. Okay. This ain't about insulting them and them insulting us and all that. That ain't even.
I ain't watching a motherfucking thing, Trey.
Yeah.
I ain't watching a motherfucking thing. You want to threaten me too?
No, ain't nobody threatening you, Rico.
I mean, but you know what? If you're an old man, watch your mouth. I ain't gotta watch shit. I ain't gotta watch a motherfucking thing. So why are you even telling me that?
Right.
What comes after that if I don't watch it?
Rico.
I want to know what comes after it.
Rico,
if I don't silence myself.
Rico, none of these dudes ain't gonna do nothing.
They ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. They gonna sit over there and keep banging on black women.
Let's go back to work. Let's go back to work. All right, because our work here is to point out the discrepancies. All right, here we go.
Education and get together. And every time I see them, I'm going to be talking about that. If not, then y'all stop being together. Stop wasting each other's time. I mean,
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. No, I was done.
So Mr. Bennett put something in the chat, right, that I saw earlier about Nigeria, the tribal, you know, what I was saying earlier about how my daughter will be able to, she's in 2 pools from America and from Nigeria. So he had put something, he put something in here. And the thing is that Mr.
Oh man, what happened to Ricky? Oh man, Rico, you passed over part where Ricky cooked this chick.
Huh?
Ricky was cooking this chick.
Oh, yeah. But I went to the end.
Okay. Let's go.
While Trey's here, I went to his part. So
okay.
Go ahead and get him out the way, and he can go cry somewhere else.
Okay. All right. Because this chick got cooked by Ricky, man. I thought I got cooked, man. He really cooked her. All right, let's go. Let's finish.
Mr. Bennett, I love when he comment on stuff that is from Africa. You want to know why? Because some of the stuff he say is not legit because he's going by whatever they tell him in Google. And so the thing is that when you have a direct link to Nigeria, like how my husband does, a direct link, I didn't have to get it from Google. He has friends that are in Nigeria that are lawyers, doctors, all these people are linked in a consistent family group that our daughters and sons won't have to marry here. Now, just because Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, they all marry outside different races. This is true, but they have an overwhelming size of population. So it doesn't matter. I don't know why all the time if I say something, you'll see Mr. Bennett say something about Africa or whatever, but it's still something he Googled. You know what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there because nobody is counting the group that is here in America as well from Nigeria too. So I just want to put that out there. Nobody should agree with their daughter getting married at 35, 40 years old because Mr. Bennett girls are not married either. So he failed at that as well. So we sitting up here getting on our pain, but Mr. Bennett failed as well. Him and his wife.
He didn't fail, man. It's just bullshit,
No,
man.
failed.
He didn't fail. Neither did I.
Fail's kind of hard.
How to be wise.
Let her finish.
I'm sorry. Nobody, because y'all will get up here and you'll say, this is the truth, this is the truth, this is the truth. But the truth is that y'all did not prepare those girls for marriage. That's the truth. You didn't prepare them to be wives. Let's talk about it. Because everybody want to get upset with everybody else. Oh, this is what you did. This is what you think. But the truth is, if those girls are still living in your household or you still have to take care of them, you have failed in making them a wife material. Because a man has to know that she's wife material for him to say, I want you as wife. I'm finished. I got to go.
Our pain. Let me explain something to you, man. In social psychology class, we call that cognitive dissonance. Marcellus Wyatt in Pulp Fiction
Can you pause it?
Feel that tightness in your chest.
Then what did you just hear?
I heard that she went off. I mean, they have been cooking her for a while, so I guess
they just called this man a failure for the lack of his adult daughter being a wife.
Matter of fact, they call, matter of fact, not only our pain,
they call Mr. Bennett a failure.
Mr. Bennett as well.
They use the words failure.
Right.
So any of you young ladies that's not married, you're not wife material. And
somebody on the show did, Trey. Somebody on the show called him a failure.
I know we all just heard that, right?
Right.
We all heard that. We all heard that he's a failure for his adult daughter not being married. And he's a panelist on the show.
I don't think he was on there that night, though. But
he
yeah,
was on there, yes, he was. That was that show.
No, he was in the chat, Rico.
No, Mr. Payne.
I was talking about Mr. Bennett.
Oh, no, but Mr. Payne, she's calling him a failure.
Yeah, but she also called Mr. Bennett a failure as well.
So, yeah, I don't know about Mr. Bennett wasn't on there, but she's calling Mr. Payne, which I totally don't agree with that.
Of course not. That's ridiculous.
And I would have said some hard shit in return, but hey, I think it was totally fucked up. I think it was uncalled for. I think it was fucking horrible. You know, as if as a father, I don't know what father can make their daughter get married. You know, you can try to train them for it. You can wish they were, but you can't make them get married. First of all, you can't. First of all, are you out there making a motherfucker want to marry your daughter?
That's what I'm saying. You can't make somebody want to marry you. Yeah, you can't make somebody want to marry your daughter.
The whole fucking notion is batshit crazy. But then to reduce it down to a thought that because it didn't happen, that you, the father, it's your fault and you are a failure. I'm not missing the point, Trey. That's what she said.
The father is not a failure. The
She
father
said
is not a
the
failure.
father is a failure.
No. If the woman just decides she don't want to get married in college, she don't want to get married.
Right.
I mean, what she want to pursue a career? Okay, she pursue a career.
Then
She know
you're a
that
failure as a father.
No, you're not a failure as a father.
But this is what we're responding to. This is and again, don't give me no. Is there again, Trey? Maybe there's some magical words that you say when I said you're a failure. You just got failure ways, but you're not really a failure. I don't fucking know. But people hear this stupid shit, and there's no twisting to it. You can prepare her all you want.
Agreed.
It doesn't mean it's going. Preparation does not equate to success.
Correct. You can have a kid in a two-parent household, medium moderate income, everything.
Prepared for marriage until the cows come home. Could have been out there flaunting herself to motherfucking young boys that were fit for her. They still may not choose her.
That's right.
So the entire notion is fucking stupid.
The only thing, but Trey, that's the only thing you can do is prepare her for marriage. You can't force somebody to marry her. This ain't Africa where we betroth the kids as when they little kids. We betroth.
We don't have arranged marriages as much as I know y'all wish for that shit.
We don't have that.
Y'all wish for.
Probably would work better, but we don't have that right now.
I don't know. I don't think it necessarily works as great in the places that.
Well, I mean, you could pick the family. If the family's a good family, you could pick the family and say, "Hey, you got a son, I got a daughter. Let's arrange them to be together." I mean, that would make more sense than what's going on now.
Trey, at this point, let me be clear.
75% of kids born out of wedlock. I mean, that would make more sense than what's going on now.
Trey, I don't even care. At this point, it's not even about Dr. Payne. I do think it is it's fucked up the way that they treated him. And I would never set foot over there again.
Agreed.
Because I felt for the man. I felt, the hurt. When, they were telling him he's a failure for his daughter not being married, how fucked up that had to feel.
Crazy, man.
But I'm saying, if I even take him out, it's still a stupid fucking ideology.
And you can see the man was hurt. He was hurt over that.
It's a stupid fucking ideology, period. For him, I think it's worse. I think the concept is dumb. I'm not soft.
We soft.
I'm not soft because I would have responded back in a way where I would have got kicked off the panel. So it doesn't really matter to me. It is stupid to me. It is absolutely stupid to me. And I'm saying that. That's why I'm calling it stupid.
So here's the thing, though, Brother Rico.
I'm well aware of countries with arranged marriages, and I've also
now sound like Brother Clarence. Rico.
Better divorce rates.
Rico. Let's not pay attention to the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the chat alone.
That we can do about the conversation that we're having up here.
I'm gonna close it. Go ahead.
Because now it's kind of going into a different realm.
Okay. You're right.
That is unnecessary. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. But I do want to say
the point is the main point of the stream is the disingenuousness of Black Man Unfiltered concerning Brother Clarence. And
the topic. Correct.
And the stream that he put on. Let's stick to that topic because
back it up to Ricky. That's at the beginning.
Let me just say this. Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is something that Brother Clarence did not expect. And he felt like his character was being undermined over there. Now, whether or not these brothers give less than a damn about that has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with him. Because they can give less than a damn about how Brother Clarence feels. But you reap what you sow. You reap exactly what you sow. When you try to paint pictures of people, and that's actually not even their character. All because of a disagreement, all because of a different point of view. Come on, man. We can do better than that.
Well, like I say, you're right, Vaughn. And I always try to treat Black Man Unfiltered with nothing but respect. I always try to, even when I had some team members that wanted to light him up. I said, no, let's don't do that. I said, come on, he's really a good dude, man. You know, and let's just give him some time. And he played me like this. So okay, I'm not. I don't know Black Man Unfiltered like that to be. And I would, even if I did, this is the type of brother I am. Even if I knew some things about Black Man Unfiltered that he probably wouldn't want the public to know, I wouldn't tell it. I would just cut ties, which is what I'm trying to do now. I'm just going to say, hey, look, brother, I know you want to do this thing the way, and you got people over there that want to pursue that and pursue that like that. Cool. I'm just saying, you know, our vibes are not going to click because I can't rest with you telling lies on me. I can't rest. And then you letting people and encouraging them to insult me. I can't do that. I ever encouraged any of you guys to try to insult this man. As a matter of fact, I've been the one trying to stop the insults from coming, right? I've been trying to stop.
Actually, you suggested that people subscribe to his channel.
On many occasions.
Yeah.
Right?
And
you
need to say you're sorry for that shit too.
I apologize for doing that. If you went over there and heard something that put your soul at odds, please forgive me, because I did that in good faith because I was actually trying to, you know, cultivate a friendship with Black Man Unfiltered. But when he did this situation, I realized that can't happen. We can't have a friendship unless I'm willing to let him do me wrong. And so that's not going to happen. So we can't have the friendship. See, a friendship should be based on mutual respect, right? But there is no mutual respect. It's just, you know, exploitation. I'll exploit you, and then I'll take your content and I'll exploit you on your content. I'll do that. I'll make you my piñata, right? So me and my cronies, we can all laugh at you and hit you with the stick, and then we can laugh about it. But the real topics that you're talking about, we don't want to have nothing to do because we subscribe to something else, right? So I don't need it. Wait, diabolical. Let me say this. I don't need to have a conversation with BMU. He's the one that did me like this. So I don't need to have he already showed me. I'm from Los Angeles. I could see you from 100 miles away. So that's how you doing it. Okay. I know how to give a nigga 50 feet. Okay, I'll give you your 50 feet. That way, hey, I see you coming. I already got my hands up already because I already know you about to bullshit. So I don't need to what I need to talk to him about. He already showed me that he's gonna let his people put me down. He's already showed me he's gonna be disrespectful. He already showed me he's gonna lie. What the fuck? What else we need to talk about? well, he already did. He did that, not me. He did that. So there ain't nothing else for us to talk about. Have at it, Black Man Unfiltered. Go back, go do your thing. Have at it. I hope you have millions of subscribers. Go ahead. This is what I won't have.
Black bitches.
Trey said, what does being from LA mean? LA don't claim you, plantation mentality. Okay. Okay, Trey. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with you, man. I'm just saying I've experienced enough craziness out here in this city alone to know when somebody's on some buster shit. I already know. I've seen that already.
He hurt because we called out his bullshit.
Hey man, so like I said, what did he do exactly? He lied on me, number one. He allowed his panel members to attack me personally. And so I'm like, okay, I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying, okay, cool. I'm gonna leave you alone, you leave me alone. I thought we had a different kind of relationship. Obviously we don't. And it started adding up when I looked at it yesterday. When I started looking at all of the stuff, I started adding up the things that he had done to me. And I said, wait a minute. He been doing this stuff. I had people telling me in my ear, Clarence, come on now. But I wasn't listening because I was saying, no, I'm trying to cultivate a friendship with the brother. I don't have no ill will to him. I don't wish Black Man no ill will. I just don't want to be involved with stuff. When I know you're gonna lie on me, then I got to let you go. I gotta let you go. You got to go over there. I got to go over here. We'll stay over here, and it just be what it is. You know what I'm saying? I never asked him to come over here. He never asked me to come over. Well, once in a while he would ask me to come over here. But really, His shows are going without me. His thing was popping before I ain't never did nothing over there, and he ain't never came over
That
here.
shit ain't never been popping.
Well, but I'm
Ain't never
saying
been popping.
what I said. Well,
Don't
I
embellish.
already been through that diabolical. I already been through where he lied and said I didn't come because there wasn't 4 people on the panel. When I got the emails that he agreed to have it like that.
Watch the replay.
Yeah, go watch the replay
It'll be
because
left up.
I said all that stuff already. All right,
Leaving
let's
it
get
up
back.
so they can flip it up and talk shit.
Okay. So, let's do this. I don't mind talking to these guys one-on-one.
Go to the beginning so you can get the Uncle Ricky stuff, what he said about you.
Oh,
Says diabolical. If you can stick around for a minute, you can hear what Uncle Ricky said on the platform. Yeah, I'm a hater. I mean, oh my God. Y'all motherfuckers think, it's crazy how they think everybody has to have a chance.
So they never got a shot. They never got a fair shake. So that's
all y'all got.
Such as like,
you a hater.
Nobody gets a fair shake. I didn't have a fair shake. My dad wasn't around. I started off 4, 5, 10, 15, 20,000 steps behind everybody else. So fucking what? Wham. Life is hard. Work through it.
Uncle Rick?
Oh, man.
What did you think about the conversation, and did you disagree or agree with Brother Clarence?
I disagree with Brother Clarence. I don't even know the nigga, but whatever, right? Why is it that when it comes to black folk, staying on code means being quiet when there's bullshit going on?
Now, I'm gonna say this, and those of y'all that are not in a spiritual community, don't get offended. Okay, don't get offended. That's the only way he can crunch this down, is that I'm trying to stay on code. Not that our Father in heaven wants us to try to get our people back. He can't relate to that mentality, right? His mentality is, this good white man, you should be running to grab his boots and hug him and kiss him, right? He providing all this. No, God giving you the opportunity, but we got to turn back to God. So I'm just trying to show y'all he's not looking at it from a spiritual perspective. He's going to look at it from a carnal perspective. All right. So, Clarence, are you faulting him for that? No, I'm not faulting him for that. I'm telling y'all, don't get excited because that's what he's doing. All right, here we go. Hey.
Somebody robbed a man down the street. You shutting up. Stay on code. Men and women out in these streets acting like heathens. Shut up because they black. Stay on code. Mm-hmm. Somebody who don't have your best interests never had your best interests at hand. Definitely ain't gonna do shit for you. Told you they ain't gonna do shit for you. Stay on code.
Okay. This is a jacket he's putting on me. I never said none of this. This is a jacket a man that never even met me is putting on me.
It ain't never stay on code to support a black business. It ain't never stay on code to make sure you stay home and raise your children. Make sure your kids ain't out here uncovered. It ain't never, sis, stop being a hoe. It ain't never, control your box, right?
Okay. I think I done checked all them boxes, right? I've been married to the same woman 34 years, going on 35. Raised all my children under the same roof, right? All my sons under the same roof. I've been supporting black businesses. Final call newspaper, right? I've been supporting black businesses. I think I've done everything on this list that this man said, but he still got me wearing this jacket. Okay, let's continue.
I don't even understand what any of that has to do with what you said. What did he hear that said anything about code?
He's setting up the proposition.
Right. That you're on the black woman's sister code. And I'm like, nothing we said was anything to do.
Wait. Listen, Rico, let me say it out in English. He's setting up the fact that I'm no matter no matter how wicked a sister would do something, that I'm gonna be on code to say, nah, they're not wrong.
Right.
That's not what we ever said, right?
Ever.
But that's what he's setting up. That's the proposition he's setting up. So when he goes in, they're gonna say, yeah, you're right. But that's that's what he's setting up. Clarence, if you're a Bible thumping and playing spirituality, I hope your slate is clean. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. You are 100% right, Trey. You're 100% right.
Wouldn't this a panel full of thumpers?
No. Rick, this dude is definitely not a thumper.
Well, that's all I ever hear.
The main thumper is Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man
is the Lost in Translation. And
I don't know if Lost in Translation is a thumper.
I hear a lot of scripture.
Maybe he is. Okay,
I don't know.
I haven't seen him a lot, so maybe.
I'm just saying I'm not. And the shit I heard on the show, I'm like, you niggas sound like me, but you keep talking about Christian followings and Christian teachings.
Okay. Now I can say, all right. So I should say, are your kids married? We might have to call you a failure. Yeah, I guess I am a failure, huh?
Yeah.
Are your sons married to Black women? I don't know. Is your son married to a Black woman? Who cares? That's irrelevant whether my sons are married to Black women or not. What difference does that make? Right? You know what I mean? That's like me asking you, how many inches is your penis? Who cares? That has nothing to do with nothing, right? What we talking about is, should we be calling our sisters out of their name if they need our help and they putting a hand up like in Hollywood Shuffle, and we leaving them there.
But let's just say this: even if they're not asking for help, for whatever reason, should we be calling them hoes? That's
good point.
That's
good point, Rico.
Simple
good point.
Question. I don't care how they're acting. I don't care what they're doing. I'm not saying they're not. They might be hoes. Do you have to call a hoe a hoe? That's the simplified point. Was don't call them this.
That's it. That's it. It's unnecessary.
Right.
But you know what? But like you said before, Rico, like you said before, you guys are gonna do what you want to do out there.
Right.
So I mean, we was just talking about here, but you're gonna do what you want to do out there, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's get back into Uncle Rick.
You colors, I tell you, boy. You colors. Right? Dude was on bullshit. You call a spade every time.
What bullshit was I on? Saying that we shouldn't be calling Black women hoes. We shouldn't. I mean, those are our women. But we've been successfully turned against each other, right? Shout out to the Hoover administration, right? We've been successfully turned against each other. So now we're calling our own women hoes.
Because that's what they want to do. That's what I keep saying. It keeps going back to they don't have to do it. They know they don't have to do it. They know they don't have to. They want to do it. There's a psychology going on here that you are so obsessed at othering someone. But guess what? Will be the first motherfuckers to clutch their pearls when they get othered. Will be the first one.
Diabolical. Let me tell you something. If you would stand with the Klan, you would never call the Black woman a bitch or a hoe.
Yep.
So that don't make no sense.
Yep.
That don't make no sense
there.
And
look, let's pretend for a minute, right? So I don't believe
you be an activist and you calling the Black woman a bitch and a hoe.
Exactly. So look, Clarence, I don't believe that bullshit, number one. Two, if it was true, I don't care. Three, if it's true and I believed it, then that's what he should be fucking talking about, trying to get rid of the Klan out of the state of Texas instead of 12 shows a week, 7 days a week, black bitches, black bitches, black bitches, black bitches, to the point that one of his panelists, a Black woman, said, can we stop talking about fucking hoes? We've been talking about them for the last 2-3 months. And he said, we're going to talk about hoes for the next 6 to 10 weeks. So if you just threw up all this bullshit, then why not talk about that? Why not talk?
I
would be a supporter. I would super chat some shit like that. That's why I don't believe it.
How come you don't
Well,
know?
let me just say this too. Let me just jump in real quick. We would have to admit, and excuse me just for a second, we would have to admit that people are going to say what they're going to say. We're not the governors of everyone's speech. The point is just to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You see what I'm saying? And if it's improper for you to address the female that way, then you go about your life that way. You see what I'm saying? The only thing you can do is inform people. You can't convert them. You can't change them. You can't save them. You see what I'm saying? So if these brothers want to refer to them as whatever they say, that's on them.
Agreed.
Because no matter what you say and how long we have dialogue about it, it's not going to change their speech. You see what I'm saying? The point is, what can I do to be better? How can I deal with the situation better? And which way am I acting that could be pleasing to God? And so let me examine myself, Lord. How should I speak to these young women? How should I address them? And I want to be pleasing in your eyesight, not the sight of men. I digress.
Okay. Look, y'all. I'm about done with this topic. I want to talk to Lost in Translation. If you guys want to be up here or you don't want to be up here, just tell me to pull you down. I'll pull you down. But I would like to talk to Lost in Translation if you're still out there.
No motherfucking way.
I'll stay for the conversation, but if it turns into something, wait, hold on, Brother Clarence.
Yes, sir.
I'm really not here to argue with people.
You know what? Argue.
Listen,
I think Lost in Translation about the level of set of guy they got over there.
Let me finish, brother. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Sir. I'm not here to argue or to debate with anyone. You see what I'm saying? I got up here specifically to support you because I'm in agreement with your statement that these men and women are misguided. There's a book called The Thesaurus. And there's so many different ways to go about speech. And you don't have to use one word all the time. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm not here to argue with anyone. I'm not here to debate, but we can have the conversation.
Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna bring Lost in Translation up here. Let's see okay, that link there is for Lost in Translation. Anybody else uses it, you're gonna get kicked right off of here. So that is for Lost in Translation. If he wants to come up here, we will have that conversation. I feel like, that was, and we didn't even play the part where they just beat up those two sisters, man. We didn't even play those parts. And I don't think that's really important.
I don't know about both of them, but it was embarrassing what I saw them do to Anissa. I guess, let me ask you this, Trey. Well, no, I don't think you think of Anissa that way, but you said some pretty harsh shit to her. You said some pretty, and you know what you said to her. You said some pretty harsh, horrible, undeserving shit to that woman. And I didn't hear her say a fucking thing that was deserving of that treatment. You told her, okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay.
This is a case that.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Right. Right. Okay.
Oh,
yeah. Well, listen, come on. Listen.
So you see how when you try to be civil, you can't be.
But Brother Rico, listen.
Yeah.
Come on, let's not be so triggered by the way that people talk and speak and do. You see
I
what
was just asking him if he wanted to maybe apologize for how he
hold on, listen. If I were to give my opinion, I would definitely say, well, that's inappropriate.
Yeah.
That's my point of view about it.
Yeah.
Now you can go on and cuss and talk and do exactly how you want to do.
No.
Is what I'm doing pleasing God? That's what the question I'm asking myself.
Rico, calm down, Rico.
I'm a back up. I was seeing if he maybe wanted to apologize for the way he treated her. Because to be honest,
he don't want to apologize.
To be honest,
That's a
When I
manner of
watched it, I
disrespect.
felt bad for Mr.
Period.
Payne, and I felt bad for Anissa because I think there was a couple of times where things were said very hurtful to them.
Yes,
That while they
definitely.
didn't say anything, it looked like it to me from their body language. That's what
Definitely.
I thought. So I was trying to get a brother an opportunity to clean it up, but
No,
he stood
he
on
really.
it.
All right, y'all. Let's. I brought up Lost in Translation. Lost in Translation is coming up here. I guess he's gonna represent the camp. But you know, as far as I know, Lost in Translation has always seemed like the most level-headed guy. We may not all agree, but the one thing we ain't gonna do is holler and scream at each other. Lost in Translation, what's going on with you, brother?
What's going on, brother Clarence? What's up, Rico? Mr. Dr. Vaughn, how you doing, sir? Good to see you once again.
I'm good, brother.
Good,
Okay.
good. Listen,
Okay,
I want to talk to you guys about
Go
the
ahead.
show. So,
Go ahead.
and just to give you guys a little bit of background, what goes on Tuesday nights. Y'all don't know this or not, but on Tuesday nights, I usually like to come in early in the show, and we usually play gospel music. You know what I'm saying? To kind of calm everybody down. Anybody who's been in the back chat knows that's what I do, because I want to make sure that even though we provide entertainment, there's still always a message at the end. And what I wanted you to show, Brother Clarence, at the very end of the show, usually when I'm moderating the show, I always give people a piece that they can use to carry them on. Just like we were talking about making sure that we have enough women who are wives. And I also talked to the fellas at the end of the show and say, you know, we spend a lot of time building women up, that we should also spend the same amount of time building men up so these women could have good husbands.
Exactly.
And I shared the TikTok group that I'm in called Navigate to the Altar at the very end of the show as a key to let everybody know, yeah, we play around or whatever, but at the end of the day, we still want to make sure that we have good families and good wives and good husbands. So I wanted to make sure I shared that with you guys. There's a whole lot of other people that we work in the backgrounds, because it's like Rico said, sometimes, man, the conversations may be contentious, but we've had this conversation before, not only just Black Men and Filters channel, with other folks' channel as well, trying to grasp the ear. For some strange reason, whenever we have a show and when it's good and ratchet, that's when everybody comes in. But at the end, we want to hit them with a message. And I've actually had shows with Brother Vaughn where we talked about what it takes to be a husband. And even in the midst of having a great conversation, we didn't bring women up at all. We talked about what it takes for men to be good husbands. And Brother Vaughn, am I not mistaken? Didn't somebody come up and try to disrupt our good conversation?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, you know?
Yes.
You know, when you do good, evil is present.
All the time.
We just have to be prepared for
Lost in
that.
Translation.
Right. Go ahead, Brother Clarence.
Lost in Translation. I can prepare you a full course meal, delicious, everything delicious, right? But I put poison in the food. But at the end, I say, but we using red wine. Does that matter? You already eating the poison. So that's the part that we're trying to say is, hey, you know, don't poison the people. If you disagree with me, hey, that's fine. I don't, Black Man Don't Filter, no, I don't have no problem with you disagreeing with me.
Right.
Let's just be respectful, right? He came over here and told me that I disrespected another content creator. He came over here and told me that.
Well,
And
who did
I
he say
thought
you
about it.
disrespected?
Huh?
Who did he say that you disrespected?
Security boss. And I did. So
How?
because she I used some of her content without her permission. She gave me a strike. And so I made another video you know, kind of caricaturizing her and another content creator, right? And when he made me to see that, yeah, man, you know, I was doing it all in fun, but she didn't see it that way. Well, my intention was never to hurt her feelings, right? I just got so caught up in my emotions. I just was out there doing it. But once he made me to see that, hey, man, her feelings was hurt over it, I backed off of it, right? I apologized to her, right? So he knows I'm a pretty fair dude. So to put me out there, brother, like I'm this stupid dude that just gonna say a bunch of stuff and then lie on me, man. He told so many lies on me yesterday, or on Tuesday, excuse me, that I feel like we can't do business anymore like that. I mean, I'm trying not to, Me and my team, we're trying to do a lot of other things behind the scenes that y'all will find out about later. But right now, man, if we can't have that conversation, brother, I got family members that I had to let go because they don't want to see it the way I'm seeing. I mean, that's not, but they don't want to, they don't want to take the time to be respectful of my beliefs or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I'm just going to leave you alone, give you 50 feet. That's cool. So, my thing with him was that he lied on me. I went through all that in the beginning. You can go back and check it. I was much hotter at that point, but now I'm cooled off a little bit. But I mean, he don't want he told me he lies on me, and I'm not interested in that. If you're gonna be genuine with me, cool, be genuine, but don't lie on me because I'm not gonna take that. I don't have to take that. I don't have to,
Can I ask you a question, Lost?
Sure, go ahead, brother.
The
Rico.
question is, if you just came up here on this platform and I said, "Hey, Lost, no disrespect, brother. We don't like calling black men the N-word, nigga. Can you please not stop calling that?" Right? That's all I said. But then yet, that's it. Period. You go into a whole stream. Rico said that black men ain't niggas, or niggas ain't black. You know what I'm saying? That's what we see. What happened because what Bro C said. It was never, are there any holes?
Well, ask him, Rico.
It was
ask him, Rico. Ask him. Is there any problem with us doing
saying,
that?
Please, we don't. Basic, and we're saying here, you can go back over there and call them the N-word and holes and everything else. And I'm not even telling you not. We just say, hey, that's not what we want to do here. Because if someone's up on this platform, what we allow people to say tend to become a representation of what we support if we don't tamp it down. So if we sit here and we let Black Man Unfiltered come up here and call black women all kinds of bitches and hoes and this and that and everything, and we say nothing, we got women subs that's going to look at us like, what the fuck are y'all doing that y'all let them talk about us like that? So all he said was, can you not, please do not call the sisters hoes, period. Period. Right there. That was a request that I see people all the time. Hey, man, we don't let you use the N-word. All right, my bad. People tell me, hey, the first time I do, hey, my bad. I got to respect your platform. I'll stop. I'm going to correct it. I'm not going to go make a whole live about you told me to stop using the N-word because I'm still going to use it. I'm just going to respect your place. That's it. And that's the nexus of all this shit. But then it got disrespectful because then Bro C had to be everything that he wasn't. And he said shit that nowhere in the stream that y'all reviewed did he say there wasn't holes. Did he say there wasn't holes in the Bible? Nowhere did you see that. But those were all the claims. Those were all the claims. So at this point, I feel like clearly, it wasn't started here. It wasn't. And this was Black Man came over here. I wasn't on the stream Sunday. I don't believe he was invited, but I'm not. He was welcome. I don't know if he still is up until that point. And then that's what came of it. So, Bro C, I think justifiably feel offended. Like, I've always welcomed him over here. And then this is some ambush backstabbing shit. And I 1000% agree with him. But I told him this shit like a year ago. So, because this is not the first time. Even before you were on that podcast, we had the dust ups with JT and a couple of other times where taking and mischaracterizing, wanting to make content, and we're not proponents on it being dishonest at all.
But me and JT kissed and made up, so that was another issue. But
to address Uncle Rico, I can certainly understand that. Okay. I can see where I'm just gonna put it out there, because if you have a platform, if you ask somebody, hey, this is not how we're gonna do it, you should respect how you want to have your platform. I can agree with that because I do that all the time as well too. And say, hey, you're not going to talk over people. You're going to allow them to say what they need to say, and then we're going to let you to talk. I agree with that. At the same time, you still have to give people grace to fix stuff. You know what I'm saying? But what we're talking about is actually people who are refusing to do it. And at that point, I say, you know what, we're kind of wasting our time with these. We got a whole bunch of people over here who want to do the right thing. And these are the people we need to spend our energy working on. You see what I'm saying? Now, true enough, whatever they decide they want to come up with on that particular show, yeah, we'll support it or whatever. But at the end of the show, I'm going to say, hey, look, this is how we fix this. And this is what's available. You know what I mean? Because you have to have that balance. Because here's the thing. If we did a show that's all positive or whatever, we're not going to get that reach. You know what I'm saying? I hate that's how we are. But for some strange reason, we have a proclivity or an appetite for destruction. But for some kind of way, we have to be able to use wisdom to reel it back in. You know what I mean? And we shouldn't be going back at each other. I've been around these spaces long enough to know that people sometimes they go back and forth and they use folks or content or whatever. But at the end of the day, you might want to go ahead and talk to that person beforehand before you do that. I just think that's just respectful. You know what I'm saying? Because you might want to say, hey, look, I'm not going to like that. Could you not do that? You know, just out of respect. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? Especially if we're going to do that, because it takes too long to undo what was already said. Then you got other people jumping on it. You know, it's not a good look. But
well, let me ask you.
I want to tell you, Brother Clarence, if you felt offended, I apologize in advance. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what men do. Does that make sense? So yeah. If you got offended, man, I'm apologizing right here as a man to let you know, no ill will. We always want to work with you guys, especially if you're doing good work. You know what I mean? Anytime I get an opportunity to promote whatever it is you want to promote, I'm going to promote it. You know what I mean? Especially if it's good. Go ahead.
I appreciate you, man. But what I was going to say is, I made so many mistakes in this video, man. I have to go back and apologize to my own audience because I broke so many of my rules because I got upset. Because one thing I can't stand is somebody lying on me, man. That's really gets to me, because I try to be as good of a friend as possible to people. I try to treat them so good, they don't have no reason to treat me bad. And even still, some of them do. But that's okay. I just give them the space. But I'm going to ask you, there's a couple questions I want to ask you.
Go ahead.
Do you think I was out of line by asking the brother not to call women bitches and hoes on my platform?
This is your platform. So
this is my platform.
You should run it the way you see fit.
Correct. But that's how I see. But they make me sound so crazy, lost in translation. All I'm saying is, hey, we don't do that here. We've got young men. We trying to mentor. We don't want them to pick up that kind of language. I got to apologize to all of those people when this is over because of the way I acted in the beginning of the video. But I'm mad enough to do it. I'm mad enough to say I make mistakes, right? However, okay, I'm glad you answered that question. The next question I have is that I want to ask you is, does that make sense if we're trying to help our sisters, for me to say, okay, if you see somebody that needs some help, let me put it this way. You read the story of the Good Samaritan, right?
Right.
The man didn't come up to him and say, hey, bum, what you doing here, bum? You're a bum. Let me take you inside, bum. No, he didn't do that, did he?
No, he did not.
He did not, right? So even though he was out there like a bum, right? He looked like a bum. He didn't even know who he was or what he was supposed to be doing, right?
Right.
The priest walked on the other side of the street. The Jew walked on the other side of the street. So everybody walked on the other side of the street trying to avoid this man because he was, quote unquote, allegedly a bum. But my point is this. If we trying to help our people, we're going to address them. We're going to always try to treat them with respect unless they show us directly that they don't deserve that respect. But if they're just, out and about and on their way doing whatever, why should we address them like this? Why should we address them as a hoe? Like, I'm gonna ask you a question. What would be the purpose of you walking up to someone involved in the sex trade and calling them a hoe? What would be the purpose of that? And what would be the positive result from that?
What do you mean? As far as calling what they were doing?
A lot of your compadres on the show was saying, well, you not telling the truth by not calling them a hoe. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, by calling them a hoe, what is going to be the purpose of that? What's going to be achieved?
Right. Because what we're saying is, we're not saying we don't see the same things.
Okay.
We're just saying we don't see the effectiveness of doing it. So that's
I
not
see
an
what you're
approach
saying.
that we
I see what you're
choose.
saying.
So why the same way Bro C can't get y'all to approach it with love, you can't get us to approach it with hate. You're never gonna get me to sit here and bang on black women. And no, it's not mean that I think they're perfect. It just means I'm not gonna bang on them like that, because that ain't helping them. I don't believe in shaming shit. But if you do, go at it. Let's see which, if you shame them and I love them, let's see which one they respond to first and better.
Well, let him answer the question, Rico.
Go ahead.
No, Loss. I want you to answer the question, man. What's going to be achieved by, even if they are doing that kind of work, even if they are doing that, even if maybe they ain't a sex worker, but they just a promiscuous little girl or woman or whatever, what's going to be achieved by trying to shame them, by calling them a hoe, by addressing them as a hoe?
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It depends on the person itself and where they are. You know what I mean? I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, you have somebody who's been abused their whole life, okay? And the only thing they respond to is abuse. And you try to come up with them with love, they'll say, I don't understand that. I can't receive that. It's the same way if you have somebody who's been raised on love and you come to them with disrespect, they're gonna be like, I don't know how to receive that. You know what I mean? It really depends on what's on the inside of them. But I would probably lean closer to what Rico was saying as far as trying love first. You see what I'm saying? Because here's the thing, when you try love first, at least you tried, you know, and then you walk away and you leave it at that and you let God do what he gonna do. But my thing is this, 9 times out of 10, people have to hit rock bottom on their own. And there ain't nothing you can do. Ain't nothing you can do to change them, but they got to hit it on their own.
Well, let me just say this real quick. And I definitely agree with what he just said. You know, it was said earlier on in the chat that, you know, a harsh word, you know, can invoke change. And that's very true in some instances. But you have to understand that a harsh word can also create more damage. You see what I'm saying? That's why we have to be very careful of our speech. Man, through love and kindness have I drawn thee. Now, I understand the way that the people are is because they lack love in their hearts. We don't have the godly love that we should have for one another. So I'm not shocked when people call individuals out of their name, even though that is their character. You see, because even some people consider themselves hoes, quote unquote. They call themselves that in some of their music. You see what I'm saying? Right. So it's all type of behavior that's inappropriate. But how do we as men of God, how do we approach the situation?
Good point. Good point.
How do we draw them into what is true? Because if I'm trying to draw you, I don't have to drag you to draw you.
Ooh, good point. Good point. Good point.
And can I ask one?
And when we speak the truth without love in our heart, when it doesn't come from the right space, and we're just quoting, we're mimicking, we're parroting the word, but there's really no love involved in it, then it loses its effect. And so that's all I'm saying. I'm a little disappointed with the disrespect that I saw on that stream, you know. And in regards to Black Men Unfiltered, you know, these women that are on your platform, I believe that they should be covered a certain way. And any gentleman or any man that's on the platform shouldn't be so easily to just say F you or shut the F up. That should be addressed. These women trust you when they get on your platform. Why would you leave them out there like that? And why would you not check the man? Because you're so adamant about checking the female. I digress.
Fact. Look, let me ask
Shout
you
out
this,
to Brother Jeff.
And I want to say that, and that Vaughn, that's great. I love that point. Like you said, they doing all that checking, but a man is sitting there destroying a Black woman before you. And I'm not saying that, hey, she doesn't need to be talked to, but I don't need to destroy her. I don't need to destroy her. So, but my question is, when I see people, and this is what I would want you to ask yourself, Lost, if a person constant repetitive correction is always destruction. Eventually it gets to, and it's not the same person, it's multiple people. It's like they talk to everybody like that. And people will go, well, that's how I am. That's just the way I talk. So then what you're telling me is the damage is in you. See, it's not always the people that you're trying to correct. Sometimes the damage is in the corrector, because the corrector knows no other way. He knows nothing else. Like they say, like, if you were spanked, you spank your kids. You know what I'm saying? We don't say that that's love, but I beat you because I love you. Yeah, I heard that shit. You know what I'm saying?
My parents beat me, and it's good enough for you to remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
But nobody, we're doing all this talking in these spaces. Nobody's listening, and no one's doing any introspection. As Bro Vaughn said earlier, too many windows, not enough mirrors. Too many windows, not enough mirrors. And I tell these men, stop looking for red flags in other people and start looking for red flags within yourself, because we all have them. We all have traumas that we walk around with, and we're trying to fix traumas and therapy and other people that we haven't fixed in ourselves, because you shouldn't be, again, I'm not going to tell anybody how they need to address anybody. But if you feel like you just can't address anybody, it's like, why is that the only tool in your toolbox? You only got a hammer? Nothing else. Big old tool bag, nothing but hammers. Dude, I'm like, I got a son that works in mental health. He would tell me, and he told me about things that I did with bringing them up that I really, and he's like, I'm learning a lot from him. And it's like, yeah, he would always say that, Pop, you got to have more tools. And I'm like, thank God I don't have to raise anymore, but I try to do that with my grandkids. You got to have more tools in your toolbox. What works for one doesn't work for all. All women are not the same. All men are not the same. Different people react to different stressors, triggers, stimuli.
Right.
Different stimuli affect people differently. You're like, well, it worked on them. It ain't going to work on me. And there seems to be a low tolerance to people wanting to grow. And I applaud you guys. If you're going to be in this space, then you are charged with a responsibility to elevate and to be higher. And it can't always be hoes. It can't always be that. There's a million places that's giving that message. It can't always be that. It can't always be that way. Even if there are 10 hoes, you might need to come up with 10 different remedies, because they're just not the same. But everybody get that big old brush. I'm going to paint them all with the same. But they don't want to be painted that way.
You know what? That's a great point. Let me explain something to you, Uncle Rico. There are certain times where you have to use, how should I say this? A different type of stroke. I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, if you say that all these women are bad, okay? In Proverbs 31, it says that you should make sure that you don't lend yourself to women who ruin kings, right? So that means as a man, you're going to have to figure out exactly what it is that you want, so you can determine who qualifies for a wife as far as you're concerned. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, if you already know what bad could come out of it, let me show you the good stuff that you can look for. Am I not right, Vaughn? Ain't that what it say?
You're on point.
Exactly. So the thing about it is, you could tell that when people improve themselves, automatically they don't find themselves around the people they don't want to be around. And the killing part about it is, for some strange reason, we don't want to listen to the good stuff. We don't stick around for the good stuff. But if I point to the bad stuff enough, you'll have a disdain for it. And you say, look, man, this hopeless. I really want to have a wife and kids. But what do? And at that point, I've created a thirst. And you say, hey, look, let me show you what to look for. You know, when you're talking to a woman, you listen for the sound of honor. You know what I mean? That's somebody who's been raised up by their father, who's respectful. You see what I'm saying? Who has something to do, somebody who's trained to be a wife. Now, they may not always look like you want them to look like on the outside, But I assure you, that's a better road to go on if you listen to see what they have on the inside. But you're going to have to do yourself a favor as a man and override your sight and improve your ears. So at that point, you got their attention. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same way with women sometimes. Women will tell you, they'll go in these stores, tell you about all the horrible men that they've dealt with, done them wrong, left them with all kind of kids. Okay, now that you understand exactly what not to look for, come on over and let me show you what to look for. If this man honors women, that's a clue that he's been raised right by his father and his mother. That's somebody who honors women, somebody who respects women. You see what I'm saying? You create a thirst in people. Sometimes people don't always get it right away. Sometimes you have to create the thirst, but at that point you have their ear. And that's the reason why at the very end of the show, there's always something positive and there's always something that creates that thirst and say, hey, look, I know this is what you're looking for. Here's a little bit of the answer, you know? Just like I got a book a friend of mine wrote, and I keep it with me at all time. It's called The Sexual Miseducation, the Black Man in America. I highly suggest that most men get a copy of that because it's going to teach you to tame your appetite and to make sure that you turn off that portion of you that will cause you to fall ruin. Like we talked about earlier, ruin to kings. So that's the main reason. Any chance I get a chance to come up on somebody else's platform, I always like to make sure that I give somebody an opportunity to learn something that they didn't know before and helps them out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. I mean, you doing that. The problem is, like I said, the poison meal before the glass of wine, man. You know what I mean? People are dead before they get to the wine.
I don't think they're gonna die, Clarence.
Oh man,
I don't think they're gonna die, man. I think we catch their attention long enough.
What I mean, loss is, like Rico was saying, they may be persuaded to think a way, right? And may make a life. The person you pick with to sleep and eat with, that is a critical decision that you're making, right?
Absolutely.
And based on the rhetoric that sometimes is coming out of the show over there,
right?
It could cause somebody to make a bad decision and make a decision based on some of the struggles. Now, these men are talking about struggles they've had, and their opinion has been shaped by their own struggles.
Right.
And then you get somebody who hasn't had those struggles, don't have those problems, but now you're persuading their mentality to choose in this way. The most worst decision in the world, and I don't think a lot of people are talking about it, is sexual selection. The person you sexually select, that is a huge decision that you have to make, right? It can end up in so many different kinds of ways, right?
Right.
Therefore, I think as men, we should be more responsible. But that's me. Like I said, that's us. We can't force nobody. None of us are going to go out here and force, hey, black man, you got to have your show like this. This person, you got to have your show like that. None of us can force nobody to do nothing.
Right. But you know what? Here's the thing about it, though, Brother Clarence. Brother Rico said he didn't know me, but he said that he saw something, he heard something that he could relate to. You see what I'm saying? I can only control me. You see what I'm saying? I can't control anybody else.
Exactly.
And as a representation, like Vaughn would tell you, yeah, when we have real conversations, we have real conversations. And we talk about introspection. We don't talk about extracurricular outside stuff because we can't change anybody else. The only person that we can change, and Vaughn will tell you, my favorite saying is, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. There's nothing you can say. He's always going to see whatever he wants to see. He's always going to see it. I'll give you an example. You'll have some people who will see the show and they say, that show was trash. Oh, I ain't going to never watch it again. And then you get some people say, man, that was the greatest show I've ever seen. And I promise you, we get all kind of stuff in the comments all the time. We don't know what's going to hit and what's going to hit. But I will tell you this. I will take that in consideration because it's worth talking about. Anytime that we can get better, it's always a good thing. And I appreciate you guys giving us some critique because we're always listening and we always want to get better.
Same here, man. Same here. You know what I mean?
And so now with that being said, where did we go with the rest of the conversation? How do we resolve this? What do we do? What's the next move?
Network.
How do we move on? How do we go about moving on?
Network. I'll tell you what you want to do is you want to find other like-minded people and get them together and say, hey, look, this is what we're working on over here. And then after a while, basically you're creating your own algorithm. You know what I'm saying? When I first came over, I told them, I said, look, in order for us to move this thing, we can't necessarily move like everybody else. But until we actually change the algorithm a little bit to actually make it seem like give people an appetite to get what we're looking for, we're going to have to create our own algorithm. Just like Brother Clarence, I wish you could show the very end of the show when we talk about navigating to the altar, the other TikTok group that I was on. It's at the very, very, very end. And I didn't want you guys to miss that because our pain wrote it down. Ladies and gentlemen.
Is this it? Is this it?
It's at the very, very end. Came out, man. We had a good time.
Put in the shift.
You know what I'm saying? We done did our doggone thing. And as always, it's a pleasure, man. Y'all coming out every Tuesday. Is always something when we over here flipping tables, man. When y'all get an opportunity, make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you guys subscribe. If you're new, welcome. If you're leaving and you ain't coming back, it's been a pleasure having you. But in the meantime, make sure you guys share because we want to get the message out. I think a lot of times they put the brakes on our live. They be like, parental advising is a discretion.
Yeah, I get a copyright every time with you guys. Damn BMU.
They be putting all type of brakes on us. So we'll appreciate y'all if y'all share the stream because YouTube ain't giving us no doggone shine. So make sure you guys get an opportunity, you share, and you tell everybody about it. We over here having constructive criticism and conversations over here. And we want to appreciate everybody who comes up. Anissa, did you want to leave out saying anything before we go? Leave the people with a lasting message from yourself.
No, I just said I'm gonna leave y'all focusing on the hoes. I'm gonna be over here. Be over here doing something
with the good guys.
You see?
I'm gonna be over here doing something else. Y'all can stay with the hoes. I'm gonna be doing my thing over here.
I'll pray.
Yeah, man. One more for the TikTok handle.
It's called Navigating to the Altar, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing else. I mean, I said enough.
Okay. Grace. Yeah, that was it, y'all.
No, I'm good. Just keep loving each other, and whenever you can help and teach somebody, go ahead and make it happen.
All right, Trey, it's on you, brother. Take us about here.
I got nothing, man. Great show. I had a good time. I normally don't stay this long, but this was fun.
So, I know, right?
I'll see y'all. I guess I'll see y'all at the end of the week.
Yeah, man. We got a sports show coming tomorrow. Thursday, we got the Grown Ass Women podcast. And then Friday, of course, we got the Barber Shop. Saturday, we got Miss Jenny. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, we got Paul and Peter of the gray area on Monday. And of course, we got our pain on Monday. We can't forget that. And
we had Dee Dee show up on Monday, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Me and Dee Dee got some hits. She came to read me the ride out.
Remember, y'all take care of each other, man. God bless. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Did we miss it?
It was a little bit further up from that. Our pain, I had mentioned it earlier. It's maybe about 30, 40 seconds ahead of that. We talked about it. Yeah.
Laws. Now, you did hear what Anissa said, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So I'm not picking or piling on, but again, it's like, I'm like, okay now.
Right. But here's my thing. I don't want people to relate to something that they're not. You know what I mean? Sometimes people like to latch on to stuff and make an issue their issue. I don't understand why Anissa would want to relate to something like that because she's not that. She's a lady. You know what I mean? I don't want other women to relate to that because they're ladies as well, too. Well, it'll be the same way. I'll give you an example. It'll be the same way if somebody called me a deadbeat dad. I don't even have kids. so why would I relate to that?
Well, can you do me a favor, Law?
What's up?
You tell Brother Trey, can you rub off on him a little bit?
Oh, man, you'll be surprised, man. Trey is a stand-up guy. He's a stand-up.
I think he's a good guy, but I need you to rub a little bit of you off on him so he could not be as harsh.
Oh my goodness.
But
hey man, that's how they do it down over there, Rico. So that's how they play. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And again, I can't. He gonna be who he gonna be himself.
Exactly. And women either they're gonna stop coming or they're gonna come back. So I guess they keep coming back. So that ain't no
hopefully,
thing. You know?
hopefully, I hope we reach enough people, man, that we start changing lives, man, because that's what we're here for anyway. You know, we don't make a whole lot of money doing this. Most of the time, it's our free time, spare time, just having conversations and talking about stuff that we saw throughout the week. But my thing is this: you guys are always welcome. You know what I'm saying? If you guys want to have dialogue with it, that's fine. Barbershop would probably be the best place for that. Because it's a bunch of men and we have men conversations.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question, Loss. I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother.
No, go ahead.
You're just reminding me of something.
What's up?
Okay, so this is a very complex topic, the Black women and their behavior. Very, very complex topic.
Right.
I asked the man to say, hey, let's only have 4 people on because it's a complex topic. You're gonna need time to talk and reset and answer questions. And if you have 10 people up there, you can't really build no premise with 10 people up there. You got people, especially if you're the pinata, right? Usually, we look at Black Man Unfiltered, there's usually 9 people in a pinata out there somewhere, right?
Well,
and
I tell you what, make a request. If you only want 4 people, let's and as a matter of fact, we'll let you pick the 4 that you want. How about that?
Didn't he request 4?
I did.
You can request 4.
He told me that he was going to do that.
And then had 10.
Said that I wasn't coming on because he didn't agree to it when he already agreed. He said, I got the emails where he agreed to do it. So I didn't come because, like I said, I had a previous engagement in Compton, a gang truce I had to go to. So for the Nation of Islam, so I had to go do that. But
Now, we'll tell you this, Brother Clarence. We have an open slot on Wednesday. If you're not busy, we can. You always use that to do dialogue or whatever, and we can change up the size of the show if you want to, because we have an open slot on Wednesday. If you guys want to, we can facilitate that as a point. If you want to, I always got a channel too. If you guys want to tell you, man, I'm always willing to have dialogue as well too.
Okay.
So I agree with you, man. It's one of those things where we really have to dive deep, especially if you want to solve the issue. You know, I agree.
Okay, man. Well, hey, man, look, I don't want to keep you, man, because I want to bring up some other guests, man.
Oh,
but
of course.
Also, I appreciate you for at least stepping up into the danger zone and coming
Man,
up here.
Let me tell y'all something, man. All of us are friends, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have disagreements.
Deep down under all this bullshit, yeah, I believe the same thing, man.
And sometimes there's disagreement. So these things happen. You know, we shouldn't go to hating each other because of it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I appreciate you coming up. I want to thank you for that. That's mad respect.
Yeah.
From me. And like I said, I know all of y'all are not the same. I just think the shows themselves have a certain, because obviously I think Anissa was total shit. She looked like she fit more over here, but I also saw them tear her up for her views too.
Right.
So what I will say is this space is not as rough and tumble. I'm probably the roughest and tumblest of the bunch, and they stay on my head about it. But even as rough, I don't be over here calling. I don't be over here banging on black. But like we said, also we don't be over here uplifting them. So people confuse the narrative. They think either we don't bang on them, we don't uplift them. We just treat everybody equally, everybody with respect, men and women alike.
Right.
So we don't need to bang on them. Well, if you ain't banging on them, I'm like, that's crazy. And I don't need to uplift men, you know. But I see spaces with, the black man is the black man. I'm not doing that either. But I'm not gonna bang on them either.
Right.
You don't have to do either. So that's why I feel like Bro seems like, look. So if somebody hadn't been here, and black man's been over here enough, he shouldn't even have been surprised by that request. That request should have been no kind of shock, nothing for him to get upset. I just think that day he just had a real bone to pick with black women. Because if you go and look at the stream, he was on them. He was on one, and he brought it here, and we're like, dude, okay, that's cool. We just don't do that here, please. Right. And then because of that, he got mad. How the fuck they gonna tell me I can't call people hoe? And then you did that. Dude, we just asked you respectfully here. Now I don't know, Go bang on black women somewhere else. And it's not even just him. We wouldn't let nobody do it.
Right.
Absolutely.
You ain't gonna come over here and do it. Anybody else come over here doing it, they take that somewhere else, because we have black women subscribers that expect they're here because they feel respected and protected here. And same with the black men. So we just saying we're not doing that here.
Absolutely. And you know what the killing part about it is? I can see exactly where you come from, especially if you have women who are respectable and you want to create a safe space for them. I've seen guys take women who weren't respectable and to create a safe space for havoc. I've seen that too. So
but we don't have,
I don't know you guys don't have that. Yeah, I know you guys don't have that.
Yeah,
right.
Because even when we see even the women, they're like, they know, hey, I can't come over there and get away with so much effery because I was like, hey, we about to get our thump on. You better tamp that shit down over here. And that's just the way it is. So we can't. We just can't.
I agree.
So I just don't know why that did that, but I definitely respect and appreciate you coming up, brother.
I'm glad I got a chance to come over and talk to you guys, because the only way we ever gonna to reach any type of agreement or understanding is if we talk it out and hear each other out. And I'm so glad I had the opportunity to come up and speak to you guys, especially you, Bro C, Uncle Rico. This is my first time talking to you, but Vaughn, man, we go way back, man. We had all kind of conversations, man. As always, it's a pleasure talking to a gentleman and a scholar. I appreciate you, sir.
Man, praise God, man. Thank you. And as well yourself, man, you know, like I said, I appreciate you up here because you did come with a certain tone.
Yes,
you see what I'm saying? And you came with a certain spirit.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't to be argumentative, but it was actually to get some resolve.
Clarity.
Man, I'm always for that type of thing. You know, why can't we sit down and resolve things together? You see, as the brethren, as brothers, as men, you know what I'm saying? So
absolutely,
I appreciate you for that, brother. I know we had a little rocky start, you know, because, you know, people, many of us are in our emotions and in our feelings. You see what I'm saying? But at least we could talk it out and talk it through. And now we're at this point that we're at right now.
Right.
So praise God.
Always, I want to hear you guys out, man. As always, you know, because your opinion matters, you know.
Thank
so
you,
that's all I had to say. Thank you guys for letting me come up.
Hey, Lost, before you go, man. I didn't know you had your own channel. When can we see you again on your own channel, man?
Oh yes, I have on Monday nights with a Humble Dad. It's a different flavor. We have women on there. We tackle different conversations from both lands, from the perspective of men and women, and it's very respectable. So if you go over there, you'll see some of my stuff from Black Man. You also see some stuff under Humble Dad, and of course, you know I got my own content as well too. So you guys can be more than happy to check that out. But I have different perspectives. I have different conversations from everybody, from the church view. I have pastors and stuff on there. It's just a mix of different things, because I want people to realize is that you don't have to live your whole entire life a certain way and have people pigeonhole you a certain way. Sometimes you have different perspectives. You're like a diamond. If I hold you up to the light a certain way, you're gonna flash a different way. And I don't want people to feel like, hey, you can't come to God because somebody's seen you a certain way. But if you come over to my channel, you'll see that I'm different. You know what I'm saying? Just like I'm different talking to you guys. I'm different talking to the pastor. I'm different on Black Man Unfiltered. But I'm still the same person with the same heart. And hopefully I get everybody else to get into that mind frame as well too, and let them know, hey, be who you're going to be. You know what I mean? And hopefully people appreciate who you are, because we're all different.
All right, my brother. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me up.
No problem, brother. All right. That was our brother Lost in Translation. He just agreed with us. All right. He said he don't want anybody getting pigeonholed. And that's all we try to say, man. They'll call her a hoe, so she'll be pigeonholed in that hole, thinking she'll be able to walk out of it, right? So he agreed with us. And I think
hey, Scam, if you out there still dusting it up, hit the link.
And Scam, if you out there.
Or anybody else, if they want. Drop it one more time, bro. See if anybody else want to come up.
All right, anybody else want to talk? Because I think we're going to do about another 15 minutes and we're going to get out of here, y'all.
Yeah, because we don't have to go the rest of the video. But I think it was good to clear the air. I definitely appreciate Brother Lost coming up. Sorry we got sidetracked with the chat. We didn't need to, but obviously there were some detractors and supporters of Black Man's channel that came over here.
We
Yeah,
got
Trey, I feel so much better. Thank you. Thank you, Trey.
Yeah, shout out to Trey Taylor, man.
Yeah.
All right, okay, y'all. So if anybody else wants to come up, man, I just wanted to have that conversation with Lost in Translation because my spirit was telling me that his spirit was genuine. So I wanted to have that. I wanted to have that conversation with him. But you know, if you want to come up, no, go to. Pagoda. This is the one you should have shout out, Pagoda.
Hey, you said everybody no? That include me.
Hey, Pagoda, how you doing, sir?
I'm okay. Please don't call me sir.
Why?
Because I'm not your sir. I'm not your sir.
Here we go.
Okay,
He
brother,
doesn't.
how you feeling, brother? Is that better?
Yeah, you can call me Mister, you call me Buddy, call me V.
Okay, brother V.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, when I hear people say sir and this, it remind me that I work once in a hotel. People will say to me, sir, yeah, and I was supposed to say them, sir. And like I told all of you once, like I told all of you once, sir in Hebrew is the same. Sir is the same word for master in Hebrew. So technically, with my ears, you calling me master? Yes, mister.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
I have to stop doing that then.
Yeah, my ears.
What's up, brother?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Okay, first of all, Clarence, the guy that called you a retard, or he did call you a retard, no?
He said I was a fool.
He said that you are slow, no?
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
He said you were slow.
Slow means retard. And you were trying to say that slow means retard, no?
He was insinuating. Yeah.
Yeah. He was getting to it.
He was insinuating. He didn't use that word, but he was insinuating.
Before Pagoda finishes up, Vaughn, I think Vaughn has to leave. So I'm gonna let Vaughn get some closing remarks in here, and then Vaughn can jump up.
Okay, yeah, well, you appreciate the conversation today. Brother Clarence, you know, as always, much respect. Brother Rico, always good to talk to you. Brother Pagoda, you know. I just hope that we made some type of change in the conversation, you know, and hopefully that what we were saying was understood. I know it's not always agreed with, but, you know, the whole point overall was just to be mindful of how we address other people. You know what I'm saying? Don't be so quick to just fly off and call this one that and that one this. You know, we have to be real careful with how we're using our words sometimes. Yes, a harsh word can invoke change, but it can also create more damage. You see what I'm saying? So let's just be mindful. That's pretty much it. And if you're in your brother's house and there's something that is offensive that you're doing, you know, then have the courtesy and the decency. You see what I'm saying? To go along with the wishes of whoever's house that you're in. That's it. You all have a good evening. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you as always, man. All right, that's Brother Vaughn. I'm gonna bring him down. Okay, Pagoda, what's your issue now?
Okay, first of all, you know, I heard a little bit your conversation of 3 hours were about not calling your ladies whores or whatever, something like this. So, first of all, I don't understand what's the problem with your ladies. Your ladies are fine in my eyes. Just
Yeah,
what?
There's nothing wrong with them. It's just there are some men who feel like there's this gender war that's going on between men and women. And even if you believe or subscribe to that theory, me and Bro C just don't feel like you need to address them that way. That's all. We just feel like you don't have to address people in a negative way. I'm not even saying to be soft to them. I'm not saying to baby. I'm like, everybody has a given name. Why can't we just use I usually use people's names if I know it. And if I don't know it, I'll say, you know, sir, ma'am, whatever. I'll try to address you by your gender in a proper and respectful way. I'm not in the habit of just calling women hoes. I don't care what she does, because I know that that's not the way you address people. So that was all it was about. Was we was just saying here, we don't do that here because we have too many women that's in this panel on this show that we dearly love and respect, and we're not going to let them be disrespected. So even
I got that one.
You don't have to be calling one of them that when they hear us allow it, we're allowing it. They're thinking to themselves, if you will allow it, you will sit there and allow them to do it to me. And that's why we have to stand on, no, we're not going to let them call any woman that.
Yeah.
So I'm certain you can feel protected that they're not going to call you that, because I'm not letting them call anybody that.
Okay. Nice to know. In any case, you know, I didn't listen to the whole chat that you had here. But in any case, like I said, your ladies in general seems fine to me. You know, the only stuff that I can say that's negative is the stuff with the wigs. You know, why your ladies, why your women have a lot of wigs all the time, wearing wigs all the time.
Easy, Pagoda. Easy.
I don't know. That's another one that we have no idea.
Why I see, why from what I know, a lot of your ladies wearing some wigs and instead of their hair. First of all, it's not healthy for their hair, and second, why they are ashamed of their hair?
What they know.
That's a bigger story. That's a bigger issue. Right. That's a good question, Rico.
Before we
they are trying to signal something that they are married or something?
No, but hold on, Pagoda. It's not a big issue. Let's be clear. They exaggerate the numbers and the amount. I'm not under no illusion that women don't wear wigs. White, black, all kinds of women wear wigs. I'm not under no illusion they don't wear lace fronts and extensions and all that other shit that I don't even really know, because I've never cared that much about women's hair products. So I don't know what they all are. But
yeah, sorry.
I think what they do is they exaggerate how big the problem is. They'll have you believing 99% of women are wearing wigs. And I'm like, come on, guys. It's just the way that they talk about it. They exaggerate it. So that's why, and they talk about it ad nauseum over and over and over and over. So you would think every woman is wearing a wig, but that is not even remotely true. It's just not. The problem isn't as big and as bad as they make it. They talk about it all the time. They exaggerate the numbers because it's ultimately it's a way that they can demean women. Period. If you just
shout out to Kawhi,
you're just constantly weaponizing and we're not saying not to address them. We're not saying some of these things don't happen. We're not saying that they can't be talked about occasionally, but I don't see why you need to be talking about women's wigs 365 days a year. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, the problem ain't that damn big to be talking about it that much all the time. So that's why, again, we don't like women being addressed as what they are not, even though some are.
Well,
even
I mean,
we won't even address those as what they are.
Well, I mean, if the men that didn't like wigs had an issue with wigs, just don't date women that wear wigs.
Yes.
Okay, Clarence, I'm not saying you missed my point. But Clarence, you missed what I trying to say. I'm not talking about women in general in diversity that wear in wigs. I'm talking from what I saw, from what I see, a lot of women from your community wear a wig when in the same time that they have that they don't have a real problem, like some kind of fashion.
It's stylish.
Yeah, it's a style.
Wigs became stylish for black women in like the early 1970s, right? They were wearing wigs in like the late 60s, early 70s. Then they went back out of style. The natural came in. Then back in the late 80s and the early 90s, wigs started picking back up again, right?
And it's not even like, well, first of all women wear wigs. A lot of white women wear wigs too. But what happens is typically most people will see a white woman in a wig, and it will probably take another white woman to recognize it, because a black man's going to automatically assume that's her real hair. He's never going to think a white woman's wearing wigs. I know plenty of white women that wear wigs. So they're just going to automatically. Now, they'll be quick to think anytime they see a black woman with long, straight hair, oh, that must be a wig. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of, so you have that psychologically going on. But then women nowadays, I think they wear wigs just like they wear wigs like we wear hats. You know, I might wear a different hat every day. Well, you know, when like I feel like being a blonde today, or I feel like being this today. So, and I don't think they wear wigs every day. They may switch them up and wear them, I don't know, a couple of times a week. And they wear a wig because it might go with a particular outfit that they're wearing, or they're going to a particular function and they look better. My wife got straight hair. She put on a wig. She put that shit in. I'm like, what? But, you know, again, until I started seeing all of these white women and Hispanic women with straight hair, I'm like, yeah, they wear wigs too. It seems like to me almost at the same rate, because they're trying to change the length. They want a particular style. It just is. And it's cheaper, believe it or not. I think it's cheaper because, like you say, I think a woman say she go to the hairdresser, she might got to spend $200-$300. Well, if I ain't got $300 to get my hair done, I can put this wig on that already look like $5 that I already got, and I'm good. So I just, that's what little bit I know. I'm not deep in the weeds into women hair stuff, but I just think I just don't like the way they talk about it.
Okay, bro, I'm not either. Just commentator.
Okay.
Of course, I can ask you also why they are wearing why in general they are wearing in general. Also, your men wear a lot of them wear some kind of bandana.
Yeah.
In the or upside down or not upside down, but never mind that.
Yeah, that's another long conversation too.
Yeah. Here,
right?
just to say, in here, if you have a woman wearing a wig and she's dressed very modestly, then she is religious and she is married. Or, of course, she has some kind of disease, I don't want to say the name of the specific disease, but,
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Vagoda, real quick. Is there any sort of gender issues over there in your community?
What do you mean?
Say, because I know y'all got large social media as well. So do you see, like, I know you see what's going on over here in America. Do you see any issues that's going on, on social media, men, pushing down on women? Because I know it's going on in other countries, not just the U.S. Social media, I think in the UK.
Pushing down, you can describe it more directly. You mean attacking them in the street or something?
No, we're like on social media, women are talking bad about the men in Israel, and men are talking bad about the women, sort of like misogyny, misandry, sort of language about each other. Like, is there a movement where women are?
There are a lot of feminists here, unfortunately.
Okay, so they got a lot of feminists there.
Yeah, you had a case, for example, a few years ago, I think 5 or 6 years ago, that a feminist sexually harassed a guy that was in the, let's say it like this, in one of the seasons of the Big Brother show, you had a feminist that sexually harassed some guy that was an ex-settler in Gaza, in Gush Katif in Gaza. Let's say it like this, you know what, forget what I said. Some feminists harassed an ex-settler that was a right-wing person, and she was a leftist, of course.
Okay.
And if you ask what she exactly did, she tried to take his line to the bathroom, and she stopped him from taking back his turn by removing her, shirt and what's beyond the shirt. Okay, so, and it was filmed. in the cameras got it.
All right, Vagoda.
In other words, don't get near me. You go. Well, in any case, you want to ask me
Vagoda.
other stuff?
Vagoda. We got we did 5 hours here. We're trying to wrap the show up. Do you have any
Yeah,
last?
you have enough of these guys, and you don't, and you're now going to, and you don't want to have me now.
No, man, we don't want. We just want to end the show, brother. You
I'm
just
joking. I know. I'm
came
joking.
on at the end, but that's okay. And I know you don't have any. It's really difficult for you to have a comment about what we were actually talking about because you really don't know him or myself. Well, you know me a lot better than you know him, but it's still, you know, it's difficult.
Yes, you're another. If you saw what I wrote in the comments, you're an honorable person. You don't do, you know.
And I feel the same way about you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I try to be as fair as possible. You know what I mean, so that you know we can have an honest conversation, even if we don't agree. Right? We can have an honest conversation.
Yeah.
So that's why I try to be that way, and I'm glad you see that, man, because you know a lot of times people don't see that, especially you know they just you know when we're not from the same culture, we will think what we want to think. But I appreciate the fact that even you being all the way across the world and being from another culture and speaking another language, you can see that I'm trying to be as fair as possible, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, you know, Clarence, about yeah. Also, you asked me. I just want to react to what you asked me in the show that you had before that. You asked me about what to give you in how you say it, to tell you what's in general going on here. Still waiting for the storm to start. If you get what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now at least my parents had. Let's say it like this. Now at least my parents have the mobile toilet room. Toilet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not going to use the bucket if we will get into that part.
Oh man, my God.
In any case, we I have a lot of food in my parents' house. They have a lot of food and water in store.
Okay.
We are okay.
All right, man. That's good, man. That's good.
Yeah.
That's what. Okay, we'll go to. Look, we got to get up out of here, man. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Also, Rico, what is your YouTube channel?
I don't have one.
What? Yes, you do have one. I saw it.
This is his YouTube channel.
You ain't see me. What YouTube channel you see me on?
I saw some. If I'm mistaken.
If you saw me, you might have saw me on somebody else's.
What were you doing in the gutters and the slums of YouTube where you saw?
I'm always on somebody's channel, but it's not mine.
You ran across Rico out there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on a lot of. I pop up on a lot of panels, but they're not my channels.
If I'm mistaken, in that channel, or at least there was a picture of you and doing how you say it in English, doing barbecue or something, or maybe somebody like you. No. You know what? I'm probably
Somebody
mistaken.
might have stole my picture and put it up, but it wasn't me.
Okay.
You see, he's on a channel, start fights with everybody, and you know, kick up
and
dust.
leave.
Yeah, that's what
yeah, sorry.
All right, we got to get out of here, man. We love you, man. We got to get out of here, man. Okay, so give us some last words. Oh, damn, I was going to let him get some last words in.
Oh, okay. Let me get my last words. This was good. It was good. It had to be done. It shouldn't have had to be done, but it had to be. And because I don't think if we just basically you just put out. Yeah, I definitely appreciate Loss coming in. He lowered the temperature a great deal. And then as far as, you know, obviously Craig gonna feel the way he feel. Who cares? Black man gonna feel the way he feels. Who cares? You know, we said what we had to say. And I don't think we said anything wrong. And I don't think we said anything. I stand behind everything we said. It was intended the way it was intended. So it was a good stream, you know, and like I said, I'm guessing at some point he's going to do a live, chop this up.
Oh, I'm sure.
Drag us, and I could care less.
Yeah, man, it's not even. It's
I don't care about the 200 views he gonna get on it. you know. So let me stop. But to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, you know, I think his channel, just like, you know, it could, you know, if it evolves, it's not like potential's not there. But again, the conversation got to start with the people there. You know, again, I feel
hold on,
bad
Rico,
for that lady, Anissa.
Rico, hold on one second. Arshawn, what do you mean which on the original premise? Which original premise? The Kamala Harris and Trump premise, or black women that shouldn't be called hoes premise? Which premise are you talking about? All right, Rico, I just want to put that out there for him.
So, you know, again, I think a lot of these panel spaces need to evolve, and I think like 90% of the channels in the space is shit. 95%. You know, I really do. I think there's very few that's not garbage. Most are unoriginal. They do a bunch of reactions, and you know, they just bang on black people. So if it's, you know, a lot of times black, not many, because it's 10-to-1 black men banging on black women. I'm not gonna say there are not black women shows too, because they are. We had your Cynthia G's, you got others out there that I won't even care to name, but you did. But it's 10-to-1 men banging on women. So it was just some shit. Oh yeah, that was just the black women are misguided.
Oh yeah, I can do it. I can do that. I can do that. I mean, today we was addressing this situation, but yeah, I can do that, man. That's at no limit of time. Whenever
so maybe you do it Sunday.
You want to co-host it with us? Come on over here and co-host it with us, Arshawn, and tell me where I'm wrong at.
Yeah, maybe
but I'm gonna tell you that they are misguided. Our women have been misguided for a long time.
Or we'll at least at a bare minimum tell you why that's the position we take.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I think like we all know more, you know, two things can be true at once. So it could be the belief that they are misguided and the belief that some are willingly misguided. So, you know, when people like, you know, like Yellow was here earlier, them hoes just want to be hoes. Well, yeah, I think some do.
Right.
I think some do.
But that's not the issue, Rico.
Right.
The issue ain't whether they want to do it or not. The issue is, this is the belief that they have that this is the way. So that's what's motivating their behavior, whether they want to do it or whatever. They're completely motivated by the fact that they think by doing that they're going to get ahead some kind of way, and that's not the reality, and that's not their original thinking. If you go back to their original thinking, we wasn't thinking like that before we came here. So that's what I want to get to.
Right. Let's end this, and we'll talk about that on Sunday.
Okay, let's do it on Sunday.
Yeah. And again, the sorry about that, Enya. That's me leaning back and forth. He said he agreed about misguided. He agreed with the language policing. And again, the language policing is particularly just for this platform. I don't language police anybody in their own house.
Yeah, man.
Your own house, you can talk any.
Only thing I'm gonna do is ask.
Right.
Only thing I can do is ask.
Yeah, but and even when I go in I've been on a lot of channels where people would tell me, you know, like somebody like Hank told me earlier, Rico used the N-word. I'm like, yeah, and then when people tell me to stop, I stop. I just stop. I don't go, how you gonna tell me? Rico, can you stop? Oh, okay, my bad. That's what I say. I apologize and stop. Because I know usually if I do it again, they're gonna kick my ass off. So why get mad and push back? If they ask me not to do something, I'm not gonna do it because everybody don't like it. Y'all know I got a potty mouth. Some places I know I don't even go up there. They tell me one time, I'm constantly thinking in my head what to say before I say it. Because I know if I stop thinking, I'll go back to being a potty mouth, because this is what you have to do when you go to other spaces. So is it language policing? Yes, if it's on the outside world. But if it's in my house, hell no. I'm telling you how you're going to talk in my house.
Yeah, you got to. Plus, because you don't know what people going to say, man. You know what they're going to do, man. So you got to have some borders and guidelines of how they can behave. Because if you don't, man, they're going to come up here and act any kind of way.
And again, it was a very much a baby ass. And because Black Man had been over here so many times, I don't even know why he act like that was such an unreasonable ask.
Who knows, man? Who knows? But
I just think he was on one that day. No matter what,
maybe so.
Nobody was gonna stop him from calling them hoes, and like, you gonna stop calling them over here?
Rico, can I close the show out now?
All right, let's go. Thank you, sir.
All right. Hang tight, Rico. All right, so man, I should say my big criticism that y'all did to them, what they do to Black women, it was shaming and name calling. So I wonder what exactly the code is here. I don't think I was shaming them. I wasn't intentionally trying to shame them. I was just telling them what they did to me, and I was pointing out the lies. I don't know. I'm just talking about myself. Rico could speak for himself, but Vaughn could speak for himself. But I mean, I'm just telling you, I have no intention of shaming nobody. I don't know, because I know that to shame somebody, that person have to have a similar moral compass. If you're trying to shame somebody who has no moral compass, that's you wasting your time, right? You spinning your wheels. So I know that most of the guys over there have a different moral compass than I do. So why would I waste time shaming them? Just like Trey come over here, telling us we didn't. I'm not feeding into that. I already know. I ain't. I'm not trying to shame them into nothing. They told a lie on me, Arshawn. They told many lies on me. Not they. Black Man and Filter in particular told me that. Now the other dudes, I can't hold them as responsible because it was all based on Black Man and Filter's misgivings and misguidance, right? He's the shepherd that led them over the cliff. So I can't blame them as harshly as I can him, because they wouldn't have went over the cliff if he hadn't led them over there. So that's why my biggest criticism was with him, because he know the truth, right? And I showed you guys, I read you guys receipts. But if I have to show them, I'll show them. Got no problem with that. Anyway, what y'all think? Bro C owes you a big apology. I said some things in the beginning of the broadcast, man. Maybe I could have said a better way. I'm like Rico, I stand on what I said, but I could have said it a better way. But when I think of how I have my hand out and people spit in my face, as I'm wiping that spit off my face, I'm tired. I'm not apologizing, Rico, for what I said. I apologize for the way I said it to our audience. We usually don't talk like that to our audience. So at least I don't. Rico does. But but I stand behind 100% what I said. Just maybe I could have said it a better way. So please, y'all, forgive me. I'm a work in progress, just like you. So sometimes I may go over the edge. Sometimes I'm a tourist. Sometimes once I get after your behind, gonna be like a hurricane trying to pull me off. But I'm apologizing to y'all. Hopefully y'all can forgive me. And y'all know that your brother, I want good for all of us. All of as many of us that want it too. I ain't gonna try to force no good on you, but I want it too. We did this broadcast because we just wanted to show the inconsistencies of what they said and how they tried to portray myself. Right? So if any of you guys out there got an issue, bring it to me. Not Rico, not Vaughn, not nobody else over here. It was me that decided to put this show on. So if you guys gonna clip this up and turn it into a thing, just go at me, because ain't nobody else really. They're just, like I said, they see their brother getting disrespected, man, and of course they're gonna run to my aid because they know how I am. I'm not the type of person that would foster disrespect in anyone. So they're gonna say, man, that's not right, right? So we got a lot of Peters and Pauls over here, right? Anyway, y'all, hopefully y'all learned something. Hopefully one of the biggest things you might learn was don't take the people that's around you for granted, right? A bro C is not somebody you want to take for granted, right? I'm gonna be as good as to you as you let me. But when you disrespect me, man, I'm out. I'm gonna give you 50 feet and just be like, I'm okay, that's it. And you're gonna have to find out. Remember Lou Rawls? Lou Rawls had a song, "You're gonna miss my loving," right? You're gonna miss my loving, right? And you're gonna miss me. Because I try to do the best you can. I tried to treat this man with the utmost respect and tried to treat this man right. And the man just really just stepped on me. Not only this time, but a bunch of times. So we had to come to the point where we had to say, okay, maybe it's better. And I've had this conversation with many other content creators. Maybe it's better if we go our own separate ways and you go do your thing. May Black Man Unfiltered have millions of subscribers. He quit his job because he's making all this money over here on YouTube. Good. Hopefully that happens for him. I just don't want to be in the middle of no place where I'm going to be disrespected. Never again. All right, y'all. We're going to be out of here. Those of y'all that want to check in before I lead a stream, if you want to come in from the home team, if you want to come in, now's the time to come in and check in. Got a few of y'all back here, but if any more of y'all want to come back here and check in, come on through. You know what I mean? Some of y'all might be still at work or whatever, but if you can check in or in transition, come on in and give you a few minutes. Yeah, Arshawn, if you want to come over here, and I think we're gonna do that. Okay, Patrice. If you want to come over here on Sunday, we can have that conversation, right? We can have that conversation. Are black women misled? Are they misled? Have they been misled? Right? Have the black men been misled? Have black children been misled? Are black children being misled? Right? Right now they want to manufacture. I'm giving you a few minutes. Okay, Reese says she working. She says she working, and I'm sure probably Annie's probably working too. So let me just go ahead and shut it down. All right, we'll talk about it on Sunday, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm gonna shut the show down. Peace.